as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies. Knowing that the way is right. Guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carrying silent goodbye. Diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. Lose. Da 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 da. Lose. Lose. Da 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 da. Have you felt a human grow? Open up and step right out of the shadow. Wondering what is left inside. Some may say, oh they say, it's mystery of life. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. Lose. Da 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 da. 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 A bright light feels right. I can't lie. I'm sky high. It feels like lightning, burning it up in the sky. Bright as the sun in your eyes. Feeling alright, I can't shine. shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies, knowing that the way is right, guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carry silent goodbye, diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies, knowing that the way is right, guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carrying silent goodbye, diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. Have you felt a human grow?
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows.
Count that big slam.
Double kill turns to three. The team secret. Take him down. They don't have the damage. SPH.
이것도 제법이다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the WCSPH. It is week number 3, day 1. Potch Spice, Deadeye, and Autolose here. Last time you guys saw us, I know Deadeye had no eyes. Autolose was coughing like crazy. But, you know, we're back at it, boys. Let's get some... How are you guys feeling? It's week 3. It's the start of the week. Autolose, how are you feeling?
It's the start, yet it's the end, right? Round robin number 1 is ending today. So starting tomorrow, we will be looking at 3 matches. Again, there's group stages. We'll have 2 round robins in total. So yeah, today is the last day that we will find out really if we will have an undefeated team. And I'm looking at UDG.
Ooh, parang last day of examinations. Dad, are you feeling the same heat right now? Like it's the last day. How are you feeling, my guy?
Exactly. The same thing as Autolus feeling as well. But on this last day of our first round robin, epic matches we're about to witness here, especially on the third series.
Ooh, yeah, let's wait to see the match schedule. But for now, we just want to give our thanks and, big shout outs to a lot of people here. First of all, this event was made possible by the one and only PPGL, the largest multi-esports league in the country, together with Riot Games.
And we would also like to acknowledge our official mobile partner in Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with the 33 watts Pro Fast charging enabled by the all-new MMT technology and a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
And of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board. And speaking of this tournament, we're already at week number 3, guys. Any highlights from week number 2 you guys want to bring into context before we step into officially week number 3? Let's start with Deadeye. Any highlights that you want to talk about in week number 2?
Yeah, basically, second week was a week of upsets. Sunspars, Team Secret, Cerebrum Wild Rift knocking down Oasis, and Grand Sky surprises us with a win over those 2 giants as well. So basically, underdogs stepping up on the second week. It was a week of momentum as well, or morale build up for the teams. Of course, Grand Sky with a pencil buff as well. So 3-0 on the series run. And Team Secrets with a morale boost given personally by their CEO, which had a win against FLA. So also, it was a week of excitement. First pentakill, epic match of UDG versus RRQ, and the first game loss of UDG when it was there. And the Kindra, Yi, Yasuo, Blitzcrank. Oh man, this champions just showing up out of nowhere in the team's drafts here. And I'm looking forward for this weekend, third week.
Yeah, Autolose, talk to me. Like, we had an epic week last week. Are there any highlights that you want to bring into light now?
Champion of the week, champion of the
There
week.
it is.
Guys, if you missed the PPGL cooldown and where I am throwing banters left and right with my good partner Osiris, there is a champion that we have to closely look at, and this is that champion. Corky is actually picked 13 times with a 69% win rate so far. Tactical has been on a tear on this champion. 4 times picked, 100% win rate. And that's the reason why he's my choice. Personally, for the Week 2 MVP, not only was he able to dish out a lot of damage, he was
Here it
also
is.
able to help GS get that very, very elusive 3-0 weekend. Now, if we have a champion of the week, we also have a champion that's kind of missing its rhythm, and that's Rengar. Rengar, on week number 1, we highlighted the Meow Meow connection, but on week number 2, it was just picked 3 times with no wins. So, yeah, I don't know what's happening to our cat. We'll see.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a lovely segment that you guys have. Thank you for highlighting that. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, we witnessed our first pentakill last week,
Exactly.
right? Of WCSPH, and thanks to that Corky. So definitely a champion of the week, being strong, and champion of the week. Yeah, we got to check out how Rengar will be able to change up his status from week. So let's head on over to what this format is, so we can give you guys more context. Because right now we're rounding out the first round robin of the regular season. First of all, it was the qualifiers in the Swiss format system, leading to these 8 amazing teams. Now in the regular season, I hope you guys have been marking your calendars, because it is almost the midweek of March already. March 27 will be the last day of testing, and the final exams, as people would say, is happening in on April 1 to 10. That's going to be the double elimination format in the playoffs.
Sir, open notes.
I wish. I don't know, man. These are classes you can't afford to cut, and you need to get all the points. And so far, everyone on our radar is looking at Team Underground as the Dean's Lister of the tournament. So, yeah, exactly. So I think, let's check out the standings to look at where these guys rank. A+, B+ teams and whatnot. But 1 to 8, Team Underground leading the pack. I'm going to throw it to Deadeye. How does your... I know we talked about this yesterday, but how does your power rankings look compared to the standings now?
Yeah, it's actually, I've mentioned before, it's surprisingly that Oasis Gaming and RRQ is on the top, bottom rather, 4 here in our current standing, and Team Underground is showing dominance as well in the series in the first round robin. But we have seen experimentations from the teams as well when it comes to the roster, when it comes to the play style, when it comes to their strategies as well. But on the last day here of our first round robin, I think the teams will finally get their niche, will finally get their comfort play style, and I'm looking forward for the end rather of our first phase of round robin.
All right, and I know, Auto Lose, that you're looking at the 7th and 8th spot because you have something going on with Osiris.
Of course, he picked Sunsparks as the number 7 team, and I picked Cerebrum Wildrift as the number 7 team. So later, we will see the first matchup between these 2 underdogs and see who will crack at a better chance of getting into the playoff picture. The one thing to note, though, Mr. Potch Spice, I love the idea of, handing out the report cards or something, given that I have an academe background.
Oh, there
so
we go.
maybe we will throw some, Fs, some A's, some A+. In my page, or, as a content and as a fun after the first round robin.
Complete attendance yung Underground, I'm guessing, because they've always here in the panel. They always talk to them. Let's look at the schedule because, man, we have a stacked day for everyone. I know, Deadeye, you're looking at game number 3 as one to look out for, but I want to throw it to Auto Lose. Any other game that that the viewers will be looking forward to see?
TS versus Oasis.
There we go.
Feels like a matchup that has been, or that should have been highlighted as the match to watch for week number 3, day number 1. And we know that Team Secret entered a bit of a slump, 0-2, and then was able to get a win last week. However, Oasis is still currently on that trend, 0-3, still, ice cold when we talk about win streaks or lose streaks. But yeah, TS versus Oasis is the one that really is bugging me right now. Who's going to win this? I'm not 100% sure.
And we were talking about it yesterday, right? Who needs the win more? Because both these teams have been going through a rough patch. You know, Oasis is at the 6th spot, 2-4. Team Secret almost got 0-3 last week, and really stepped it up with Fennel Adversity. So that's something to look forward to. But for now, like, we're gonna start things off with RRQ versus Grind Sky, and then, like you said, capping off the day with Sunspark versus Cerebrum Esports. But I think all these matches are definitely one to watch because it's the end of the first half. I would say it's the
first half.
First half.
First
so,
sem.
the first sem. There
First
we go.
sem.
I was trying to. I'm like, oh my god, yeah, first sem. Who's gonna get to remedial classes? Summer's around the corner, bro. Like, I wonder if there's gonna be a summer school buff. But yeah, we got to talk about first and foremost RRQ versus Grind Sky. We're gonna get into the player highlights and the team highlights in just a bit, but we cannot deny how well Grind Sky performed last week, and I don't know, turning us into believers. And I know we're going to get into the panel predictions in just a bit. And I just want to share with you what that was because Mika shared with me what it is. And Autolose, I think you'll be pretty happy because the panel prediction is the consequence is actually you have to buy merch from the losing team.
Okay, so whoever loses, so there will be a total of 4 choices.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And because some other brands doesn't really have a merch
Yeah, so that's why.
site yet. Okay.
So that's why. So we'll definitely discuss that later on. But let's head into the series between RRQ and Grind Sky. Boys, this is going to be a barn burner if I've seen one. Let's talk first about RRQ. Autolose, take it away. What do we got to look forward to with RRQ?
RRQ, 7 games played last week, and a more stable roster with those 6 games. During their first game against Fennel Adversity, they were still tinkering around their current roster, and on the second game against Fennel Adversity, they have found some roster that they are planning really to stick with in the foreseeable future. And this roster. Devil J being put as a Baron laner for this squad is actually very, very interesting because first off, this is his comfort. Devil J being in the Baron lane can alleviate some pressure off the roster of RQ. But one thing to highlight, of course, is the man himself in the mid lane, Helios. Helios is back to his playground. He's now able to play off of the map of everyone, and I just love this transition overall. Again, 6 out of 7 times he played in the mid. That one time that he played in the Baron lane, he was playing Lucian, and as a Lucian, you won't be able to impact the map that much. So when we talk about Helios here, we also have to talk about his stats. On the 6 out of 7 games, again, this is just for last week, he was still able to garner a 4.00 KDA. So that just goes to show that regardless, I'm talking about week 2 stats, okay? This is the collective stats for the entirety of the tournament. But for week 2 stats alone, at 4.00 KDA, regardless of them losing, that's actually very, very commendable. And again, just would like to highlight, he was on full behemoth mode during his Ari because he was catching people left and right with his charm. So I'm really liking the Helios in the mid lane more now than than last week. And you can see the stats there. You can see Alistar. Did he really pick Alistar? We would see.
Yeah, true. I remember the Ari. The charms were really on point, and man, Helios is so on point when you put him in a role that he's very comfortable with. So can't wait to see that. But I want to shift it over to Deadeye because we got to talk about the Pansol boys. We got to talk about Grind Sky. We got to talk about how well they've been performing so far. So let's check out the team known as Grind Sky Esports, and do share some insights, Deadeye.
Yeah, basically, of course, Grind Sky Esports, they came as underdogs. They came as what people expect of them. Personally, I expect of them to be doing the same strategy here and there. And they are also now considered as one of the top dogs here in the first round robin power rankings. We have talked a lot about the Pansol buff, guys. They are and are did a great deal of the creation of this new and improved team, Grind Sky Esports, but we have to give credit as well to the support system that this organization have. The coaching staff did a pretty good job of having those adjustments they implemented there to the players themselves with regards to the drafts and strategy executions. Man, first first week rather, we have seen Bo going for fresh. A solo champion pick all fresh, but now he's using those enchanters, the Lux, Morgana, and the Nani tacticals, going for APC this time around. That Oriana and the Corgi performance on the second week, the flexibility. However, the highlights of this team, the flexibility between Tante and Bambi. Whenever Tante's champion pick is, Bambi is gonna reciprocate it. I think these two players right now has that advantage of switching champion picks. Surprisingly, of course, we talk a lot about Chianese as the catalyst of Grind Sky winning games, but everyone now is stepping up, and that is big. But the big step up was Bambi, the mid laner of Grind Sky here. To be honest, I did not expect him to use those frontal bruiser champions, the Gary, Fiora, Galio this time around. Because when we say Bambi, it's always going to be Ari or those assassin mid champions there. But this adjustment has been very effective so far. Grind Sky's gameplay from early aggressive takeoff rotations to this front-back team fight really is suitable for Bambi's current playstyle. So now Tante can have Bambi's back when it comes to their strategy executions just because of this flexibility I've mentioned. And I've seen the numbers. His numbers is actually in par with their mid laner, with the mid laner of the opposing team. And I think this is one of the best things right now Grind Sky Esports has in their arsenal, the new and improved Grind Sky Esports. So overall, the changes for Bambi is doing a lot of positive results for Grind Sky.
Yeah, I can't wait for this head-to-head matchup and comparing these two because, Bambi made a lot of highlights, Helios as well. Guys, how do you think this is going to play out in the Rift? Let's start with Autoloose here.
Bambi was known to be a very, very highly mechanical Ari player. And Helios, last week, we saw as an exclamation point, the nine-tailed fox on this guy is just illegal. So, Ari Star.
There we go.
That's the term that we're going to use for it, because whoever is going to pick Ari and will make a star of it would have the upper hand. I feel it will not just impact the game, but also mental advantage over the other. Hey, you know what? I can play Ari better. So we will see if they will be picking the Ari Star.
Oh, five stars for the Ari Star. How about you, Autolus? Anything to add on to this head-to-head matchup? Oh, sorry, Deadeye, my bad.
Okay. I think these both players gone through dramatic changes, of course, but it's looking great for their team right now. So these changes will be the clash here between this matchup. Which player has having the quick adjustments and providing those big contributions into the team. Their play style, both of them, of course, have similar champion picks, but when it comes to execution, when it comes to delivery of those victory conditions, will be the decider game here in the series.
All right, I'm super excited with this head-to-head matchup and their overall matchup because, both of you have to admit that RRQ has a bit of a rough. They have a rough go, but it is Grind Sky that's running a wave of momentum. So we gotta get our predictions out of the way first. But you know what? To help us out, let's do a little thumbs up, thumbs down, real quick before we get into the predictions. Okay, thumbs up, thumbs down. Exosen as support. You think that's gonna help out here? There we go. All right. Second, ban the Garen from Grind Sky. Thumbs up, thumbs down. All right. Pansolbop still intact or okay? Whoa, oh no! Auto lose.
Because they need another set. With me included. Let's go. With me invited already. Okay?
There we go. All right, let's get into the predictions here. I'll start real quick. They made me a believer from last week. I felt shoutouts to Berting. I'm so sorry, by the way. Please don't screen cap me. I will go with Grind Sky. I believe in the momentum, and I'm gonna thumbs up with Deadeye here. I still think the Pansolbop. The confidence is still there. It might be It's gonna be a 2-1, but I think Grind Sky is gonna take this one. That's
so yours is 2-1.
Okay. Deadeye, you go next.
All right, so this series will show, of course, the adjustment come into play and will dictate the comfort play style of the teams here. It's really difficult to predict, considering Grind Sky taking down the top teams already in the second week. And I still believe in the Pansolbop. Invited or not. Invited or not. Or shall they
Even though they
Morale
invite
buff-
you, man, you're from Visayas.
Yeah, dude, you're gonna have to take quite the
Wait,
commute,
what?
sir.
Yeah. But well, if it's good for them, I'm good as well. But this is going to be an epic series, 2-1 in favor of Grind Sky.
Oh, copying answers, Otto. I'm gonna
Oh
report him.
no,
I'm gonna report him.
Teacher, copying answers.
Copying
and-
answers. Sure, copy my homework, but don't make it look similar, man.
Oh yeah, the
Jedi.
meme.
I do that.
Okay, so
Go,
I'm kind of
Autolus.
feeling pressured now because the last time I was okay. I felt relieved. I felt vindicated of voting for Grind Sky, and now it's going to be a flush out. It's going to be, for me, it's going to be Grind Sky. Huge believer of momentum. The momentum is still going to be there, and I know that I did say a thumbs up for Exosen will be a good, will still be good, mainly because it allows Helios to play on the mid lane, and then it also allows Devil J to play in the Baron lane. So, all things considered, I feel Exosen in the support is going to be an advantage for them. However, we still have to consider Tactical on the other side. Tactical has been on a tear. Garen being banned out means that Corki could still be picked for Grind Sky Esports. No adjustments whatsoever in the past or in the previous patch or in the during the last week. So I think that the momentum will still carry over, and it's going to be a 2-0. Let's go! 2-0 for Grind Sky.
Oh my God, 2-0. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. And as we said, the consequence, the loser, the one that doesn't get the most predictions, will be getting merch from the losing team. So there we have it. All Grind Skies, please screen cap this, guys.
Yeah,
Grind Sky.
no screen cap. No screen cap. No cap. Let's go.
Yeah,
FR.
And if you guys want to chime in, use the hashtag WCS and WCSPH, even hashtag Wild Rift Championship Seed, to chime in your predictions and also your insights. Big shout outs to Crazy Apple in his YouTube channel, Crazy Apple PH. He did break down Team Secret versus Grind Sky, which I think, it speaks volumes with how well Grind Sky is very coordinated. So, go for it, Autolus. I know that you have a few shout outs to give out.
I just would like to shout out the Philippine Wild Rift Guild Association. I think they're already watching right now.
Let's go.
It's a collection of guild leaders that has been trying to formulate something for the guilds and for the community of Wild Rift. Also, shout out to my guild, of course, all the guild.
There we go. Boom. Undefeated in the rehearsals. But I think we have a tweet ready. So let's check out that tweet. Again, use the hashtag WCS, hashtag WCSPH, and hashtag Wild Rift Championship C. Okay. Can't wait for what will happen in week 3 on WCSPH. Excited to see the underdogs pop off. Is it going to be another week of underdogs? It could be. I love the ride of the wave of momentum. I really wish I could pronounce that name. I'm not sure. But yes, thank you so much for tweeting that. Again, please use the hashtags. And also, do join us in the PPGL Discord. We will have a watch party there. So again, if you guys just want to hang out with us, even give your insights, we can definitely give your insights and shout outs here on the desk as well. Again, the community is very welcoming, and thank you guys also for welcoming me to the community. I'm very new to this, so I'm super excited for this game to pop off. But before anything else, let's talk about any I know we have predictions, but let's talk about like the picks and bans. Is there any lineup you think that's going to be viable for today between these two? Let's start with Deadeye here. Anything that going to be picked and banned before we head into it?
Well, I've mentioned with regards to Grand Sky Esports going to go for that APC, especially on the tactical side, and as well as the adjustments of Bow. Not only going to go for that fresh champion pick, but also for the enchanters here.
Right.
I think this is going to be one of the comfort drafts going for Grand Sky. But RRQ, we have mentioned not only the pick and bans here, the roster themselves. I think this is now the pretty solid roster they have just created here with Exosen on the support, Helios on this comfort role on the mid, and Devil J, the 6th man, now one of the starting 5 rather
First 5
for the side of RRQ. To be honest, this lineup, this roster, having a great performance and a high win rate here. I think this is going to be now, for me personally, their best roster for RRQ.
Okay. Wait, why did you grind Sky though? But yeah, RRQ.
Yeah.
That's why it's 2-1. That's why it's 2-1 though. I get you. I got you. Don't worry. Copying answers, Otto. I'm
I know.
reporting.
If we are going to talk about the champions picks and bans and trying to maneuver around the potential draft for these two teams, I feel both of them will come out with some cheese picks. Remember, RQ was the one who brought out Tryndamere in the mid lane,
Right.
a perfect fit for Helios. Some item shenanigans, I would say, could have saved that game against UDG. On game number 2, on the other side, we also have Grand Sky playing the Zed in the Baron lane. So it's hard to predict as to how the pick and bans will go. It's going to be, a chess match between Coach Kaigu and Coach Schreckmeister, both of which I am good friends with. So yeah, my prediction is just so I can get invited still, I guess. I know. Maybe if RRQ will invite me over to their
Hey,
bootcamp,
you'll change your prediction.
I'll flip over. Of course.
I knew it. There you have it. You need the auto lose buff. I think that's what they need. Aside
I'm
from
just good friends with almost everyone in the community, and it's actually making it harder for me. But at the same time, I get the benefit of get invited.
Yeah,
Let's go.
and I think also your insights are very sincere and genuine, and also you get real insight to like interviews. Obviously, there is that there are some things you can or can't say, but yeah, having you on the panel desk is very good as well.
I love
okay,
it.
before we head into it, I just want to ask Autolu, since you do have an academic background, between the two teams, give them a grading letter. A plus,
my
like
God.
on their performance so far. Let's go. Putting you on the spot here.
All right.
Okay,
Uno, cinco, ganun.
Yeah, 4, 4. Go.
Okay, so far RQ,
Dada, I'm gonna ask
Give
you the
them-
same question. Okay, so
I'll give them a 3 for now, a passing grade, because again,
Wait,
the
sorry.
expectations for them.
Which is the
Like,
highest one?
expectations-
Is the highest is 1 or
Uno.
Okay,
Let's go for that one.
Okay,
All right, Uno for the highest mark, and then maybe 2.75.
2.75. That's good.
above
Yeah.
average.
That's
or
the
something.
that's the pass above
I'm a terror
passing.
teacher, okay?
Okay,
Let
I
me
knew
just
it,
put it
terror
out there.
prof. Don't-
I won't give
enroll.
Uno, every day. And then for Grind Sky, because of what happened during week number 2 and them doing their homework while still being in the R&R, it's for me, it's going to be a good 1.75, I would say.
Wow,
So
that's
that's
high.
my rank.
Yeah,
for-
that's
for-
high.
so far, okay.
So far. Okay, it can still change, still subject to change. Terra Prof Autolus, thank you so much for your answer there. Deadeye, what kind of prof are you?
Okay.
Let's hear your
Let me
your
see the
grading
test
system.
paper. Let
wow.
me see the test paper.
Okay.
Actually, yeah. RRQ. Let's just say from RRQ from the A tier. Now they went into a B minus.
Okay, so you're
There
A.
you go.
Okay, you're A,
Just
B.
go for the
okay.
letters this
Not
one.
letters.
And, of
Okay,
course,
letters. Okay.
Grind Sky from C now into the letter A here. So I think we're just going to go for the progression here, and this series will still be an epic one for sure.
Okay, cool. I like it. The 2 Terra Profs are in, guys. I think the casters are ready. Is everyone ready at home? Please give your support in chat to your favorite teams. Casters, take us away.
And welcome back, everyone, to the first game of the Week 3, Day 1. I let you pitch an image last week for Grind Sky, right, Crazy Apple? But now I'll do one again today. No, I'm joking.
Let's go.
Maybe Crazy Apple is tired of the pictures that I've been drawing. But it's Grind Sky with shooting for the stars, not even just the sky right now in RRQ. The King of Kings with an upgraded assembly hall and walls last week. And now we're going to be your casters for today. I'm Dash, and I'm here with Crazy Apple. Crazy Apple, it's been quite a week. How are you doing today?
You know, that that week between week 2, week 3 just gave us a bit more time to rest, time to recuperate after that
Right.
wild week 2, man. If you remember, there's, as the panel has mentioned, it was a week of upsets. We saw a lot of these teams really taking each other out, and now we're coming into the pick and ban phase between our first series of the day, which is RRQ versus Grind Sky. And I don't know, Dash, I really enjoy you painting me a picture, and I wanna chime in to what the panel talked about earlier.
Yeah.
Since you were also a former collegiate player,
Yeah.
would you give a grade to RRQ and Grind Sky? Just a quick one.
Like right now, I can
Yeah.
go with for a quick one for RRQ would be 2.5, and for Grind Sky, just because they actually upped their grades last week, I think I could give a 2.0 just to be on the safer side.
respectable.
But you,
Respectable.
where are you gonna give them?
I think Emma, I think I want to put RRQ at 2.75, just passing, because I feel like they just got to this point where it feels they're where we expect them to be, but not overachieving that. For Grind Sky, I want to give them a 2 to 1.75 because I feel like
Yeah.
they're far exceeding expectations, and they could get better so much more. And yeah, we're getting into the pick and ban phase. While we're doing a bit of this banter, Dash, would you tell the audience what have been the bans so far?
Yeah, it has been the classic bans that we've been seeing so far. They banned this Olaf, which is kind of surprising for me, honestly, for the side of RRQ against Grind Sky, because there's not a lot of Olaf being used by Chinese so far, but maybe because they want to use something specific at the side of RRQ. That's why they wanted to ban that. Yes, the set is up, and RRQ is up and ready if ever they want to take it up.
Yeah, and as you mentioned,
Yeah.
exactly, they have picked up the set. I just also want to expound on that mention of the Olaf. I think they know that Grind Sky has been picking up the Yumi often. It hasn't been the most successful champion on the side of Grind Sky, but at least taking away one of those options who are Chianese to be able to utilize alongside a Yumi is a
Yeah.
good idea. It immediately takes focus away from that
Oh.
champion and puts a different focus right now for Grind Sky, taking away that Darius and the Lulu. Two, I think, very safe picks for the side of Grind Sky. Let's see what will be the answer for RRQ.
Yeah, Marky has been using a lot of Lux during the past weeks, and I hope they would be able to use. Yeah, they went in for the Yumi, so we're probably expecting Marky to go for an ADC here because it's the effective way to go against this. They want to pick up the Vayne together with the Yumi, which is also volatile, or rather hard it is for the Vayne to survive right there. But the Jax is also a possibility, as you said, and maybe they could pick that up to help Chaz get up and ready for this fight. But
Let's
okay,
go!
I wasn't expecting the Meow Meow connection to come out here, but yeah, it's open, so yes, they're gonna be taking it.
What a game that we're gonna get into, Dash.
Yeah.
First game, first series, week 3 of day 1, and it's gonna be one of the final series in terms of the round robin for the side of RRQ. They are gonna show the Meow Meow connection for this game. And the answer has been Ziggs. And I don't know, man, seeing a Ziggs against the Meow Meow connection, it feels like the Ziggs is just gonna explode later on.
Yeah, probably my thoughts correctly also there, Crazy Apple. Because honestly, if they have the Ziggs, yes, they have the satchel charges, but remember they have the final chapter also for the Yumi, which is why it's easy to get you onto a hold, especially against a Rengar. But now, the Meow Meow connection, last week we haven't seen it, just because everybody was just banning one or taking the other. But now with this, I think Grind Sky needs to double down. What's great about the what's bad about the Meow Meow connection is because they don't have a lot of ways to go for wave clears. Grind Sky needs to ban a lot of those champions that has a lot of wave clear, or an ADC at that. That's why they went in for the Vayne ban right here.
Yeah, at the same time, you were talking about how Grind Sky needs to take away a lot of these wave clear champions away from RRQ because that is the current weakness. They have also picked up the Zig, so at least one check mark off already for them. Final couple of bans have been that Morgana, which is I think a good ban for the side of RRQ, but still go into the hands of Grind Sky to maybe have another hypercare on the side of Tactical. Corki was the pick from last week that was very pivotal for Grind Sky, even getting a pentakill for Tactical. So it's still open. Could be something that Grind Sky picks up here.
Yeah, Lee Sin is also up for their side, but they went in for the Galio for most likely gonna go to the mid lane if ever, and they have Tactical onto the Ziggs. This might I'm not really sure about this one though. They have a lot of AP damage going to their side, but they need to give Chiani something to carry with.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of options. Yes, there's a Kha'Zix. We're probably going to be seeing a fight between the Rengar and the Kha'Zix, which is kind of something that I like. But because RRQ is doubling down on the Assassins, yeah, I think this is a good idea. They went in for the Assassins, so having at least a very beefy members or at least an AP champion rather than having an ADC would be a better option.
Yeah, I agree with that part for at least the last part.
Yeah.
Last pick right here from RRQ. But
Oh,
they have went
that's
with
great.
a marksman. Yeah, they have went with the initiator marksman, the one that sets up the place, which is
Yeah.
that Ashe. We have been seeing a bit more Ashe the past couple of days here in the WCS. Has been first picked up by UDG, then by Oasis. Now it's on the hands of RRQ. A lot of our more of marksmen that have been veterans
you go,
from the League EC scene has been picking this champion up. And the final pick coming from Grind Sky is that Graves, as you mentioned, we need something from Grind Sky that could help carry the team because a lot of AP damage coming out, but there's still two beefy tanks on their side, which is that
Yeah.
Darius and the Galio. This Ziggs and the Lulu will provide a bit more safety when they're in the Dragon Lane. I don't necessarily think they're gonna be in danger against this Ashe and Yumi in the laning phase. So maybe just gonna see a lot of that early passive laning phase from Grind Sky and from RRQ the bot side of the map. One thing that we really need to look at is gonna be how they're gonna utilize this Akali, because Akali is an assassin champion, and if she gets out of hand, it's gonna be really hard for Grind Sky to have any control over the map alongside this Meow Meow connection.
Yeah, and also with again the Meow Meow connection, as you said. I remember the first time that the Meow Meow connection has been used by UDG. It was also because there's a lot of pressure being taken by the other parts of the map. I remember them having an ADC during that time, and that ADC was able to absorb most of the pressure. That's why it went over my head the fact that Rengar could also carry the game. So right here, that is one of the problems that they need to face for the side of RRQ. Because they have an Ashe, you don't expect to deal a lot of damage. Yes, they have some CC. Rengar is the one absorbing most of the pressure. So it's gonna be hard for Chaz to be moving around because for sure, all of the CC would go to his side. And there's no one left to carry but Double J. So they
Yeah.
have only two options to their side.
Yeah, that's gonna be very tricky. I do agree with that. But a lane swap has occurred right now for RRQ. They have put their dual lane here in the mid lane because I think they're expecting that this Lulu right here is gonna be on the mid lane for Bambi. Bambi is one of our key players mentioned in the panel earlier. I thought he was gonna get maybe a carry champion here, maybe that Galio for a more supportive role. But this has been Grind Sky, I believe, have done this before. They're looking
Yeah.
at more of a funnel, I believe. So expect to see Chianese also sharing some of the golden XP there in the mid lane.
Yeah, also, it has been used in EU a lot, the Lulu mid, just for them to help out and carry the team, or rather, have an easier time for the jungle to go and rotate. Because Chianis would be the one that they're looking out for here. At least in Grind Sky, you know what they're going for. They want Chianis to go and get stronger as fast as they could. And that's why they had Bambi in the mid lane to at least rotate fast enough to help out Chianis whenever they can. And now they're just funneling a lot of resources to their side, which is great idea, to be honest, for Grind Sky.
Yeah, it's a great idea because as we've seen, Graves is also, I almost said Galio and Garen at the same time. Graves is one of these champions that also have late game potential, but Bambi getting jump.
Okay, he was jumped, and that was a great first blood for the side of RRQ. Got the kill just because Chaz was there, the good range, and also because they didn't respect the damage coming through
Chianis.
from him. And now bot lane might be the target. Helios is going to come in. He has the face breaker to work with, though there's the stun, the shield of the run. And this is going to be the kill pretty easily, but at least he was
no.
able to trade one. That went bonkers for the side of RRQ.
Indeed, bonkers. But at the same time, great trade right there for the side of Helios, who was able to get that 1-for-1, even though there were 3 people that are tower diving him. It really is more of the time spent by Grind Sky doing that right now. Their dual lane is not in the same position as Marky and Exocet are in the mid lane, with having a bit of that advantage and also tactical needing to back right there along with Bo dying. It's just a bit off tempo right now for Grind Sky. Great job to highlight Helios right there, but looks like both of the teams consolidating where they're gonna be at the map at this moment. Bambi still holding on to this mid lane as the sole Lulu there, while Chianese is doing a full clear over the jungle. Going back earlier, what we were talking about, the Graves before that kill with Chaz on Bambi. Graves is also this late game scaling champion where he gets a lot of items, gets a lot of these crits that can able to delete a lot of the melee champions in the game. And what do we see here? It comes from RRQ. It's the Akali, it's the Rengar. If they get in front of this Graves in the late game, they're just gonna explode with the buckshots coming for this Graves. So having this current funnel idea that we have, which we're expecting Grind Sky is gonna do for this Graves, could be a very good win condition right now for Grind Sky.
Yeah, honestly, it's kind of harder to pull off this side of RRQ. Whenever you have an assassin on your team composition is probably harder to pull off. And that is the reason why I'm kind of 50-50 on the side of RRQ right now. If they would be able to pull that off, at least the early game snowball, Chaz and Devil J would go really crazy, would go in a rampage during the whole game. But compared to what Grind Sky has on their team composition, we're just taking a look at how a 5v5 would work for them. Grind Sky has a more linear objective whenever it comes to fights. That's why it's kind of easier for them to do. So I wish RRQ would be able to pull that off right now, because getting this early advantage is really what they need right now.
Yeah, early advantage. We're getting to the first couple of objectives. It's going to be the Cloud Drake coming up. Grind Sky is the one first here. They are, as you said, the more linear composition. They're more front to back. Helios is in the flank and Meow Meow is in the mid lane, so there might be a potential for a fight here.
Yeah, Thrill of the Hunt coming in. Helios is gonna go with the showstopper onto the backline. They have the hero centers to work with to stop the Meow Meow connection from coming in. Look at the backline though. Helios is doing a lot for his team right here. And now Grind Sky, they don't have the positioning and they are now super low in HP, but nobody died. That was, wow, that was surprising, but RRQ still getting the Cloud Drake, which is good for them.
A great fight for both of these teams. More amazing or even greater for RRQ being able to secure that objective. At least no kills went to the side of RRQ. One thing though that I wanted to highlight there is that Helios went in and immediately targeted Bambi using the showstopper. He didn't go for the face breaker to be able to clump together Grind Sky members. Instead, he used himself as bait for Grind Sky to be distracted, and Bo might be getting a pick off here.
Yeah, not a lot of damage coming through, but they are gonna make it work because they're 4 members right now. Marky would be the next one, but they would be able to get 1 kill on Chaz, and now this is a very secure Rip Hurl for the side of Grind Sky.
Yeah, great pick-off right there. At least being able to secure this objective, but there might be a 4v5.
Yeah, they want to go for a fight. Face breaker onto the backside. Bambi is going to be the target. He flashed away, but it's not enough. They are going to get the CC. 2 members are going to fall down. They have the face breaker and the haymaker to at least get a kill for themselves. Marky might be the next. They might get a bonus though. Tante is being slowed down. Marky! Oh no, he's playing this so well, but here comes Chad. They might be able to get the kill, and there comes the Mega Inferno Bomb to the Meow Meow connection. And that's the final chapter. Onto the kill, and I think Chaz is gonna go down. Exosen is gonna be next to the chopping block. He's supposed to be a bonus, but still, he was able to survive.
Tactical's just going on fire this series. He's already 4-0-1, already has that Ludens. I expect when he goes back, either picks up a boot or maybe one needlessly large rod. Maybe both right now because of how ahead he is. He is at least with that item, with that Ziggs. Last week, he had that Pentacle on Cork, and right now, he's in good form to be able to carry the team for him. And right now, going into this replay we see right here where RRQ's tried to start out this fight. It was a 4v5 between these two teams. But yeah, as you mentioned, it's going to be hard for RRQ to be able to take this objective away from Grind Sky because they are a man down. They don't have their jungler, who is very pivotal here because he does have that smite. Great series of play from Tante to be able to get that honey fruit, and just, you know, tactical, just being untouched right here, being able to throw his bombs against the members of RRQ.
This is what we were saying a while ago, right, Crazy Apple? Whenever it comes down to when you're the one absorbing the pressure and when you're the assassin, it's gonna be hard for you to make plays. But Tante on the bot lane was able to apprehend 3 members. He wasn't expecting that to come in, but the enchanted crystal arrow was able to hit onto 1. The Meow Meow connection gonna come in, but that's a lot of pressure to the showstopper, and the hero's entrance won't be able to hit anyone. And Grind Sky just lost 1 member, and wow, Chaz and Exo7 just playing this well. That will change! Gets a perfect execution top side, but still, that was too close for comfort. They are gonna be taking the tower on the top side.
Yeah, grinds. Just action on different sides of the map right now. 4 members of RRQ are still on the Dragon Lane, while Chianis and Bambi right now are retreating from the top side of the map. Just taking stock of what happened right there. Tante, I think, was a blind pull into the Tribush. Getting three members of RRQ, and I think he got surprised as much as we were getting that pull. He didn't want to partake in any of that fight right there, so he immediately went away. Him getting hit by the arrow was a very good hit right there from Marky. Shaz waiting for his ultimate to be able to get the duration on for him to get that invisibility to be able to jump on Tante to finalize the kill for the side of RRQ. Great series of plays across the map for both of these teams.
What I'm scared of is that Chianis already has 2 items. He has the Solari Charge Blade and the Bloodthirster at, 8 minutes? And he has 7 KP. He was there the whole time. The whole fight's just gonna happen. Bot lane,
Another arrow.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto Chianis! And the Showstopper was the target, and Bo comes in with the kill, was able to stop down the damage. Marky doesn't deal a lot. He does have the slow though. But Grind Sky, they're just gonna be backing away with this. No CC from RRQ, but
CC chain?
Let that come in though. The final chapter was able to come in, but not
Devil
enough.
J!
Devil J comes in, perfect execution through the shurikens. Chianis is in trouble. Here comes the perfect execution, but Chianis is just so fed right now. That's why Grind Sky was able to get the 2 kills in the bot side.
And they're gonna transition that into an Infernal Drake take for Grind Sky. Still 1 member down for RRQ. They don't have any ultimates. This is gonna be a hard contest if they want to.
Yeah, no thrill at the hunt, but always low in HP, and that is gonna be an Infernal Drake being taken by the side of Grind Sky. So far, RRQ has been having a hard time. They don't have a lot of CC for Shaz to be sticking on those targets. Yes, they have the slow from Marky, but now they are the tower in the mid lane, which is what's important for them.
The trade right there, getting at least at mid lane turret for their side, at least keeping that turret close 2-2. Even the goal is very close right now, and Herald is gonna be in their control for the first part right here. Not sure yet if Grind Sky will be going for the contest. We see 3 members coming back from base. Looks like they won't reach it. Herald does go to the side of RRQ, but going back into the items, as you mentioned, Chianis, during that fight, he already completed the Bloodthirster and the Solari Charge Raid. And we were highlighting this guy earlier into the game because the team composition feels like built around him. Because Bambi is on that Lulu, as you mentioned. In other regions, they have been using this Lulu more as a funnel. And we saw that in that fight, how Chianis was just so ahead that when RRQ even tried to re-engage, they couldn't kill him. And that was those kinds of things where you don't expect that to happen, because usually maybe in scrims, maybe in solo queue, this Graves might not be that fed, right? Because he has a Bloodthirster, he's able to heal off, able to get a bit of more durability in longer fights. So yeah, this Chianis right now on this Graves is poised to carry this game. Even has that BF sword. Looks like he's gonna go for a 3rd item, Infinity Edge. He's gonna hit like a truck whenever this Rengar and this Akali will just jump on his team, and he's gonna be able to defend them with damage.
Yeah. What I can say though is Chianis, this Graves has his cigar, and that's really great. Yeah, it's not as great as a Master Yi, but remember, he has 3 blades on his hand, so yeah, it's almost the same. He has 3 blades while holding the shotgun on him, so Chianis is just as scary as he could be right now. And we're still waiting for the Jetix to come out. That's why most of the members of RRQ are just spread around. This is what's hard when you have a Yuumi on your side, right? You don't have as much pressure as a fight. You're supposed to go for 5v5 fights every time just because you have a Yuumi, just because you're always on a 4v5. And it's why it's hard, and you need to always force fights. But Grind Sky is not giving that. Though, look at this. They have the shield already onto Chianis, and they were forcing him to get away. The perfect execution is not there, and that's a kill. Just a fast one right there. Sweep under the rug for Grind Sky.
Yeah, and their Herald is some on the top side. They tried to defend.
Oh, was able to hit on the Hero's Entrance onto 2. They were able to get the tower. No Showstopper won't be able to hit a lot of members, but there you go. There's the face breaker to work with. Final chapter. Bo is just so tanky, but it doesn't matter. That's 4 members on him. RRQ takes the kill and takes the tower to the top side, but bot lane, oh no, Grind Sky is taking them down. Look at the top side. Everybody is just stopping them from getting the push. They can't get the recall. Tante is sacrificing his life just for them to buy some time to get the inhibitor turret onto the bot side. Yes, they would be able to take this, and it's too late for RRQ.
Yeah, it is too late. The inhibitor bot lane turret is down for the side of RRQ. They have an exposed
Double J.
lane. Devil J, though, might be seeing two people here.
Yeah, perfect execution. Bambi was left alone, and here comes. Oh, no, he's gonna be the
no.
sacrifice. He's just gonna be pretty dead right here. Just the Kagebunshi from Double J, just running around with all those jutsus that he has right now. So yeah, Double J takes him down, and Grind Sky. Yeah, they were able to take the inhibitor turret, so they're just so happy right now.
Yeah, the ninja moves coming from Devil J, even singling out a target right there.
Yeah.
Waiting, seeing that Chianis finish his recall, feels bad, man. Like if I was Bambi, I was like, no, why did you leave me? But at the same time, it's just, those things that happen, right? Chianis might have been looking at the map, might have been opening the shop, but it's also, look at the gold for Chianis.
Right. Yeah.
He is 14,503. He has completed 4 items, and it's the Mountain
Going
Ring
for
for
Baron?
GS. But RQ, right, is going for the Baron.
Yeah, they're calling for the Baron. They don't have a lot of damage to work with this year, but never
so
mind what I
fast.
said. That was so fast. They took it. Pretty fast. RRQ just bought themselves some time, and that was not expected from Grind Sky. And now they're gonna get punished just because the RRQ was able to take this. They bought themselves some time, and that was exactly what they needed.
Exactly what they needed in terms of buying more time for their team, but at the same time, late game potential for both of these teams. Chianis is about to hit that point where he's just gonna. I think he's already at that point. Just gonna burst down the Akali, just gonna burst down the Rengar. But the thing is, Rengar is moving towards that here. There's the Navori Quick Blades, the Solari Charge Blade, and also the Trinity Force. If he adds IE there while also having the Yumi, he might just have enough durability and damage to just immediately delete the Graves whenever he's not with his team. But if you look right now how the movement of Grind Sky is, Graves always has 2 escorts, and that's the Lulu and the Galio. So if they never leave his side, he can just be this one-man army right now for the side of Grind Sky. But with the Baron buff, Arc is
The
able
hunt.
to shove the side lanes.
Yeah, not as same as the Morgana Lulu, but still, that is something that you need to look out for. There's a lot of CC going through for the side of Grind Sky, and Chianis is just in the center of it. And they can just take them down if ever they want to, but the Baron buff is just proving to be very detrimental for the side of Grind Sky. They can't even shove their waves. They're having a hard time though. And yeah, they have tactical to go for a wave clear, but because RRQ is spread around, it's hard for them to defend. It's hard for him to defend all these lanes.
Yeah, and Dash, just look at the items as well. We're seeing so many Black Cleavers. Like we've seen that from the past couple of weeks. Even the Ashe right now has a Black Cleaver. It shows them the importance right now to take away that armor from the Graves, because Graves has this passive where he gets more armor. The True Grit, I believe, is called. So taking away that will give a lot more close to true damage for the side of Araki whenever Chaz and Marky does get the jump on him. And because this Akali right now is getting to that point where she also just gonna deal a truckload of damage. It's gonna be a bit tricky for Grind Sky whenever they navigate to these fights. We still haven't really seen the front to back from the side of Grind Sky because it just hasn't happened yet, because Araki has been playing the map more, has been going for these 4v1s, 4-0-1 setups where you're trying to pick up members of Grind Sky and push for a win, which Grind Sky just reverse Uno card them and went to the push in the bot side. But the answer for RQ has been, let's not prioritize where the Graves is. Let's prioritize our own, where our vision is, where we have taken control of the map, and they have went for the Baron, which they have taken earlier. And now we're at 16 minutes into the game. It looked like Grind Sky was in a very good position, but because of the macro plays for RRQ, if you look at the gold, RRQ is in the lead at 5,000 gold. So it's just been this macro-based game with a bit of kills for the side of RRQ, but still, this game can turn super fast.
Yeah, it's hard to go for front to back, especially that they have Helios on their side. They have the set. It's easy for them to disrupt their formation whenever they go for it. And also, there's the presence of 2 assassins on their side. There's not a lot of damage coming through because, he went in for Morellinomica. They might go for a fight here, though. They're doing a lot of damage onto Helios. Their gauge has been popped already. And Grind Sky, even though that we said a while ago that they're going to have a hard time, they're pushing this, and that's a damage coming through to their side. Hero Sanchez onto the backside. They were able to get the kill already. Grind Grind Sky are just crumbling during the pressure. Showstopper on the backside, and they got all the kills that they need. RRQ didn't even flinch, and that might be the game. 40 seconds of the dead timers.
It looked like Grind Sky was forcing the issue right there in RRQ. If you're not gonna pull the trigger, we're just gonna take your base. And what did RRQ did? They baited him in, let them get 2 towers, waited for Chaz to get the perfect jump on the backline. Look at the map. Look at where Chaz is. He's at the blue buff side jump. He's near the wolves, and he's gonna get the jump as soon as the engage goes for RQ, along with the final chapter. Is able to immediately delete Bambi and Tante. It's gonna be a 3v2. Xiaomi's needed both of these members to be able to defend himself. It's gonna be the game for RQ.
RRQ taking game 1. That was super fast for them, especially that was playing to their win conditions. Honestly, they just played around what they can during the whole time. They just use their assassins, they just use the Meow Meow connection. I want to highlight Devil J during that game. He was the one, because Chaz was absorbing a lot of pressure from the members of Grind Sky. Devil J was left alone and was always there and was really underestimated most of the time. But because he was able to take out Tante really fast, that just made it easy. Losing that front line for the side of Grind Sky was very crucial.
Right, but to be fair as well, Devil J was the player who really was a distraction, but I feel like he died twice where he didn't need to. Especially when he tried to jump Chi and he's in the bot side. He really wanted to make plays. You can see what kind of player this guy is. He's a very flashy player who wants to make plays whenever he can. And I think that was the best opening for Grind Sky because from that play when Devil J died, Xianis and Bambi was able to push the bottom side and able to open up the inhibitor there. But the thing is, late game, I really feel RRQ has a better idea of how to win games off of that. If we've noticed in the past couple of weeks, they're just this team that really drags a game to like 20 minutes, 50 past 18 minutes, and you could see the discipline as well from RRQ in that last fight. They didn't budge, as you mentioned. They didn't flinch in that fight, and just really good execution overall for RRQ in winning that last fight, not being scared and knowing what their win conditions are.
Yeah, especially with the Meow Meow connection that they had there. That was always been a constant threat, especially for tactical on the backside for the side of Grind Sky. But we're forgetting something for the side of Grind Sky during the whole time. It was because Xianis was funneled all this gold. Whenever he falls down during a fight, there's nothing else that they can do. Just because he's the only one who has almost all of their resources. Yes, they were protecting him. And because Tante was actually down a lot of gold, because he's also just being the front line during the whole fight, Devil J had the chance to get these items. Getting that Rabadon's Death Cup on the last part before they went in for the fight. And because they don't have enough magic resist, because Chaz and Marky were the ones putting the pressure, it was easy for Devil J to actually put himself up there. And that's why they were able to just take out Tante, just snowball it in their favor. Yes, Grind Sky played that well, but because it's a composition in we're front, it's actually a composition that was built for the front to back. They have the set, they have 2 assassins. That just disrupts your positioning every time.
Right. I love how you pointed out that, Dash. Especially, Set is the kind of champion that stops or dismantles a front-to-back composition. But at the same time, Grind Sky didn't really play it, as you mentioned, like a front-to-back composition.
Right.
They played it often as a split-push composition. And it feels like they kind of knew that. But at the same time, Tante wasn't getting ahead in his matchup. It wasn't even him going against his counterpart already. It was Xianis going against Devil J, and it's just RRQ was just able to get pressure or put pressure on Grind Sky where Xianis wasn't, because if they went against Xianis during those times when they went during that mid part of the game, Xianis could have very well finished them off and they're able to get a larger lead against them. And it's just RRQ playing the map, knowing where pressure is to be able to stretch Grind Sky thin, even getting a lot of these man advantages over the map. And you could also see like RRQ is not only this macro heavy team, they're not only this very brain heavy team, you could say. They're also very skilled mechanically, and combining these two going against Grind Sky really gave them that edge.
There you
and
go.
see here, player of the game, still Devil J. And yeah, I fully agree with your points right there. I just think that there could be some elements of that game for RRQ to clean up a bit to be able
Yeah.
to get that win. But at the
For
same
sure.
time, looking at how Grind Sky did their overall game plan, I don't think they should feel bad after game one.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of things that they did right, and it's just those small things that RQ was able to get that edge over Grind Sky. I think coming into game 2, it's not gonna be a Grind Sky that changes too many things. We might just gonna see a repeat of these compositions with a bit of adjustment for both.
All I can say for the last part of this, if you're not seeing a lot of damage from Devil J during the whole time, it honestly, it doesn't really matter that he didn't really deal a lot of damage, because most of the time he was just actually getting onto Tante or everyone who is going for the split pushes on their side, and that's probably the reason why they had more damage on this one though, which is why it was really hard to actually make it work, right? Crazy Apple, but still, because of that one crucial fight that he was able to win, that was enough. That was enough for him to gain this player of the game MVP slot right now. But still, that was a great fight for both of our sides. Both of our teams played it really well, honestly. It's now going to be backs against the wall for Grind Sky, because yes, it's a 1 win already for the side of RRQ. Now, this might be the change that they're looking for. But before we go for game 2, we're just going to be taking a short break, everyone. We have been your casters for today. I'm Dash, and I was here with Crazy Apple. See you guys in just a bit for more Wild Rift action.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
And welcome back, everyone, to the second game of the series. And it was a really decisive win for RRQ. They just played it well. They just played it as patient as they can, even though that they're losing on the earlier stages of the game. They were able to make it work, put out the catapults and also their trebuchets, and were able to take down Grind Sky from the sky. And again, we're going to be your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash, and I'm here with Crazy Apple. Crazy Apple, what are your thoughts about that game?
For one thing, we were talking about how RRQ is this very macro heavy team, and at the same time they have the mechanics to boot. And I think just the perfect combination of that was that last fight.
Yeah.
They were very patient, very disciplined, really caught them in this spider's web of a trap where Grind Sky couldn't get away from, and they just jump at that perfect opportunity. I love how you're mentioning trebuchets and boulders, and I think the team that had that was Grind Sky, and off cam we're talking about itemizations with the zigs. And Dash, would you care to talk about why you think, tactical, even though getting ahead, wasn't really that effective?
Yeah, I was about to say about the parabolic motion that Zig's bombs could come out, and I was imagining the trebuchets, the catapults coming out. Yeah, and Grind Sky falling down. So yeah, it's the same thing for Grind Sky. It was because Tactical didn't really have the item geared towards what they want to go for. They wanted Tactical to deal a lot of AoE damage because Giannis's damage is not going to be enough for them to get the kill there. During the last parts, I've seen Tactical having a Morellonomicon, which is great, to be honest, just for them to mitigate some of those, or rather slow down, reduce the healings that has on the side of RAQ. But because he went for that, they're losing a lot of damage that after doing some burst damage, there's someone to clean it up, which is supposed to be Giannis. But because they don't have that poke potential that I was expecting from Tactical, I don't know if he was able to build the Rapidos on the last stages of the game, but because he didn't have that at the earlier parts, it was time for RRQ to turn things around. And that is where they fell through during the last part and during the last clash, in where they just got taken down really fast. And that was flawlessly taken down by RRQ. Not even one of them fell down.
And none of them needed to play that Kali to have perfect execution. Everyone could just have that trait right now and skill on the side of RRQ. And I love how you pointed that out, really, because it was also this thing where we mentioned that you mentioned that it was more a linear composition. It's going to be this front to back composition for the side of Grind Sky, and they never really played that way. They did some setups. We've seen in the objective takes for Grind Sky where it looked like they were trying to go for these front to back composition, but having the set, going against a set, it's really hard to have any sense of front to back, especially when you have this singular big tank in front of your team, because you can just pick that guy off, use the showstopper, and utilize that guy's HP against you. And that's good. It feels like you're shooting yourself in the foot when you're put in that kind of position, right? If the other team has that set. So right now, I really think there has to be this change with Grind Sky. Yes, they did a lot of things right coming into game 1, but coming to game 2, they might look into maybe let's take away the set, or maybe go back to some of the champions that were very successful in the week 2.
Yeah, it was really awkward, especially for Giannis, to not have any champions for his side, considering that they already went through the draft a while ago. It was hard to pick something that could carry them on the later stages. Yes, they got the Lulu. Yes, they got the Galio. And that probably is also the reason why RRQ had it easier, because they had the jungler on their side. Kha'Zix wasn't really a good pick there, because you don't expect a Kha'Zix to be able to carry the game unless on 170-30 chances that he would be able to get the early game and snowball out of control. But yeah, I think Graves was a great pick, but it wasn't enough for them to deal the damage. And yeah, remember, Corki was open a while ago and they weren't able to pick it.
Yeah, Corki was open earlier, and now RRQ banned it away because seeing that, hey, maybe Grind Sky is going to go for these champions that were very successful last week. But one of the key champions that are strong in the meta that we've seen so far is that Jace. And Jace has been picked up by Grind Sky, which most probably is going to go into the hands of a solo laner, either on Tante or Bambi. I wanted to touch upon this before RRQ picked it, but they are so fast with their picks. Set and Gragas has been picked for the side of RRQ, and I want to mention Set was again open, and we've seen RRQ utilize these kinds of champions.
Yeah,
it's gonna be hard for Grind Sky.
Yeah, and they have Exos Gragas again. He has been playing this Gragas pretty well, and most of the time it is always banned And what's hard about this is that Chaz could also use this if he wants to. So now, at least they know what's up on the side of Grand Sky. They needed to pick the Vayne up. They needed to have some damage, and they need to something to alleviate that pressure. Yes, what's good about this is they're picking a lot of champions who cause a lot of damage on the side of Grand Sky. They just need to work it out on the end stages of the draft. Garrett and Darius is still open, so that might be a potential pick for RRQ and Grand Sky.
Yeah, but Dash right now, and Grind Sky does have a lot of damage, but they have a lot of attack damage. So they might want to look into some other options coming into the second part of the pick and ban phase. The last pick coming from RRQ is that Ashe. Right now it looks like they are lacking this heavy damage dealer. Ashe is a marksman, but the thing is, she's not the kind of marksman that really scales well into the late game compared to these other late game marksmen like the Vayne, or maybe even the Tristana with her attack speed steroid. So maybe RQ will need to look for that damage dealer, which I think right now Grind Sky is doing a good job of in trying to take away some of the possible damage that might come from RQ.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of damage coming in from the side of RRQ being taken down here. Yes, they don't have a lot of damage still, but what I like about this is that they double down the CC. So they're expecting other options for maybe Chaz and also for Devil J again to go for the carry, and they get this set again to Helios just for them to get a lot of work done, like what they did a while ago. I like that they banned the Renekton. I forgot to point that out. Devil J and Tante has been using the Renekton every time. And it's a good thing that they have a lot of other options on their side. Bambi might be able to get the Garen here if ever they would be able, if RRQ won't be able to deny that against them. But still, what they're missing is for Vayne to deal a lot more damage. They don't have CC. They need to make it work just for them to stick on the right targets for the side of Grand Sky.
They also need a tank right now, because Vayne is really good when you have these beefy tanks in the front line doing a front to back composition. Let's see here maybe what they're gonna pick. I feel like they might go for, okay, they picked a Braum. They might go for a Galio, seeing that it's still open.
Wow.
Yeah, we haven't seen Braum yet, man.
It's been a while.
It's been a while, and it's a champion I think is very useful against RQ, because his stand behind me, his shield can block the tidal wave, can block the arrow, can block the explosive cast. So it's very good right now. There's a lot of things that he can block on the side of RQ.
I would say,
but Grind Sky doubles down on a comfort champion, going for that Garen.
I can see where this is going. Grind Sky wants to go for that composition that it's been doing with not the right champions during game 1. Now with this, with the Jace, with the Garen, with the Vayne Braum, they can do the split push whenever they want to, because at least they have the options for that. They have the Garen, who is really good solo. Jace has a lot of damage, and there's not a lot of champions on the side of RQ that could potentially 1v1 most of this. Yes, they have the Riven, but no one else could 1v1 this champion. So yeah, RRQ, more of the 5v5 situation, but I'm kind of losing on the damage department. You're not expecting a Nash to do a lot of damage, but it doesn't matter if everybody CC'd, right? So I think that is what RRQ is looking for here. They have a lot of debuffs on their side. But on the side of Grind Sky, they're more of a damage composition. They have a lot of things to work with. They have the split push. They're probably gonna steer clear out of the 5v5 because they don't want to get comboed by RRQ.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Grind Sky, they have, I think our eyes right now for the side of Grind Sky is going to be on Bo, on that Braum, because a lot of the long range engage that RQ wants to do or could do in this game can be blocked by this Braum.
Right.
So we're gonna look at Bo on where he's gonna be positioned with the team, how he's gonna interact well, and how he can very well protect his whole team from getting hit by a lot of these stuff coming from RRQ. Looking at where the champion goes, though, it's very interesting because they have put Set in the jungle while they have put Gragas in the top side of the map. Usually when we see Gragas in the Baron lane, that means he's gonna be going as a tank. So expect to see 2 beefy tanks for RRQ. Yes, it's not the most ideal setup to have your Ashe as be the hyper carry, but maybe, just maybe, given enough time, Ashe can tickle enough of the Grind Sky members to be able to kill them when she has 2 of these beefy tanks in front of her.
Yeah, and also if ever he itemizes really well together with the Black Cleaver later on marketing with the Blade of the Ruined King, maybe he's gonna be dealing some damage. It takes a long time, but at least they're getting slowed down anyway. So yeah, that's kind of a slow burn if ever that happens. So RRQ just needs to play around this. I was kind of expecting that Helios would go to, or rather, this Riven would go to the jungle, but it didn't happen. Bambi now half on HP. But still gonna be putting up the pressure in the mid lane. But just really unfortunate that he lost that first trade against Helios.
A good trade right there from Helios, utilizing the dash well with a bit of auto attack cancel, getting immediately that health lead. I think Bambi got caught off guard seeing Helios there because Helios utilized his dashes to jump over the wall and put down that ward, which Chianis immediately saw. We see a bit of interaction right now here between the mid laners and the jungles. But looks like there's gonna be a fight.
Yeah, face breaker onto them, and they were able to pull them back with the dash, and that is gonna be the haymaker from Chaz, securing it together with Ignite from Helios. And that is a good first blood on the side of RQ.
You could really see why people are saying Shaz is the best jungler right now, but there could be a 4-man dive in the bot lane.
Okay, not going to be able to hit the bubble though. Tactical going to be the target. No, he's going to flash away. They have everything to work with. The key burst was able to hit, but not enough for them to get the damage in. And I was saying, RQ doesn't have a lot of damage, but they do have a lot of CC.
Yeah, they do have a lot of CCs. So seeing even the double bubble right there, just kind of rubbing salt on the injury right there for Grind Sky, pushing them away from that turret, lessening the amount of XP and gold that this Vayne and Braum duo could pick up. Good pressure right there from Grind Sky, immediately running towards the bot side of the map with Shaz, although Chiani's looking for a kill here.
Okay, top side. LJ going to be the target, but not going to be hitting the Sonic Wave. So RIQ, I like the fact that Chaz is just going to the bot lane, just putting the pressure on Tactical, just for them to delay the Tactical from getting the items that he needs before he pops off.
Right, and it really gives this moment of opportunity right now for the RRQ bot lane to keep bullying the Braum and the Vayne. We weren't able to highlight this earlier, but right now, looking at this Dragon Lane duo for RRQ, they are both long-range champions, have range poke, who can essentially bully out the Braum. Braum can still block a lot of things, but in this early parts of the game, he is not going to have a good time going against this Nami and this Ashe. But with Wild Rift, how it is, we're getting into the 4-minute mark. There's a high chance we're gonna see a lane swap where the mid lane is gonna go to the Dragon lane, where the Dragon laners go to the mid lane. But looks like it's not gonna happen yet. Both dual lanes right now pathing towards the bot side of the map while we near the Rift Herald and the Cloud Drake that's gonna come up in about 40 seconds.
Yeah, 40 seconds at the clock before they come up. And I think Helios has his first item after he backs away from this. So this is going to be great for them. Good timing if ever Helios would be able to back away. And they have the Black Cleaver on his hands already. That is going to be big item advantage for the side of RQ, which is what's important. I really like that they put this this priority onto Helios. And now with this Black Cleaver, this is going to be hard for Grind Sky.
Yeah, as mentioned by Autolus, we usually see these Black Cleavers when teams are going for these early game objective takes. I mean, you see more Black Cleavers, that kind of tells you that idea from them that they really want to go for these objectives early on. We also see Devil J just going for the recall. I believe he is about to hit that 3k gold mark. Looks like he might be going for that Ludens, but the Rift Herald has already been started.
Okay, Tauntay gonna be the target, pulled back onto a face breaker, and that's gonna be almost hitting the bubble onto Chianis. That was kind of scary for the side of Grand Sky. I think this is gonna be taken down. They know, RQ knows that they have the advantage. Tauntay is now low in HP, barrier has been popped, but not enough to save his life right there, and that is gonna be the kill for the side of RQ.
And the trade for Grind Sky, they did lose that Herald, they did lose a player on Tauntay, but a lot of damage right now. Bambi dealing to that bot lane, Dragon lane turrets. Two plates are already down. Both teams still not starting out that Drake. We see recalls right now, but seems like to me with the pace of where RRQ is now, they can get control of this Cloud Drake. We might see another fight here in the coming few seconds. Helios trying to look for where Bambi is, but at the same time, at least Grind Sky, even though losing that objective, they were able to get something out of it.
Yeah, and as we said a while ago, because they have the Black Cleaver onto one person a while ago, that's the reason why they won that fight. But now it's a 4v5 onto the Dragon. Showstopper onto 4 to get him with a face break, and they might be able to get this though. That is a good Cloud Dragon take, but they are now on a 4v4. Not a good fight to be in. Babby takes out the backside, was able to get the kill. Helios now has the priority right here with his stun to the Keeper. Stante might get a quadra kill onto his side, but it has been denied. Triple kill onto Helios, but now it's a 4-for-1. Good advantage for RQ again.
Yeah, 4-for-1 with getting that, not getting that Drake though. Grind Sky does get it, but the mid lane outer tier turret does fall for our RQ's advantage right now. Helios is snowballing on that Riven. 4-0-2 already, and we've seen Helios play this champion, being very proficient, and yeah, right now, RRQ taking the early game lead in this game.
Yeah, wow, this is just so great for RQ. They're just winning a lot of this fight, and yeah, you can break this down, Crazy Apple.
Yeah, the replay, it shows right here how there was no hesitation coming from Chaz. Immediately went in, used a showstopper, got a triple face breaker. Just really the CC chain from RRQ. As we were mentioning earlier, RRQ has a lot of crowd control on their team. They might not have a lot of damage, but they're trying to defend the top side of the map.
Tidal wave denied by Bo, but not enough though, because the showstopper is here again to get him with a haymaker. That just makes it so that they would be able to get the kill. Tactical was able to get one. Not a lot of damage from RQ. Helios is coming in. Here comes the damage, and I think Tactical is just gonna be sacrificing his life for his teammates. A lot of low HP members, but they don't have any flashes on the side of RQ. They're just gonna be backing away from this.
Yeah, Helios still being very, very intimidating for Grind Sky, just boxing out members from Grind Sky. And yeah, Tactical was in no man's land, couldn't get away already, needed to commit to that fight. Another turret goes to the side of RQ. Now RQ has 2 turrets to 1 compared to Grind Sky. But we look at the items, Helios is not going for a lot of damage route, because we sometimes see some Rivens go for Black Cleaver, then go for Solari Charge Blade. On the other hand, right now he has that Death Stance because he already has a lot of damage without getting hit by the arrow.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. That's good that Bo was able to get a stand behind me, and the door was there, and it was not open though. So it is RRQ just being taking that down. Chianese getting the Dragon's Rage. Not gonna be continuing the fight though. It's a 5v5. I think Grind Sky doesn't want to go for this though. Tidal Wave comes in, not enough damage. The backline has been taken over. A flash has been burned on the side of Grind Sky. That was mission complete for RRQ because Rift Herald is gonna come up.
Yeah, Rift Herald is also summoned here in the mid lane, I believe. Just so, because the Herald's about to be up, it's gonna expire. So let's just throw in the mid lane, see what happens. A lot of the members from Grind Sky did come back from base. Let's see if we can get a charge. It looks like it's gonna complete 1 charge. So if RRQ is able to grab that Rift Herald, get at least, well, not get a lot of deaths. When they do take that objective, it's gonna be good for them because they could summon in the mid lane and break open the mid lane for Grind Sky.
This is not a fight that they want to go for. Look at how much items, how much gold Helios has in this game. Yes, he went for the Death Stance, as you said, and it has been helping him out, getting that extra oomph on the damage and extra resistances from the Death Stance with the Omnivamp. It's real helpful for the side of RQ. And they can even contest this though. It's not in a good position. Look at how Chaz positioned himself, and that arrow would be able to hit onto the backside though. Devil J comes in, and the showstopper again to the face break. It's just so much for Grind Sky to deal with. They don't have a lot of damage to work with anymore. Tactical can't even position himself well, just because it was just so much CC coming from the side of RQ. Bambi would be the next on the chopping block. That's gonna be a 3-4-0. RQ just playing this flawlessly.
Yeah, and Dash, that was a route for Grind Sky. It all started with the arrow from Marky, and if you saw Devil J flashing over the wall, using his crowd control abilities to hold Grind Sky there. Yes, RQ doesn't have as much damage, so we're not seeing a lot of members of Grind Sky like immediately popping, like their HP bars immediately being depleted. But because of the crowd control, they can't get away. They just kept getting hit and hit and hit with multiple jabs coming from RRQ, eventually getting these kills, and RQ just beautifully utilizing the crowd control that they have, has gotten a very significant advantage at this point. 3-1 in turrets, 6,000 gold ahead right now. But Grind Sky is looking for a play here in the top side.
Yeah, going to the top side, but not really seeing anyone just yet. I think they have been discovered here onto the side of the map or the side of Grind Sky. Exosen knows his positioning pretty well, but yeah, it's been quite a while that we're going to be seeing the arrow almost getting the hit on Grind Sky. That could have been one death already. Marky has been playing this Ash really well, especially for those starts on the Enchanted Crystal Arrows.
And you were mentioning earlier the item build path for this Ash. You see, it's good. It was or it is the Black Cleaver second for Marky right here. So it adds that layer of armor shred. Even though there's not a lot of armor right on the side of Grind Sky, if they ever choose to build these items, it's going to be very inefficient for their side. Also, I want to highlight Helios. He still hasn't built a lot of these very damage heavy items. He has that Jorum's Fist, so I feel like he might be going for us Sterak Sage later on. Arrow though, almost hitting.
Yeah, I was kind of scared for Bambi there, almost getting hit by an Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and that is, as you said, that adds an extra layer of Black Cleaver armor shred, but it also adds the extra ability haste for Marky. That's why it's easy for him to just spam these arrows whenever he can, and RRQ is just gonna capitalize, get the kill, run away. So far, that has always been the start of the fight for the side of RRQ, and Grind Sky hasn't been able to get answers. They don't even have QSSs. QSSs? Yeah?
QSS.
Yeah.
Quicksilvers.
Yeah.
Sashes.
Yeah, that's it. You get my point, right? Crazy Apple, but still,
Right.
yeah. I was
got
expecting
you.
them to go for that, but still, they don't have it yet on their hands because they can't go for that route yet. Because they want to get the items because they need to get that damage. That's why they can't go for that yet. And now Riff Herald in the mid lane just gonna be taking this tower.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like Grind Sky can do anything about it at this point. RQ is too strong. 600 HP on this Herald, not gonna get another tackle on the mid lane inhibitor turret. But yeah, at least Grind Sky was able to hold it off. They were mispositioned, they were there to go for the defense. But at this point, we have to think about how Grind Sky could get back into this game. And I think the answer is late game. They need to get to the point where Vayne can carry the game for them, and there's still a lot of melee champs on the side of RRQ that she can eventually shred. Chiani's going for a play?
Yeah, Chianese went in, Dragon's Rage, she pushed him back up, and that's gonna be the Enchanted Crystal Arrow to the tidal wave! What was that? That was good play coming in from RQ again. They're just layering all the CCs against them. Tante left alone against 3 members. That's 3 beefy members though, Tante. Won't be able to get the kill, but now it's a 2-4-0. RRQ gets in that advantage, might be able to get another inhibited turret here.
Yeah, an inhibitor turret does fall. It's gonna be a huge advantage right now for RQ. They're about to hit 13 minutes in the game. Baron's about to be up. Bo trying to wrestle for some control over his jungle to get some vision right now, because he knows the next point of contention is gonna be this Baron. He is very far into enemy territory. Tante and Bo have been spotted by that ward from RQ. But I guess we're going to a replay right here, seeing that fight from the top side. And yeah, as you mentioned when you were play-by-playing this fight, just the layer of CC from RQ will enable them to just whittle down the members of Grind Sky. And also, this fight started with Chiani's immediately using his ultimate, so there was no chance for maybe a pick coming from Grind Sky, because Chiani's already used it and hit only 2 members with this Dragon's Rage. It's going to be hard for them at that point to get any more mileage out of that. But right now, both objectives are up on the map. Ocean Drake is up. Chaz is already starting that Drake with only 4 members of RQ right now in the mid lane, and RQ looks to be looks like their eyes are set to finish this game. Because look at the items. Marky has finished the Sorari, Charge Blade, the Sterak Cage is already on Helios. They have across the board 1 to 1.5 items advantage against Grind Sky, and RQ will now look to position themselves into this Baron, maybe baiting out a fight from Grind Sky.
Yeah, I mean, that's a 10k gold lead we're looking at right now, Crazy Apple. So that's why it's really 1 item advantage onto the side of RRQ. They're just using it in their favor. They're just snowballing this game, and they're just building a lot of resistances on their side, because what they don't really need a lot of damage anymore, because they're so ahead that Dragon's Rage was able to get it onto Exosen, and this is exactly what they needed to do. They wanted to go for this very cheeky picks, get some shutdown golds. They were able to take down Exosen.
Yeah, Exosen tried to check vision. He used the bubble in the middle of that bush. Unfortunately for him, Chianese was so near to him. He was on the near side of that bush, was able to get the pick off with the kick. And yeah, as you mentioned, great job right there from Grind Sky, able to get that pick off. It buys them a bit more time now to get a bit more gold, but still, it doesn't change. It doesn't budge the whole picture that much for their
Yeah.
side yet. If, as you mentioned, 10k, 11k gold advantage right now for RQ, and where is that advantage mostly? It's on the top side. Ante right now on this Garen is having a bad day. He's only 033, only has 2 items, and he's 3,000 gold behind Devil J, who has built pure damage on this Gragas.
Yeah. Double J just really on the better side of things. On the side right now for RQ. And it's really hard for them to go for fights right now. They don't even have damage. Dante doesn't really survive that long for fights, and that's gonna be it.
another
That's
arrow.
gonna be the Unbreakable, not even getting any hit on their side. Showstopper on the backline. Tidal Wave was able to hit, and they had a lot of CC. Tactical wasn't even able to do anything right there,
Oh
and
my
they
God.
just got all taken down on the side of Grind Sky. RQ are just making work of the item advantage, and now they might be able to end this game. Bambi left alone with his own devices, with his hammer. What are you gonna do, Mr. Future? Are you gonna be able to save Piltover? No, you're not gonna be able to do that. Bambi is just gonna fall down, and
Oh
that
my
is
God.
it. RRQ gets the win, gets a 2-0 against Grind Sky.
Congratulations, RRQ, to proving the whole panel wrong with their predictions for this
Oh,
game
yeah,
with
right.
a 2-0 against Grind Sky and Dasher. You could really see RRQ. It's a different RQ that we've seen from week 1 and week 2. This is a more consistent RRQ. You can see this is a more practice RRQ because Exosen has been in that support position for a couple of days now. So it's been a very different RRQ that we've seen, and just a lot of these plays have been started out with Morty, with Exosen, but Helios, man. Helios has played out of his mind in game 2.
Yeah, all I can say though, during that whole game, Helios was actually just who went in the back pedal in game 1, right? He was playing the set, he was playing the utility. Then on the second part of the game, he was playing the carry, and he actually made it work. That is just a lot of shift off potential on the side of it. That's why you know that RRQ is a very flexible team. They have been throwing around players to different lanes whenever they can, and they have been successful with it right now. I think this is the right ingredients for the perfect dish that they've been doing for the side
Yeah.
of RRQ. They have been experimenting a lot. They've been using a lot of seasoning. They have been trying to change maybe chicken to pork or something like that. But now it's the right one. It's the perfect one for them so far. During the last time they fought against UDG, they got them 1 win. And this is the RRQ that I'm afraid of. The momentum is now riding in their favor, and they took the momentum of Grind Sky down. And I'm looking forward for more for the side of RRQ.
I wanted to add, it's a perfect dish right now, as you mentioned. A perfectly cooked fried rice for
Adobo.
for RRQ.
Or something,
They
yeah.
have that wok hay at this point.
Right,
And just
right.
they have that wok hay with Exosen on that support role, and yeah, a lot of good things for RRQ. So I have to think about Grind Sky at this point because, as you mentioned, it was a moment. This was them with the Pansol buffs from week 2, them going here with a bit of momentum, but it feels like it got stopped at the same time. And there are now questions for Grind Sky because they are the team that has utilized the Yumi, not with the best success rate. They were given the Garen, and Conte was again left on the weak side of the map.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for them, whenever Dante was left on the weak side of the map, it's the other members making plays in the other sides of the map to be able to get those advantages, and they just weren't able to get that. And Dante as well has been this player who wins 1v1s in his lane, and he was never given that opportunity by RRQ. So it's just, I feel like RRQ right now has a good read and dissection of Grind Sky. And I just want to go back as well to points talked about by the panel earlier. This series feels really like not only a battle of the players, but a battle of the coaches.
Yeah.
Battle between Coach Reckmeister and Kaigu. And Kaigu, being a very much a veteran in the LoL TC scene, seems like he has found the right method and ingredients to make the perfect dish that is RRQ.
Yeah, so far during the whole time, I forgot to point out that this might not be Chianice's day for the side of Grind Sky. I haven't seen
right.
him pop off during game 1, during game 2. And it also might be the reason why Grind Sky didn't have that tempo on this side. Yeah, it's really hard to go for that point, but still, it's the reality of things on the side of Grind Sky right now. RRQ just played it so well. Chaz and Helios have always been playing together, have been always enabling their team, getting the kills for themselves. And yeah, that is also the reason why they were able to get this win. RRQ, I really love this position that they're in right now. This is the right one. This is the perfect dish that they have been cooking since week 1. And yeah, they have experimented a lot, and this might be it. This might be the RRQ that I'm afraid of after going for this next double round robin that after next round robin that we're going for tomorrow. It might be different coming along on their side.
The king of kings, as we talked about in week 1 with RRQ. It looks like, as you mentioned, it's a scary RRQ. It looks like an RRQ coming into form, and they have also shown how flexible their team is. We were talking about in the draft where Devil J having that Gragas in the top side of the map feels like he might go for a tanky build, but instead flip the script, made that adjustment, went for AP to add a bit more damage. But while we're talking about Devil J, let's go to our player of the game with Chaz. Chaz on that set was just, he wasn't the most highlighty player in that series for RRQ, but you could really see the effect he had, the showstoppers, the face breakers. I think every showstopper he did earlier, he always followed up with a 3-man face breaker at least on Grind Sky, and just provided that crowd control layering for them to be able to win a lot of those fights.
Yeah, this is why you ban Set whenever you want to go for. If you're thinking to go for an ADC on your composition, you need to ban Set, because Set always disrupts the formation, always has a hard time. Even Tactical wasn't able to do enough damage during that game. It was because Chaz is putting a lot of pressure in the bot lane. Yes, he actually put his eggs in the right basket. He took down mid, he took down bot lane. Now what do they have? They only have Tante on the top side, but he wasn't able to do anything anyway on the side of Grind Sky. But again, RRQ, it was just so good. I really like that RRQ has been very patient during the whole weeks. They have been playing this game of waiting, but here they changed the face, they changed the tempo, they went fast, they took down Grind Sky fast.
Yeah, and I just want to point out as well, that item build from Chaz right there. His third item was GA, also had that stone plate. It just shows how much the game plan is. I want to be the biggest nuisance, as you mentioned. Tactical could even go through him. So I have tons of shields. And even if you take me down, I'm gonna come back and get more shields again to take you down, because they have that Guardian's Angel, and just Chaz. I know he's Chaz, but using that set dash, can we call him Chad? Chaz. Does that make sense?
I was trying to find the right word, but yeah, let's call him Chad. So he was a Chad during the whole game anyway, so might as well call him Chad. So let's go with that, Crazy Apple. But before we go into, actually, there's no game tree anymore, because we're gonna go to the panel after this, everyone. We have been your casters for today. We're just gonna be taking a short break, and Dash and I was here with Crazy Apple. See you guys later for more Wild Rift action. Sorry.
Bright light feels right. I can't lie. as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows, follow me. Forget all your troubles and trust me. We'll do it together in harmony. Let it go and set your mind free. You lit me up as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake out the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise?
The King of Kings remain on top. RRQ taking 2 games out of their game between Grind Sky. Boys, you know what? In the panel desk, I don't know if there's a panel curse here, but I think there's some apologizing we need to do. But I mean, in RRQ emphatic fashion, man, they deserve all the praise. Let's talk about the match. Autolu, start with you. We were watching in the panel, the watch party in PPGL, a star-studded one at that too.
I know you have a lot of the talents, the coaches in there, just sharing their inputs and sharing the emotions. It's actually a lot fun, to watch the games with guests and with friends and on and on game number 1, Gia's tried to go for the funnel Graves strategy against the Meow Meow connection, and at one point I was a believer for this lineup of Grind Sky because I feel that they had the check marks at 14 minutes or at 16 minutes. Chinese one already had completed every single item that he needed, full item, and to be precise. But I think that they were not as patient as I expected them to be. Again, there was one team fight that really tipped the game over to RRQ, and that was the clash in the mid lane inhibitor turret. I feel that they could have forced it elsewhere, go for the Baron or go for the Elder, and that would still be the same for their win condition. At least with another buff to their disposal, it will be a lot more safer to face the pick potential or the flank potential that RRQ possesses. That's on game number 1. For game number 2, Deadeye would have some thoughts on that one.
Yes. Yeah, I think Set Pick was the main man here for RQ for those hard engages. Really, those were nice plays we've seen, and it was not being respect banned against RQ. It was actually the comfort champions from RQ being taken away, like Chaz's Fiora and Devil J's Renekton here with a high win rate. But a heavy 80 composition didn't work out for Grind Sky, and we can really tell that the draft really revolved around that Vayne pick on the side of Grind Sky here. So they've been pressured always there because it was RRQs always initiating those big team fights. No breathing space there because we can already know the victory conditions for Grand Sky is to make that Vayne a monster on the late game, but it did not happen. So basically, I think the Pansel buff already expired here.
Oh
And,
no!
and I have said,
You gotta have the auto lose buff. My gosh.
oh yeah,
RRQ.
auto lose buff once again. I think they need another buff
Another
here.
team
But
building.
you know what?
Another team building. But you know, I have
But-
to. You have to. I know we talked about this off stream also. This could be the final form of RRQ. That's a very scary
Exactly.
one. I know Dash also said that he's also. This is the RRQ that everyone fears. So let's talk to
True.
them. Let's head into the interview. I think Marky is waiting on the other line. Let's talk to the man himself. Marky and everyone in RRQ, congratulations.
Hello.
Big round of
There you go.
applause for everyone.
Thank you.
So, Marky, first question. So, yung history nyo with Grind Sky, you guys have been winning. Like, it's been in your favor. How did you guys prepare for this and not stay too overconfident in the match? Wow, are they in bed? Okay. Sorry.
Sa yung pagplano naman namin ng maayos yung sa laban namin sa Grind Sky, tinitingnan namin yung mga laro din nila sa past kasi sobrang laki ng in-improve nila eh.
Right.
Sa laro nila ngayon, ibang-iba eh. Talagang hindi dapat sila malitin kahit tinatalo na namin sila eh. So parang ano lang, parang same lang kami. Parang mas lalo pa lang namin, pag kung sila lumakas, mas lalakasan pa namin lalo.
Oh, nice. Otto, they did their homework. That's
I
plus
know.
points for
Yeah,
you,
I told you.
Professor Otto. So, Deadeye, go for it. Your question.
Hi, Marky. My question is, of course, I've mentioned that RRQ roster in the first few weeks, of course, has been drastic changes like Helios from top now going into the mid and Exosen now in the support. Do you think this is now the final roster from RRQ we're about to see on the succeeding games?
Sa ngayon hindi pa po namin alam kasi parang tintingnan po muna namin yung parang talagang yung pasok sa chemistry namin tsaka yung talagang magki-click sa amin as a team. So siguro abangan nyo na lang po kung ano pang mangyayari sa mga susunod na laban namin.
Ooh.
All right. Looking forward
Thank
to
you,
it.
Marky.
And Auto Lose.
Marky, tinagda ako ng tinagda ako ni Kingmaker, pare. Medyo mabilis magtag si manager eh. Pero Marky,
po,
pare,
nakita ka rin.
naisahan talaga indeed. Pare, I have a question. Ito, legit to, man. You actually, I think you are the Dragon Laner in the Philippine Pro scene ng Wild Rift na nagkaroon ng sobrang daming supports, pare. Ang dami mong pinagdaanan ng support from the first season up until now. Talk to me yung changes na yan, the dynamics, and having to adjust from one support to another. And ano yung mga advice mo sa mga, syempre, Dragon Laners na nag-a-aspire na maging pro player?
Sa akin na po, yun din po napansin ko, sobrang daming support na po yung parang napagdaanan ko kung sino-sino na lang po yung nagso-support sa akin eh. So, sa ngayon, parang yung sa support ko po ngayon na si EXO, sobrang click po talaga kami ngayon eh. Yun po masasabi ko kasi parang veteran ano na po sa amin yun eh, veteran combo kumbaga. Parang yung age gap namin, talo sa amin yung mga kalaban namin. Yun yung panlaban namin, yung experience kumbaga.
Exo factor,
So para
yun.
sa akin yung
Okay.
sa mga Dragon Laners diyan sa iba. So pagpursigin nyo lang yung pagpa-practice tas yung sa paghaharap ng support nyo kasi di natin alam baka nasa tabi-tabi lang dyan yung talagang magkiklik sa inyo sa support.
Hey, okay. I'm happy for you guys. The connection is there. So, Marky, any shout outs or message you want to give for the supporters of RRQ? You have the floor.
Sige, shoutout nga po pala kay Boss Ricky, kay Boss AP, kay Boss Nano at sa buong Team RRQ organization. Tsaka po shoutout din po sa manager namin na si Kingmaker, tsaka sa girlfriend
Kingmaker.
na si Kai. Tsaka sa family ko.
Hey!
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, Marky of RRQ, thank you so much for the time and can't wait to see you tomorrow and on Sunday.
Sige po, thank you din po.
All right. So, RRQ, very animated. Always a pleasure to interview all of them. You see them in the back doing the finger eyes, but it seems like in the panel desk we have yet to get one on the board. So hopefully in the next games we will. Congratulations to RRQ, and it's not the last we'll see of Grinds, guys. So
Can I just say
go for
that if I lose the predictions, I would order an RRQ merch. Peace
Because,
offering
right?
ba? Pare?
Peace offering. Support, right? Support.
I'm getting tagged left and right, and so this is a very hard job, huh? This is a very, very difficult job.
Honestly, Otto, I think all eyes are on you on this one. I mean,
I know.
consequences alone are for us
Every
is fine,
single time, okay, mali si Otto, okay.
but your name is on the line, bro. Like it's a witch hunt for Otto. So let's hope the next one, the next series that we're about to have, Team Secret versus Oasis, boys. This is one of the matches that is so scary to actually think about because a lot of pressure. I mean, I know Sunday was all about the good vibes right now, but like Otto mentioned, it's finals week. Otto is here to grade some papers. And yeah, I don't know what the passing mark for Otto is since he's the terror prof. How do you think this one's gonna shake out? Before we head into the head-to-heads, obviously.
Well, that's plus marks definitely for RQ. Again, just showing the very solid game plan on game number 2. And on game number 1, they did not crumble. For Grind Sky though, 1.75. I'll be moving them.
Okay.
I feel
Moving up.
since they have the same standings for 3, they are both at 2.25. Okay. That's it.
Nice, same standing, and technically they do share the same standings with 4-3. How about you, Professor Deadeye? How would you rate RRQ? Did they change? Did they get any plus points?
Yes, of course. And the Marquee have said that they're still trying to experiment on their roster scale, but for me, this is their strongest form ever. So yeah, from B minus, let's go up for that A.
A, wow, solid A performance. There you go from both Deadeye and Auto Lose.
Okay.
So-
Wait, that's a huge.
That's a huge
That's a
jump.
huge leap. B minus to A.
Hey, he's not a terror prof. It's the time of giving
Faculty
for
meeting.
Deadeye.
Faculty meeting. Let's go.
Guidance counselor meeting. Anyway, guys, let's move on to grading the next students that we have in session. We got Team Secret
There you go.
versus Oasis.
Right.
Let's head into this match. Now, Team Secret did face some adversity last week. Auto lose. Do you think they're finally over that hump, or do we still have to look at them real close?
That's a very hard question, but I feel Team Secret is like the honor student that is
There we go.
currently, having
Maraming
I would
free
say motivational issues. Not really, but they're currently facing some challenges. I'd say maybe the subject matter is not really their expert route, but Team Secret, as you see right now, Azar, Trevor, Tatsuri, Chewy, Rocks, do not expect this to change anytime soon. Even come playoffs and even come, the international games, I feel this is going to be the 5-man stack that they will be playing with. And I'm okay with it. I'm totally okay with it. Tatsuri, last week, during the 3rd day, just reminded everyone that he can still carry games. Azar, a very stable, Baron laner, and his connection with Trevor is actually so on point that it's very scary to face against that version of Team Secret. Now, the question is, what version of Team Secret will show up? Now, I would like to, of course, highlight our solo player highlight in Team Secret, and that's going to be no one but Trevor. There you go. Trevor, with the Fiora, Grizz, and Jarvan in his disposal, has been, I would say, a jack of all trades jungler. He's not going to carry the games by himself, but if he will be asked to do so, then you could expect him to go for the carry champions. I prefer him, though, to be the utility champion that I've known him for. The Wukong, the Jarvan, all those tanky champions, all those engagers, because then again, back when I was able to interview this guy, and Hamiz, during there was one interview, I was told by Hamiz that Trevor knows the timings very well for this champions, and that just goes to show that I feel that if we have a heart and soul or a motor for Team Secret, I feel it's Trevor.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, the heart and soul here with Trevor, and we did interview him last week, and it seems like they sort of got their confidence back after facing Fennel adversity. So, really looking forward to see how Trevor will be running these champions if ever they won't get banned. But Deadeye, let's move on over to you and talk to me about Oasis gaming here, because Oasis had if you think Team Secret had a rocky last week, Oasis had a rockier, I would say, last week.
Yeah. For sure. The 3 straight loss in the series, there's also a big kick here there on their confidence level. So And we have witnessed, of course, the opening week wherein they had this big wins against the top contenders. We can consider Oasis Gaming as one of the honor roll students as well.
Yes.
But on the second week, the underdogs got the better of them, and this team, I do believe, has gone through a major reset after their second week run. The combination of APC and hard engager support the champion has been the right formula so far. I've witnessed the double D connection. I think this will be considered to be as their comfort in their drafts. So the lock sets, the Morgana Alistar, the Corky Fresh, and we are also going to base our playstyle for Oasis Gaming with regards to their junglers, Renzi and Etaf. Renzi and Etaf's switcheroo in the roster is also a big thing, a big factor as well. Both love to go for the team fights. And however, the difference here, Renzi's effective on being the engager was what Autolus had said for Trevor, the utility here, setting up the plays, while Etaf's more on that being one of the cleanup party here. And speaking of which, Etaf, his numbers is actually in par with EDAF, the mid laner of Oasis Gaming, and their playstyle is somehow a run and gun, similar thing. And Etaf, we have not seen much action on the second week, but his contribution to the team is really beneficial, especially when Oasis Gaming needs that another damage dealer to the game. Again, compared to Renzi, Etof's love to go for a bruiser champions who can brawl as well as contribute a lot of firepower. So bringing Etof into the game will definitely change the playstyle of Oasis Gaming to be a more aggressive team.
Yeah, we have to definitely take into account like the damage that he has dealt. I don't know if this presents the full picture, but Etaf really known as a really strong player in Oasis Gaming, and
basically, if I may insert, sorry,
go,
Poshino, but this is because he's playtime is not the same compared to Renzi.
Yes,
here.
exactly.
But when it comes to his contribution, to be honest, the numbers is in par with their mid lane.
Oh
So
yeah.
that's it.
Again, thank you for adding that in. Just the current snapshot, but he can pop off here and there. I'm excited also to see how Oasis Gaming will actually kind of bounce back from the slump that they had last week, because we brought it up in the panel. The best thing you could do after a week like that is just relax, maybe drop the game for a bit, just try to reassess, then pick it up, and you'll come back stronger. So let's look at the head-to-head matchup with these two junglers, Trebor and Etaf. Autolus, talk to me is what we can expect with these two combatants.
First off, they're IGNs. Okay. Trevor originally is the the innovator, or the original one when it comes to the IGN that is flipped. Trevor is Robert. Mansilungan is actually his last name.
What?
Meanwhile, Etaf
Oh my
originally
God.
was Fate. Yeah, Etaf was originally Fate during his time with Sunsparks. We've casted him over during the Summer Icon series. So yeah, that's one of the interesting things I can bring up here. And in their head-to-head. But Etaf, again, as mentioned by Deadeye, he's going to go for the carry champions. As you can see, damage per minute 914. Meanwhile,
There we
Trevor
go.
will be more conservative in playing for the team. So that's where everything lies. Looking at the kill participation, I know 29% is actually fairly low, especially for the junglers. But I feel that's because of the swapping that is happening in the jungle role, and that's going to be fixed very soon. Meanwhile, Trevor, 75% passing grade. This is what I
There we
expected
go.
from the heart and soul of TS.
Wow. Okay, passing marks. That's the approval of Autolus. How about you, Deadeye? Anything to add to the head-to-head matchup that we see in front of our screen now?
Yeah, to be honest, two jungler players having two different play style here. I think Trevor's transitioning for that hard engager, making some plays, and Etaf here will be the carry jungler on the other side. I think this is going to be somehow basing on the playstyle for both teams. We can clearly see what's going to be the victory conditions here for Oasis. They want to go for hard engages, while conservative, as what Autolus have said, that FLA will execute here in this series. So both teams, top honor roll students, having a slump on the second week. So after that reset on, we have witnessed, of course, after the second week run, this is maybe we can see how these two teams recuperate on their heavy losses. So TS, however, is looking better in shape after that win against FOA.
Yes.
Plus, that CEO's personal, of course, is giving them confidence boost. However, on the other side, Oasis Gaming, I hope that reset did its job to put the pieces back here for Oasis Gaming, because I still believe that they are one of the strongest teams in this league.
Yeah, we talked about how these two teams are in dire, or they're starving for that victory, right? So before we head into the predictions, I want to ask you guys, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday. Who do you think needs this victory more? Who has a do or die? Who has a more do or die mentality between these two teams? Is it Team Secret or Oasis Gaming? Deadeye, let's start with you.
Hunger more. I think, to be honest, Team Secret has more pressure just because they have represented, of course, the Philippines as a whole when it comes to Wild Rift scene. Oasis as well. Now they have that achievement, additional burden for them, but I think all more eyes are going to look into Team Secret. So I think Team Secret will need this win.
Okay, need to win more. And actually, let me chime that in with your prediction too. Are you voting for Team Secret to win this?
Yeah,
okay,
for sure.
All right,
but this is going to be a close one.
Okay. I'm going to chime in next because mine's really quick. I really think Oasis might need the victory more. I think they might be under more pressure compared to Team Secret, just because Team Secret kind of got their groove back with Fennel Adversity, so they were kind of jolted back to remembering this is Team Secret. This is our full potential. But with that being said, I think that they might be on another level today. I think Team Secret might take this one, so that's my prediction.
Okay. So for me, who wants this win more? Oasis, I feel. There's been a circulating interview from Mr. John Yao that, being the representatives of the country for upcoming games isn't as meaningful as being representatives, during the yearly thing that we have, ergo Horizon Cup. So Oasis Gaming feels like this is a game that they could make a statement that, hey, you know what? Do not count out being the country representatives, also known as being the Cebu representatives. And with that, I'll be giving them my vote. Oasis Gaming is without a lose.
Boom. There you go, guys. So 1 for Oasis Gaming. And Deadeye, you're copying my answers. Good, man. Sir. This professor is copying my answers. But we want to know your predictions as well, ladies and gentlemen. So please use the hashtag WCS or hashtag WCSPH or hashtag Wild Rift Championship C for you to give your predictions, your insights, and also join us in the PPGL Discord. I know that I lost count. There's so much people in that Discord already.
We had 20, I guess, more or less.
Wow, 20 plus. Okay, people are tuning in. Like, they're tuning into the midterms. That's what they're doing, Autolose. Do you think that Autolose is taking track of these guys? He's taking attendance in this Discord. So
attendance check.
Attendance check, yeah, let's go. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's head into this next match between Team Secret versus Oasis Gaming. Casters, take it away.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second game of today. Team Secret got a win last week, and Oasis wasn't able to. It's a hard setup for them today. But remember, their eyes are red and are looking at the map that there's Muleta, which are the wins for this week. Who is hungrier and angrier for that Muleta, and who would hit the bullseye? We, Dash, and Riku will be watching with you at the bull race today. Riku, how are you doing today?
Yeah, feeling great, feeling excited for this, the second series of the day, because what Potch's question was earlier. I mean, we're looking at the standings. I mean, while it's just the first round robin and things can change at the second, it's still important to win as many points as you can, because Team Secret and Oasis are currently at 5th and 6th place. They're next to the scary threshold of 7 and 8, which is at the end of the group stage, we'll make it to the playoffs. But again, things can happen towards the second round robin.
Yeah, I'm kind of scared for both of these teams. That's why a while ago Poch said also Oasis is going to be needing this win if they want to at least get up there, get this at least a tie against Team Secret to be able to get out of the second round robin coming into this game. And for sure, on this picks and bans that we're going to be seeing today, Riku, we're going to be seeing the typical bans that is always on the first rotation. The Darius, the Set, and even the Gragas being taken out.
Yeah, a lot of these flex picks, right, towards the
Right.
jungle, towards mid lane even. And a lot of safe bans like the Darius and the Set towards top side. So far they're removing, mystery additions to the draft. If ever they
Right.
first pick them, they will have a better idea. The biggest question is now, will they ban the Yumi? Because it has been a big problem since the beginning of the WCS.
Right.
The Yumi with the Rengar, Yumi with hyperscaling champions like the Jax or the Vayne. And so far, Galio Gragas being taken out means that they're removing a little bit of this team fighting power in the draft.
Team Secret has always banned that Yumi, but because now they know that Dragon doesn't really play that a lot and Oasis hasn't found a lot of rather wins with that champion, they're going to be taking it for themselves, and the cat has been let out.
Yeah, it's their turn this time around to play the cat here, the Yumi here, and
Yeah.
we talked about what would this be paired with? Are they going for the Rengar with the Kha'Zix, where they're gonna go towards the find picks here and there, go invisible, be an assassin, and just lock them down with the final chapter? And I'm excited to see what Team Secret's route is gonna be.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious on what Oasis is going to go for here. They went in locked in the Corki just for them to not double down on the damage on the side of Team Secret, and they locked out the Garen, which most of the time is a really good pick, especially on this tournament. It has found a lot of successes. They picked that up also just for them to not have the Yumi Garen combo, which is great for Oasis to deny that.
That's true, 100%. And it's also the answer towards single threat, because the Garen just homes in on either the Vayne or the Rengar or the
Right.
Kha'Zix. You silence them, and you have big burst from the Garen ult. So I really love this pick coming from Oasis for their first rotation over at Red Side. And meanwhile, a lot of other mysteries. You still don't know where the Fiora is going to go. It still could be towards Azar, where they can set up that 4-1. And the Morgana being picked up, plus the Yumi, double utility, double supports, meaning we're going to be expecting a hyper scaling. Now, I'm looking forward to what the disengage is going to be, or are they going full on scary lockdown to be able to burst someone down?
I can see it going to the side of Oasis, going also with the Whimsy to the help picks to the Wild Growth for Garen if ever they want to home into someone, which is also great for the side. But because they pick up the Morgana on the side of Team Secret, I'm probably expecting that this is going to be on the hands of Chewy together with Rocks in the bot lane, so we're expecting just a lot of wave clear for them. And because they pick up the Fiora, they're just gonna this is gonna be their carry. Fiora is gonna be their carry for the game, so they need just a bit of CC on their side and maybe just add a little more dash of damage for some kind of MSG or something for the side of Team Secret, so that they would be
The
able
missing
to
ingredient.
yeah, they could flavor that up on the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, there is still a strong possibility, because locking in the Lulu for Oasis means that if Team Secret locks in an assassin to pair this up with a Yumi, that means as long as the Lulu is there, the Wild Growth is basically going to help mitigate, going to deny the burst damage coming from the side of Team Secret if they're going for the assassin route. If they're going to go towards sustained damage route, which is possibly still an AD carry, what if it's a Tatsuri mid lane and Chewy's still going to be an AD carry? We still are not sure. With the Olaf now getting banned, there is a possibility that they're going for possibly, Ashe, Vayne still is on the taking. Even a Varus could still be a choice, because Varus, Morgana lane, Varus, Yumi lane can still be pretty scary with a lot of hope in the early game.
Camille is open.
That's
I don't know what. I think Team Secret wants to take the Camille if ever they want to get the Hex that cultivate them, getting that 2 carries on their side for Fiora and Camille. I hope Oasis would be able to get that on their side, because that is going to be, as I said, that is good addition for their team composition. At least they have one lockdown onto the potential target that they have, which is the Fiora.
Yeah, which is interesting, because a lot of these teams would be a little bit hesitant to get that Camille, knowing that there's going to be a Black Shield single target to basically eliminate the Hex Ultimatum all throughout. And look at that, they're still going through this route because it could still be a Corki mid for Edap, and they didn't want to risk a Vayne Lulu bot lane for Demon Kite and Dragon. And there you go, this fits perfectly in their composition. A lot of sustained damage. There is a lot of that scaling power in the form of the Fiora and the Vayne. Where is the disengage going to be coming from, I wonder? Because so far, though, for Oasis, not a lot of strong engage for the team fight engage for themselves. They have a lot of single target, but never mind, they're going to double down on everything. They're going for the Meow Meow connection plus the scaling. This is a lot of damage output on Team Secret side.
I was kind of confused. I thought Team Secret is going to go for at least someone to mitigate the damage, but because looking at the bans right now, all of those options have been banned. So they don't really have another option for them to go for a Juggernaut or at least a Bruiser on their side because every one of them has been banned. And that's why Team Secret is just going to double down on the damage. Not a lot of CC, but yes, damage is going to come through on their side. But Oasis, I really like whenever I see an Orianna on the team, especially when you have a Camille, because it's easier to pull out a Shockwave. But because on this specific composition, they don't have a lot of melee champions, which is why it might be quite harder to pull off a good Shockwave against Team Secret.
Yeah, exactly. And Oasis's mission in the first place, which is to basically eliminate Chewy right off the bat, is there. They have the tools to do so. You already mentioned this, Dash. The Hextech Ultimatum into a Shockwave is just going to be very easy to execute, and Chewy has to be careful here. I mean, we talked about the Black Shield, and that's something that they can utilize to make sure that Chewy is alive.
Yeah, the Meow Meow connection. A while ago, we have seen this effective on the hands of RQ. So I hope Team Secret would be able to make use of this. But so far, based on the team compositions here, Riku, I'm kind of favoring one. I'm kind of liking the look on how Oasis's composition works right now. So that's why, yeah, I think this is the better draft. But what do you think?
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I mean, they have certain ways to basically try to win. You've got the Meow Meow connection to hunt for certain targets, lock down a target, immediately get a pick right off the bat. Meanwhile, for Oasis, they have a lot of disengage to basically mitigate again the damage, the burst damage coming from Trevor here on the Rengar, but also for Team Secret, they have the option for that 4-1 split push. I think I'm a little bit worried of the lack of disengage coming from Team Secret, but the Black Shield is there again to protect Chewy to make sure that he still lives.
Yeah, honestly, this is the same, almost the same lineup like what UDG did during the first time that we saw the Meow Meow connection. It's just that they don't have a lot of Bruisers, Juggernauts on their side. But a Vayne Yuumi together with the Rengar is the perfect combination to have for your team, especially if you want to put the pressure onto Chewy, then Trevor would just pop up, or it's going to be the other way around, which is good for the side of Team Secret. But Oasis, even in the late game, I think they have an answer for everything, just because they have a lot of late game champions too.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they've got Renzi, who's absolutely scary later on. Estilo is just going to be incredibly tanky. He's just going to home in onto Chewy every single time. There's going to be a team fight. There's going to be a skirmish. We've seen Garen being the answer to single threat compositions. But in this case for Team Secret, there are a lot of threats, which requires a lot of resources. Chewy, Trevor, Azar are definitely going to be needing resources. But what we can look at though is still the Yuumi being paired with Trevor. They can use early to mid to see if they can find their targets. Get a pick, 4v5 before an objective spawns, and then that's how they can transition where Chewy's going to be that late game monster and just kite, unlimited tumble. Oasis is going to be is going to struggle trying to catch Chewy, especially without the Hextech Ultimatum into that Shockwave.
Especially for the first pickoffs, right? The Camille versus the Rengar is almost the same like the Camille versus a Kha'Zix matchup in the jungle. So that's why most of the time the Assassins always gets the advantage. Because in the earlier stages, they have better items. Serrated Dirk is a very good item at the bot lane. The Demon Kite is now low in HP. Almost, that's too close. Chewy was able to get the condemned. It's a good thing he didn't follow through.
Yeah, really love that from Chewy, knowing that Demon Kai didn't have any mana whatsoever. Dragon was pretty low already. They were forcing a summoner spell here, but Dragon, very patient, held on to sums and still ready to go back in lane. But so far, Chewy and Rocks, the Yuumi poke coming from this champion is very, very dreadful against Demon Kai and Dragon.
Yeah, I'm kind of scared though, is that it's a good thing that Chewy is getting better advantages in the bottom side of the map. It's kind of too close for comfort, because at least if ever the Vayne gets the easier advantages in the bot lane, that would just snowball in their favor. You know how much of a scary champion Vayne is, and I wish they would be able to mitigate that later on, but it's still the earlier stages. We can't really find the answers here yet. So far, we haven't seen a lot of ganks from both of our junglers. They're really waiting for the time for their laners. Honestly, there's no enablers on most of the lanes. That's why it's hard to gank.
Yeah, exactly. There's not a lot of hold. I mean, looking at the Lulu Corki, that's just going to be a poke lane, especially once Demon Kite reaches level 5. But the thing is, you're paired with Rocks, a Yuumi who has a lot of sustain for those pokes. So yeah, nothing will happen there. Mid lane, Oriana is just gonna chill, farm, clear the wave. Top lane though could be the answer here because Hextech Ultimatum with a lot of burst with Asilla. Azar knowing that he's still waiting to scale up to be that scary Fiora. I mean, we've seen Azar back at the Horizon Cup being a scary 1v3 monster. I'm sure a lot of his fans are looking forward to see that again.
Yeah. Call me a fan because I'm excited for this Fiora right now on the top side because honestly, I really love seeing a Fiora whenever in game, especially most of the time it's really hard to pull off. This composition from Team Secret is really hard to pull off because they have the Fiora together with the Rancor. So most of the time, you need to find your options before you go for the fight. On the side of Oasis, it's much more linear. It's much more methodical. It's easier to pull off. You know what you want to do, but on the side of Team Secret, they want to find opportunities for themselves. So it's like the same lineup whenever you have the assassins on your side, where it's really hard to find opportunities for yourself. But if you find that, you're gonna win all of those fights.
Yeah, very straightforward for the side of Oasis with, again, Hextech Ultimatum into the Shockwave, and you have a lot of poke to deal with before you have a lot of poke to dish out before you can actually commit to a fight, so that's something. But I don't think they have a lot of time because, again, Trevor, there's that threat of Trevor and Rox just jumping at you, but I guess but rather that is why Dragon is there on that Lulu pick, but it seems to me that Team Secret wants to trade open up the map now.
Oh no, he doesn't have any HP anymore. Azar is just gonna fall down, not even using the Dimension Justice onto the top side, but that's another takedown. It's a good thing Azilla saved that for winter. And yeah, he has some food for the winter right now.
Yeah, for the winter!
Yeah.
It's summer, but it can still be a little bit chilly because I think that kill was cold as they denied the Rift Herald push towards topside. So First Blood Tower denied. So really nice read coming from Oasis.
I wish it's chilly right now though, but it's not.
Same again, here, Dad.
Yeah, on the top side they're going for the towers. That's the first turret onto the top side. What a good rotation from the side of Oasis. Team Secret, they just lost that capability of getting that. But what I'm super surprised with, the first item pickups, but before that, the top side, they used the Hextech Ultimatum. Asilla is already here, and no, they just denied the push from happening. Good call for Oasis.
Oasis is winning everything here so far in the first 5 minutes. They got the Infernal Drake. Team Secret wanted to get the Rift Herald first to get First Blood Tower so that they have enough room for the deep roams of Trevor and Rox being a tag team. But Oasis keeps reading this and they deny it.
Yeah, they were able to do that. And oh my, they were able to get another kill up to the top side. They didn't even use a lot of things. The Grand Challenge has been used, but not enough to do anything, honestly. Oasis, as you said, they've been just winning all of these fights.
Yeah, they're taking everything. I mean, Team Secret really wanted to get that tower down so that they have control over the red side quadrant of Oasis, so that they can get deeper vision. That means Trevor and Rox will be able to, maybe Renzi is going to be farming a top side. Oh, watch out, there are two cats, man-male connection going to kill you. And Oasis just wins a lot out of all of that exchange because every single time Team Secret wants to do something, Oasis is there to respond and they win that exchange. Look at Demon Kite, already 201, 2k gold ahead of Chewy, which is a very, very good sign for Oasis so far.
The cats are not so scary after all. It's a good thing Oasis has been mitigating the pressure from Trevor especially, and they were able to take the Infernal Drake on their side, which is really great. Getting that extra oomph, getting that extra damage for the composition, especially that they have 3 damage sources on their side, is really important. And now they were able to get that, and you're slowly building towards just giving all the resources to Demon Kite. I've been waiting for Demon Kite to pop off, especially with the Corki though, and this might be the time that he's gonna do it.
Yeah, there's just a lot of protection already with the wild growth coming from Dragon, and if ever Trevor comes in, you just get the polymorph on the board and you just mitigate a lot of damage and burst. Really nice rotation coming from Oasis because Team Secret is unable to do any exchange whatsoever, and because Oasis is grouped like this, that means Trevor and Rox can't exactly bully someone who's isolated. They can't get a pick on anyone. So again, every single time Oasis so far in the early game have been doing a lot of things right to prevent Team Secret from doing what they want with this comp.
I'm kind of missing more of that action, right, Rika? Because I was expecting that Rox and Dragon going for those engaged supports, going for fights every time, giving the pathway for the team. But now we're not seeing that. We're seeing them play a lot of enchanters. But here comes Trevor with the drill behind to the final chapter onto the backside, and also the whole That's a very, very dead dragon. And this might be it. Chewy might go for more, though. He was able to get the condemn onto the Hex. Ultimatum Renzi is going to be buying some time for himself. But that timing for that riposte was able to mitigate some damage for the side of Oasis. And now this might be the takedown. Good timing also for that Tormented Sword. He's just hitting all of the Chewy. It's just on Rampage. Won't be able to get the kill onto EDF. Almost getting that. Still, it was a big win for Team Secret at this point.
Yeah, Demon Kite and as well as Dragon a little bit forward towards the river. They didn't have enough vision and information to know that the rest of Team Secret was hovering over the Dragon Pit, and Team Secret saw this opportunity. Let's go, let's bam, let's roll. And this is what they've been waiting for. They can keep doing this time and time again. And once the burst damage has been dealt by Trevor, let's take a look at the replay again. They're very quick with the response. Black Shield towards Trevor. Just go in, no threat of any CC that would stop you. The engage was there. Because it's a 4v5 situation, they didn't have the disengage that they needed. Dragon was out of the picture. Oasis, even though they wanted to engage to see if they can get an exchange, it's still for naught.
Yeah, and also EDF drew the Shockwave very early at that point. But again, EDF's going to get thrown down. The Shockwave is not enough to save his life there. But Oasis is going to come out. They might be able to go for a revenge kill. Trevor was able to get out. What? With that recall. And now this is going to be the takedown with the bonus. The Cat is also going to get taken down. Oasis answer back with 2 of their own.
Yeah, love this roam. Love this death roam so far coming from Oasis with the response. I mean, Team Secret, Oasis rather, is still able to get 2 dragons on the board despite losing Dragon and Renzi on that earlier fight. So really nicely done still by Oasis. They're still in the lead when it comes to gold. But looking back at the Shockwave, I mean, Shockwave at this point of the game is just there for the setting, for set. Yeah. For the setting. I mean, this is a beautiful setting. We're here in the Wild Rift. But yeah, the damage will come in later. The damage will come in later. So it's just going to be that Archangel staff going to get picked up.
Yeah. Set was banned, so yeah, as you were saying.
Set was banned. No setting, just a set from the Shockwave.
Yeah, for sure. And again, on the side of Oasis, they've been playing this pretty well. They've been targeting EDF. Like, look at this. No respect even. Going to the tower together with the Meow Meow connection in the bot lane. Just thinking EDF. EDF is not having the greatest of days. He's been taken down again. And Renzi going for another revenge kill, but it was a little bit too late right here. But they're going forward. They want for Oasis. Not the right timing. Team Secret just happy getting that Orianna with the ball taken out.
Edif just wanted to clear the minion wave. That's what he wanted to do. That's why he was there. But Team Secret are going to find these opportunities. If they cannot get control of that mid lane tower and knock it down, they're going to find the side lanes as access for picks instead of the deeper ends of the jungle. And now they give a lot of importance towards this side of the area if they can get a pick, if ever, as they have a bit of that space. But the Baron later is going to be extremely important because Team Secret doesn't have a lot of sieging power. Vayne doesn't exactly spell siege. It spells tumble. I'm gonna go invisible.
Yeah,
basically.
For sure.
Yeah, so they really will need the Baron later on to get these towers down.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have a lot of siege potential, but it's a good thing that they have that suiting for the wave clear, which is kind of good. But again, it's going to be taken down. Demon Kite at least has the Valkyrie to get away. It's really hard to go for it, though, but the Stasis wasn't able to go through because the Hextech Ultimatum was cancelled with the right timing, but still taken down. Oasis takes a revenge kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, the Black Shield was already used towards Trevor when they engaged, so Tatsuri was very vulnerable there, and Oasis took that opportunity. Chewy, can you go home? No, we can't go home!
No, he wasn't able to go home, yeah, as you called it, Miku. That was unfortunate for Chewy. He just got taken down. In mid lane, it's just ticking like a time bomb. Trevor and Azar just here to defend, waiting for the Mountain Drake to come out. Oh, Rift Herald has been put out just because they don't have any opportunities for them to use it on towers.
Yeah, without the wave clear, as you mentioned, Dash, the towers are very, very vulnerable. Oasis has the opposite. They have a ton of wave clear in the form of Orianna, and as well as Demon Kite here.
Yeah, they have the True of the Hunt in the mid lane again, but it's a good thing Isilla was the target, so yeah, that I was afraid for EDAP because he was on the neighborhood, though. I thought he was just gonna get gunned down again by the Trevor and Rocks combo, or rather the Meow Meow connection, and it's a good thing he was able to get out.
Yeah, Team Secret so pressured right now to get a pick because the next objective has spawned. It's going to be a Mountain Drake. And so far, they haven't been getting the picks at the 13-minute mark because, again, Oasis have been sticking a lot together. They know what the plan is for Team Secret. And this is 3 Dragon Stack already for Oasis. Team Secret is now going for the Baron.
Okay, really going for it though? They have the damage because they have Chewy on their side though, but they cancelled it. They were respecting Oasis hard enough that they saw Demon Kite, they saw Asila. Yeah, let's not continue this, but they don't know that Renzi is already starting this. Getting that Mountain Drake just gives them enough shielding for them to start more fights, which is what Oasis has been doing so far.
Yeah, they're just too afraid.
Hook shot into the Hextech ultimatum out to the backside, but the Valkyrie also was able to hit, and that's gonna be good. At least they were able to get 1 kill already, even using the Wanderer. The Azar is playing with fire, though. That's a lot of damage from Demon Kite. That was scary for them.
That's a very, very painful pull coming from Demon Kite. And yes, Oasis, I love the play here coming from this team. You see that Demon Kite and Dragon are hovering towards the Baron area, so Team Secret couldn't trade at all, even though on paper they have a lot of damage to burn the Baron down. But because of Demon Kite's poke at the back of the pit, Team Secret just couldn't risk it at all. And the fact that Oasis is comfortable knowing that they can engage first. If Team Secret isn't the one engaging first, then they're going to have a big, big problem because, again, this team composition lacks the disengage that, Oasis has on paper.
I forgot to point that out, Rigu. That's a lot of gold lead between Demon Kite and Chewy right now. That's a 5k gold lead between the ADCs. And that might be the reason why they were respecting the Baron call that they did a while ago, because they know that Chewy doesn't have enough damage yet. Yes, he's a Vayne. He has the true damage to work with, but it's not enough to work with on these fights. And so far, I think Team Secret has a problem in where they put their resources in. And on the side of Oasis, at least they know where. Demon Kite is the answer. He has 14k gold. He has all the resources from the side of Oasis. Team Secret, it's all spread out. That's why they don't, especially that they have a lot of damage. But here comes it again. The stasis comes out. Renzi is being dealt a lot of damage here. Trevor, as the Thrill of the Hunt, might go for more. Chewy would not. Yeah, I think Rox just passed himself right there. But the Thrill of the Hunt is now down.
Yeah, Thrill of the Hunt is gone. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Demon Kite has all of the resources. And knowing that Team Secret will target him, they're going to do this.
Yeah, they had the damage. They were able to go for it. And now they're going to be backing away. Trevor is going to be the target. Final chapter defensively. And Oasis is just going to finish this. They don't have Thrill of the Hunt, so Trevor can't do anything here. That's going to be the Baron coming in with a Shockwave. Was able to get the kill. And now they're following for more. Oasis is taking them down. And the last one, Rox is going to be the target. Azar can't even do anything. He was able to jump through. But Azar, would he be able to get out? Yeah, I think so. But still, that was a Baron to a triple kill on the side of Oasis.
It must be discouraging to see, as an assassin, looking at Demon Kite, having Guardian Angel, Zhonya's Hourglass, and the fact that you have, Dragon on this utility. You, even though you want to kill Demon Kite, you absolutely cannot with how far ahead he is.
Yeah, the last one, Azar, Hextech Ultimatum, not even going to look back. Oasis is just going to be winning this game. They got one against Team Secret, and that was a very decisive game for Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, Oasis had a phenomenal start. From the early game towards the later stages of that match, they read Team Secret like a book. They had expectations. They knew where Trevor was going to be. They knew what the game plan is. And time again, they kept denying. And the early game was a struggle for Team Secret. Oasis, in the end, they got Demon Kite into demon levels of power with how far ahead he was. And it was just a really, really nice game for Oasis Gaming.
I love the smile on their faces, though. It's kind of refreshing to see Oasis Gaming smiling on the camera and celebrating their win right there. They really deserve it during that game. They know where to put their the eggs in the right basket. It's on the Demon Kite basket right now, and he was able to pull through with a lot of damage, a lot of things to work with. Yes, the Meow Meow connection came through for the side of Team Secret, but because they don't have the composition to back it up with, it all fell down. It all broke down on the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, the Meow Meow connection, on paper, a Rengar and a Yuumi can do things on their own. With the Morgana Black Shield, it enables it even more. The problem is they couldn't get map control. They couldn't get First Blood Tower topside. They were focusing a lot of their efforts towards Rift Herald because they needed to get towers down so badly to get control over the jungle of Oasis. But because of these things didn't happen, the options for the Meow Meow connection to work was basically relegated to just the side lanes, which is just narrowing down your kill potential. You needed the map to be open so you can dive deep into the jungle, get a pick, and rinse and repeat over and over.
Yeah, especially for that composition, you're kind of expecting them to have at least one source of CC or two, because I think Morgana is not a really good source of CC. It's more like a follow-up. It's more of a reaction CC, the Dark Binding, the Soul Shackles. It's more of, if you get engaged, yeah, this is what the Tatsuri is gonna do. But because they don't have one source of CC, even just an Apprehend could have been enough for the side of Team Secret to have this fight in favor of Chewie especially, and also Trevor. It's because they can't stick to the targets that long. That's why their damage potential just dwindled down so badly. And that's why Oasis was just able to kite them down whenever they can.
Yeah, Oasis switched up targets. You know, Chewie isn't the threat at the most of the fight at this point because it was Trevor and Tatsuri who was the most vulnerable target. Because time and time again, we saw Tatsuri, you know, using the Black Shield to enable Trevor. Therefore, the Black Shield would leave Tatsuri very vulnerable. And this is one of those occasions, just as I mentioned. And again, it's a very, very straightforward of execution coming from Renzi, where you get the Hextech ultimatum and then into the Shockwave EDF. So it's just as you mentioned, Dash, a very, very easy way to lock someone down and make it a 4v5 as well.
Yeah, and we also pointed out a while ago that Oasis' composition is easier to pull off, and that they did. It was super easy to pull off. Just one Hextech ultimatum and one is gonna get taken down. Even with the Black Shield, it doesn't really matter. Because as long as Renzi gets close, one is gonna get taken down just because of the true damage from the precision protocol. And he was just so ahead that Demon Kite is just so freely. I think Renzi was absorbing a lot of the pressure. That's why, yeah, Demon Kite, he deserves this. And he was able to pull out a lot of damage on their side. 12k DA to the 20k damage. That's just so much.
Yeah, he was untouchable, even though
Right.
the rest of Team Secret wanted to have his head. It was so
Yeah.
difficult with the Guardian's Angel into the Zonius, into the fact that Dragon was on a Lulu. So he was unstoppable. He provided a lot of damage pressure whenever Team Secret wanted to initiate the Baron. And time again, Demon Kite was there.
Yeah, they were able to get it. Again, Demon Kite was just playing it well. Again, Renzi also could be an honorable mention. And I forgot to point out, Camille was open that game. That's why it was kind of hard to break that down. Because honestly, whenever a Camille is open, you pick that off, and most of the time, you capitalize, you make work of the Camille. And that's why Camille is a priority, man, everyone. It's easy to pull off a game with a Camille on it.
To be fair, there were games where once a Morgana was picked, I believe it
Right.
was either the second week, even Camille was open. Some teams decided like not to and go for a different route. So this time around, you know, Camille's open. Let's get this. We will ignore the Black Shield. It's totally fine. We're not scared. And that's exactly what Oasis did.
Yeah, it's a good thing that whenever they go and pick up the Camille, they have something else to absorb some pressure, at least to put on some resources in, which is Demon Kite with the Corki. And again, everyone, that was just our first game for today. And we will have maybe game 3, maybe game 2, but it's still, Team Secret can still turn things around if they want to. Oasis Gaming, they just have the advantage here. It's a best of 3. Everything can happen. And again, everyone, we'll just be back after a short break. We're having a casters for today. I'm Dash, and I will see you with Riku. See you guys in just a bit.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Welcome back to Game 2 of Team Secret versus Oasis Gaming. Oasis Gaming is red and is really going for angry and hungry for the win. And they were able to get Game 1. That was such a great Game 1 for them. Very consistent, very great wins on the board. And again, we're going to be your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash and I'm here with Riku. And Riku, walk me through that first game. That was just so much for Oasis.
Yeah, I think the biggest TLDR for the first match in the series was Oasis just reading Team Secret, Team Secret's win conditions and knowing how to deny them. You know, Team Secret wanted to get towers down so they get enough space to get more kills. With the Meow Meow connection with the Yuumi and the Rengar, they denied that, denied first tower. Rift Herald's denied, Baron denied, Demon Kite being an absolute demon on the Corki, and Team Secret's draft felt like they wanted to do a lot of things. Like they wanted to do 4-1 with Azar, they wanted to do the hyper-scaling carry with the Vayne, with 2 utility supports, and as well as the Meow Meow connection where they can get a pick with the Rengar and the Yuumi. And one thing that I want to see in the next game, hopefully we get to see Team Secret focus on like one clear goal this time around up against Oasis, because Oasis did a phenomenal job just reading out what Team Secret wanted to do.
Yeah, it was like a rainbow of things. They don't have like one singular color on the side of Team Secret during that game. And what's good about that is that Oasis was able to skip one problem, which is during that time, their problem was Edith was getting killed every time. And they were like, just let Edith die a lot, and we can skip the Rengar Yuumi problem, and let's just deal with it later on. And Demon Kite was able to pull off when they skipped that problem. And yes, everyone, that's a tip for you if you're taking exams. Just skip some problems. Go back to it later on if you know, or maybe if you get any infos on some other questions in the exams.
Is that the theme for the day? Like school and
we have our professors in the panel, right?
That's true. That's true. What was this tip again? Where if you're not sure about the multiple choice, just answer B.
Yeah, just answer C.
C. What's C? Okay, oops.
C means correct, so it's C, right?
That works.
Yeah. And now, everyone, we're going to the drafts again for Oasis and Team Secret. I think they need to double down on the bans right there. Oasis banned with the Morgana on the first rotation because they know that the Dark Shield posed a problem during the last game, so they just want to cancel that off.
Yeah, Oasis this time around are banning a lot of these single target pick compositions, picks that enables pick comps. So I'm curious to see now if they're going for a pick comp themselves, because removing the Black Shield means that you can most likely play a Varus. Team Secret, on the other hand, now banned out a disengaged champion, another flex champion like the Gragas, as well as no Yuumi comps are going to be appearing in this game anytime soon.
Yeah, and having the Yuumi down, banning the Camille, they needed to get that set has been open, so Oasis takes it. A while ago, whoever has the set on their side was able to get the win, and maybe, just maybe, it would be another thing for Oasis here. Might be their win right here if ever. I hope that Team Secret doesn't jab a front-to-back composition, because that is where set is super effective against.
Yeah, there's a lot of engage already, and Oasis is forming a very juicy team fight composition already. 2 beefy front lines already on the side of Oasis, knowing the fact that Team Secret could possibly form an engage comp. Because the Galio, most of the time, you want to pair it with someone that can dash in the fight so you can deliver the hero's entrance. So we'll see what Team Secret wants to pick up, because so far, we've got Camille was already a very good pair with the Galio, but it is now off of the picture. Diana is also an option. Jarvan 4 is also an option for Trevor, and Diana can basically be picked in the mid lane and as well as the top lane, but picking up the Ziggs can still be towards Chewy and as well as Tatsuri, so this could be possibly a front-to-back poke composition coming from TS.
I like that they went for this, Riku, going for especially when you have a Corki against you, getting a Ziggs at least would just help you get that magic damage onto your side. What Team Secret is lacking here might also be, if they're going to be drafting Chewy right here with the Ziggs, they need to draft a lot of AD damage, and Team Secret knows that, and that's why they're banning a lot of this AD champions. On the side of Oasis, Lee Sin, Kha'Zix, probably a Zed also has been banned. So Oasis also, with their composition, they have the Garen, they have the set. When a Corki is on the draft, for sure, most of them will be drafting AD damage just for them to give way to how this Corki would come out for Demon Kite.
Yeah, it's definitely could be a repeat of a Demon Kite being an absolute demon on the
Yeah.
Corki. So now the biggest question is for Team Secret: do they draft something with backline access, because it's just looking to be difficult to penetrate the front lines to reach Demon Kite this time around? And most of the time, an Olaf could also be an option. Look at that, Oasis respect the fact that Jarvan 4 could be an option to be paired with a Galio for that backline access. Olaf is another option for them to take. Just ignore everyone else and head straight for the backline.
That's a good point, honestly. I really agree with that. Oasis Gaming could go for an old... Yeah, there you go. Yeah, the Olaf went in for... At least the Team Secret was able to deny that, and they will be able to make that work. It's kind of going to be slower for Team Secret to pull off the combo with the Heroes entrance, but because they have a lot of melee champions there, this pick from Oasis Gaming is good. I love the Orianna pick every time that there's a lot of melee champions, and Rox might think differently here. Would he go for the Thresh because it's up? Is he gonna get risk the shockwave hitting all of them just for them to get or enable a lot of kills to their side?
Yeah, there is that option of a possible Thresh, or would they want to pick something with Well, never mind. They're going all in on this comp. Ooh. What is disengage? What is that? We're going all in on this with, again, Fiora being picked up means the 4-1 split push could be an option for Azar, or Azar can use his talent on the big team fights, because this is looking to be a very explosive team fight comp and as well as a big poke comp. If they do not have, if Team Secret does not have control over objectives, then they can poke with Jace, they can poke with the Ziggs, and once they're comfortable going in, that's the time where Olaf or Trevor is going to go scream charge or something. I don't think he screams charge, but he just screams, and then the Galio comes in with a hero's entrance.
Yeah, exactly. And also on the side of Team Secret, what I love about this is that they have a lot of beefy champions on their side, and also on the side of Oasis, they don't have a lot of like current health or max health damage on their side, which could potentially pose a problem in the earlier stages of the game. Late game, they don't have any problems, but on the earlier stages, Team Secret has big advantages just because they have the Olaf and the Jace on their side, which is easier to pull. Also, Oasis needs to be careful on the earlier stages. They need to scale up before they go for fights.
Yeah, I mean, scaling is scary for Team Secret as well. They do have the Ziggs on their side. So for their side, on the side of Oasis, I don't think they have enough backline access to reach out these poke champions on the side of Team Secret. So they're gonna heavily rely on flanks. They're gonna be relying on the engage coming from Dragon on the set to make sure that they can have a slam on any of the squishy targets for Team Secret.
Yeah, and also going forward, this is just going to be one great thing about this. They're going forward, Oasis Gaming just needs to play it slow on their side. Just wait for everyone to ramp up. I think this is just going to be Riku. We're looking for a fight right here, like in the bot lane right now. They're going for a fight. Dragon just pulls out the rocks. And I forgot to point that out. Dragon is going to go for the set. He was successful when he pulled out this set last week. It was the reason why UDG had a hard time against them. I hope he would be able to pull that off again this game.
This is going to be, it's really highly possible for Dragon and Rox to get early game action, because both of these champions, their dual laner partners have a lot of wave clear. So if you have a lot of wave clear, that means you have space to get priority. It means your support can roam to find picks here and there. And the biggest question is, where can they get picks? Never mind, they can probably get a pick off of Rox.
Yeah, they're going to be taking out Rox, forcing the heal from Chewy. Now, if ever they want to go for another fight, this might be good. And this is where Dragon is just on a very good position in. Against a melee support, Seth is super good, because he's just going to be, every time that they try and go for an engage, they're just going to be pulling that off in a face breaker and basically cancel the whole engage that they're going to do.
Yeah, this Oasis composition is very heavy on team fight, 5v5. They have a lot of damage as well. Burst damage, especially at the later stages with the Orianna. Shockwave into the collateral damage is also an option. And for Team Secret, since this is an all-in composition, they don't have disengage. They really have to make sure that they deal. They push the R button first before anything else, and see they can get a pick, because both of these compositions have room for poke with the Corki versus Ziggs. So at this point, Team Secret would love to engage first in these fights.
Yeah, engage, get the kill later on. Olaf a very volatile champion to pick on your composition, especially when you don't have any enchanters to help him out to fasten up his movement speed, because he's just going to be running around anyway. But still, if ever he pulls off this early game against a very scaling champion like what Renzi has right now, it would be good for them. It's just going to snowball in their favor, and Oasis just needs to be careful of that.
Yeah, exactly. Because Trevor on the Olaf will eventually fall off, even if you press Ragnarok, even if you ignore all the CCs in the world, you're just going to get shredded with a lot of damage from Renzi, Edaf, and Demon Kite in the later stages of the game. And therefore, it's really important for Trevor to be able to get that early foundation, early to mid foundation, so he has a comfortable transition towards these dragon fights, these Rift Herald fights.
Yeah, and they're waiting for that right timing to go for. And it's kind of like what we did a while ago, Riku. It's the same game in where they wait for the power spikes, wait for the first item before they go for the fights, because it's much safer that way. And they know how each other play, and they don't want to rush into things. That's why they want to at least be safe, get that 3k, then later on, just use that in the dragon fights.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to execute that, because in a 5v5 scenario, again, Team Secret has to pull the plug first. Well, not pull the plug, pull the trigger rather.
Right.
Oasis, on the other hand, they have a lot of tools to keep kiting, but as well as move forward and engage with the sets, and as well as a lot of sustained damage with a lot of pokes from Demon Kite and the shields coming from Edaf. So we'll see now as Rox is able to rotate already, which means Team Secret is positioning for a Rift Herald take. They most likely want to open up top side to get that first blood tower, see if they can get control over the blue side area of Oasis. And I know it's not the same as the Spooky Ghost comp where you pair the Galileo with an assassin, like a Rengar or a Kha'Zix, but it has the same idea where Trevor can roam around the map, kill Renzi, because you're able to just basically stick onto Renzi as long as you have Ragnarok, and you pair that with Rock to the Hero's entrance, it's going to be an easy execute.
Yeah, I like what they're doing here. They're putting the pressure on Oasis before they go for the fight, and the pressure is just in. They might be on the right timing before they try to go and shield if the round comes in, but they're going to be taking this Drake for sure, and they're just going to be taking down the back line. Was able to get the kill onto Rox, and this is a 5v5, a good fight to be in with a package on their side. Azar tries to take one, but because he wasn't able to get the right timing, Oasis was able to get a double kill on their side and also their dragon.
Really nicely done coming from Oasis. They know that Team Secret is positioned to get the Rift Herald. Instead, they're going to get the Mountain Drake, which is going to protect them from the pokes coming from Chewy and Tatsuri. So I really like their priority on towards this dragon. Team Secret, again, has to get this combo, has to get Ragnarok to reach the backline of Oasis. But the absence of Trevor means that they have no form of engage.
Yeah. Going forward, Team Secret, it wasn't expected for them to go for a fight there because it's really not the right timing, especially that Dragon still has the showstopper. Azar tried to go for a kill, but he wasn't able to follow that through because there's always a showstopper to stop them from getting onto the backline, which is great. For the side of Oasis, they're really not wasting their showstopper and just using it to peel.
Yeah, they're finding the right timing. Oasis has been incredibly patient, as we've seen at the first game in this series. And now that they've already sort of read, knowing what Team Secret was going to do, they're able to respond accordingly.
Yeah. Went in for it, and they're just going to follow through. Renzi is just so happy right now that even though that it's not really in his favor against Trevor, it's a good thing that Azilla is there to help him out to go for the pressure against their jungler. If Trevor doesn't really get a lot of kills in the earlier stages of the game, he would just be... his win condition is just going to be out in the gutter, and it's not going to be good for Team Secret in the moving forward.
Yeah, he's just going to explode from all the damage coming from Oasis here. So this is a very narrow window for Team Secret to make it work. But something that they can do on the following objectives is that they can try to contest Ragnarok, get a possible steal perhaps, lock someone down, get the taunt coming from rocks inside the pit, and that's also an option where they can initiate a fight and get the objectives.
Yeah, pulls out and Trevor in the mid lane, not enough. They're just playing around the middle side of the map, and also they're just not actually jumping the gun on the side of Oasis Gaming. They just pull that out, try to bait them out, use the Ragnarok, and just try to push and wait for Demon Kite to get the advantage. Now Hero's entrance onto the top side, and that's going to be a takedown onto Azar. Ignite is taking not enough to get the kill. Azar goes out, tanks the rocks, his savior right there.
Yeah, we saw Rox already walking towards topside, already expecting the dive coming from Oasis, and he's able to save Azar's life. But Oasis knows that the most vulnerable lane is the top side, which is Azar, and that's why they will keep doing this.
Oh no, they have Flash and Barrier onto Tatsuri. Oh no, this is gonna be a 1v1, but Edap is gonna go and come in. Not gonna be able to hit the shockwave to the skies! That was a good play from them, and this is gonna be Team Secret turning things around. Edap doesn't have any Flash, and that's gonna be the takedown. Make that 2. Renzi is gonna be next, but Azari is gonna fall down. Takes one down in the end. A 2-for-1, still in favor of Team Secret.
Lovely dodge coming from Tatsuri there, but it looks like this is going to be a dive. Renzi's life is in danger. Not exactly, because Tatsuri's too low.
I was kind of scared, but they're going for this. They're going to move forward. They have the Haymaker onto Dragon, and that's a lot of shielding coming in. Esilla is still dealing a lot of damage, even though he doesn't really have a lot of items, though. Again, they're backing away. Play it safe.
Yeah, Esilla has been always at the right time, at the right place. I'm pretty sure I mixed those two up, but the idea is still there. Trevor and Rox wanted to get a pick in the mid lane before Rift Herald has spawned, but they couldn't because Esilla was there with the silence, with just being annoying, just being that annoying meat shield, and they had to go back. Ragnarok is not available for Trevor for this Rift Herald fight, so this is a window that Oasis is willing to take. Team Secret, on the other hand, is gonna be trading instead, but Oasis has time to go towards the dragon because Trevor is soloing this, so this is gonna be a slow dragon take.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of damage to actually take down this dragon pretty fast because Azar wasn't there, but the bot lane though, Esilla takes down Azar, and that just relieved the pressure in the bottom side of the map, letting them take this ocean break for a rather easily.
The power of the burst coming from Esilla here on the Garen. I mean, he lacks the CC, but when he sticks to you and he spins next to you, you are surely to fall, especially if you're a squishy champion like the Jace. And with that, because of that pickoff rather, Oasis is able to get another objective. They got 2 objectives there, by the way. Rift Herald into Dragon, into the bottom lane tower. Oasis is winning again everything in the map.
Yeah, they have been just taking down a lot of this objectives whenever they can. It's just Oasis is playing a bit more methodical now. They're not jumping the gun. They're not letting Demon Kite just jump in, Valkyrie in, which has been the mistakes during the past weeks. And now they know that that is their problem and they're working on it. And now Oasis has been playing this pretty effectively. This might be the taste, or rather the position that they want to be in against Team Secret. Team Secret, look at this. Trevor can't even get a successful gank just because Oasis know how to play against this Olaf.
Yeah, it is Oasis just avoiding any interaction with Trevor, knowing that, yeah, you're gonna fall off later. We're gonna be fine. We know in the end that even though Chewy will scale towards the late game, we can surely run straight to Chewy, just because that the only tanky member on the side of Team Secret is gonna be Rox, and Rox is gonna be there most likely to just keep assisting Trevor with the hero's entrance and start the fight, because engage-wise, Team Secret has no option but the Rox and Trevor combo.
Yeah, goes for the fight, gets the tower in the mid lane, which is really important. They are now gonna take this pressure and might be able to get another on the... What? Nobody's here, so this is just gonna get taken down. This is just gonna be easy for them, but because of that Mega Inferno Bomb, at least that saves their lives right there on the side of Team Secret. They were able to answer with 1 tower of their own, but top side though, Azar gonna be the target. They have the riposte onto him, so if ever they try to pull this through, it's gonna be good, and they're just gonna be taking all the towers. So Oasis is just putting a lot of pressure on Secret.
Yeah, Oasis knows that they can set up dives. They can bully out whoever is guarding a tower solo.
Okay, going in the mid lane, Demon Kite ignited, and now they're just following through. Well, let's go. This comes the Ragnarok, but the damage from Demon Kite turns things around, and Oasis might be going for more. Trevor is down, but they don't have any objectives to go for. Hero's entrance has been used defensively just for Rox to back away, but Chewy's here, and they are just gonna go. So look at Zilla. He was just running around in mid.
He's playing his own game here, being the scary threat, because he, in his team at the moment, he's 3-0-0. He solo killed Tatsuri earlier at the bottom portion of the map, and he knows whoever he meets, he can get away with it, and either escape or even get a kill before he falls down. He's an incredibly tanky boy, already has Gargoyle Stoneblade, and right now Team Secret has to deal with the hidden Garen in their own jungle even.
Right. Yeah, I think Asilla has been a very crucial part of the composition right now because he has been putting a lot of pressure on Team Secret. Nobody could even 1v1 him. We saw Tatsuri just fail a while ago, just get taken down, and Azar might go for a 1v1, might win, but would they risk not having Azar on the fight? Because right now they need all hands on deck if they want to fight against Oasis.
Yeah, that's true. Especially against a 3-0 Garen. You do not have
Right.
consistent 80 damage to shred him down. He's just gonna poke after poke after poke. He's just gonna exit out of the fight and then heal everything back and then most likely get back into the fight again. So that
Right.
is the struggle for Team Secret at the moment. So right now, because the Trevor Rocks plan didn't work out, it is gonna be Chewy. The pressure now falls towards Chewy. The pressure is towards Azar to get that 4-1 split push. And we'll see what Team Secret decides to do now that they're hovering around this top side.
I hope that they would be able to pull this off. Remember, Azilla is always going to be one of the forward pressure on the side of Oasis right now if ever they try to push through onto the top side. Azar, look at this. The respect coming in from Azilla is really good. But because they were able to get the tower to the top side, Oasis is going to be trading another objective. So it's always great that Oasis is always on top of the objectives, right? Even against Team Secret. They're forcing Team Secret to always be reactive on this fight.
Yeah, Team Secret already has a lot of map control loss. I mean, they've lost a lot of map control, so it's very hard to reach the Dragon Pit as Oasis now starting the Baron. They know that they're in the lead, and they know that they can sneak this out, but a lot of respect still because it is close space. You are on a pit, you're up against the Ziggs. You can just poke you out and whittle down your HP bar, so this is a good call coming from Oasis.
No teleports coming in from anyone yet on the side of Team Secret, just for them to react whenever Baron is going to come in. Even Azar doesn't have the teleport, but still Oasis is just moving around the map so fast that Team Secret is just forced to react every time. Azar is going to be left alone in the bot lane. They don't have a lot of damage. Rock's going to be the target. He might have the heroes into to work with, though, but the showstopper is just going to stop him down, take him down, and now it is now going to be an easy taking for them to take this Baron.
Yeah, 4v5 situation, rather 4v3 situation is Azar. And as well as I believe someone down there is they're 1v1ing at the moment. We'll see if Azar wins this one.
Yeah, Azar is still with a 1v1. I think Azar is really good right now, but there's the fight. Mega Inferno bomb onto the seal. Trevor was able to get it, and now Team Secret bought themselves some time and was able to take down Azilla also. Yes, they lost Trevor, but because they got the Baron, they have some time to work with.
Yeah, we talked about this before, right? Ragnarok into a steal. He went inside, flashed inside the pit. Trevor activated Ragnarok. No CC can stop him and is able to get that Baron for his team. Yes, it is there for the big deny to slow down the game, just as you mentioned, Dash. And this is extremely important because the next dragon is something that Team Secret has to absolutely deny because Oasis has 3 dragon stacks on their side. This is something that they should take away and they absolutely need, especially that the early game didn't work out for them.
Yeah, especially that you have what it takes on their side. They have the Baron to buy themselves some time, but it's kind of scary also to see Oasis gaming with the late game composition that they have 3 Drakes, as you said. This is just gonna snowball in their favor, and the last Drake is gonna be an Elder Infernal Drake, so that just makes it more destructive. And you need to force the fight later on for the side of Team Secret, because if they take this, Oasis is just gonna take this in the bag, and they're just gonna run out of their money. The Team Secret try and put some pressure because they have the Baron to work with. Nobody could 1v1 Azar right now, so that was a good steal for Trevor, but now might be overstepping his bounds. Ragnarok has been used. Nothing. No CC is going to come out, and Oasis is just going to run away.
Yeah, I feel like Team Secret wanted to use it as a distraction.
Yeah, Azar going to be the target, but Oasis really is doubling down on the mid lane, though. They want to go on the kill right here onto Azar, but he's just distracted them on the mid lane push, and now they got the tower already. They have the package to work with, though, but they're not going to be doing anything just because the Baron buff is just too much to deal with.
Yeah, Team Secret has leeway, has to use the Baron buff as much as possible. Possible. I'm making a new word here, Dash. As much as possible, because the Infernal Elder Drake is about to spawn, and they have to prep for that. They have to ward for that. They have to make sure they're in position. They have to make sure that they are able to reach Demon Kite. But there's going to be a secondary threat coming in because we've got Edda already close to most likely a Rabadon's on his side. So his shockwaves are going to hurt. He already has Seraph's Embrace, so he's going to be a little bit more, not healthier, but rather his survivability is going to be there. So that's something that Team Secret has to watch out for. And the Dragon Shockwave, Dragon Edaf Shockwave is going to be an absolutely scary setup that Team Secret has to watch out for.
Yeah, Trevor is slowly falling down right now, Riku, so Team Secret just needs to fasten up. Just use Azar as a bait, or rather, pressure to be put on the top side, and even he has some teleports. So later on, if ever they put someone there in the top side, TS would be able to get a 4v5, which is exactly what they want to go for. Yes, this is not going to be a fast Elder Drake, but if ever Oasis doesn't hear about this or doesn't see what's happening, this is going to be taken by Team Secret.
Yeah, Oasis has no information whatsoever. Team Secret is also very worried to start this, just as you mentioned, because there's poke coming from Demon Kite. They don't want to enter a fight that they're not prepared for with little HP by tanking the Infernal Elder Drake. And look at the response coming from Oasis here. Asilla buying also a teleport so he can match the split push from Azar, buy some time, and then make it into a 5v5 later on and join it.
That's honestly better if ever Scylla is just going to be putting the pressure in the top side. Just wait for Azar to go in TP and TP himself. So now he's going for the fight. Showstopper has been pulled off and Ross has been the target. He's going to fall down. He's left alone. Hero's entrance is down. So
45.
Oasis can go for a fight if they want to. Azar going to be the next target on the chopping block though. He has the grand challenge to fasten himself up. But Team Secret, oh no. 4v5, not a good fight. And they can take this Baron. They don't know where to go. They're putting the pressure in the mid lane.
Yeah, look at Dragon's positioning too. He's guarding the Infernal Elder Drake right now.
Yeah, they're taking this down. They don't have a lot of vision onto the side of the map. Dragon is just putting a lot of pressure. They want to take this down. They are taking a lot of damage. Trevor is just going to fall down right here. But oh no, they won't be able to get the kill. Basha Justice to the Ignite, and that's going to be the kill. Tatsuri is just going to double down. Might be able to get more, but Dragon, look at Team Secret. They're playing this so well. They're playing around their champions and they're kiting the members of Oasis and made it on the 3v3, or rather a 4v3 right now.
No tank, no problem. We can kite, dodge all the skill shots in the world. And look at that,
wow.
2 members down from Oasis. They're going for this Baron. And look at this, they're buying all the teleports. They're going in, Dash.
Yeah, TP's coming in and they're going to go, and they don't have any smites on their side. They were able to get the Baron, but still Azar is just going to go in. Rox is just going to put all the pressure. Edef is going to pull down. Demon Kite's dealing a lot of damage. Now Renzi is going to follow up on Azar, but what's important, they take the Baron. That's enough. That is mission complete from Team Secret.
Yeah, that is okay, but 40 seconds without the jungler is very painful on the side of Team Secret because Oasis really wants this Elder Drake. Look at the positioning coming from Tatsuri. He's hovering around this area and is wanting to push the wave rather to set up this Elder Drake. Team Secret can buy time. They can buy time with a lot of poke on their side, but the thing is, the waves. Again, Azar already at top side trying to prep for this, but this is risky. This is scary for Team Secret. Look at the teleports coming in.
Yeah, TP's coming in. Oasis might have a hard time, but because they divided the fight, look at this. Scylla going for a fight, but they don't have Edef yet. And also Trevor is not up, so Team Secret is just going to be waiting for him to come up before they go in for it. But at least they baited some TP, so the side of Team Secret, Oasis might be in a better position here.
Team Secret is able to push the waves. Bot side and top, you're going to be slowly pushing. You get to see Azar already prepping this. So if Team Secret wins this fight, it is going to be GG. So this is the game, could be the game-ending fight we're seeing here.
Yeah, and that's going to be it. Renzi is down. So this is just going to be Team Secret going to be taking this game for sure. But because Oasis isn't going to stop, they're going to be trying to go for this. It's a 4v5. They need to go for a risk, or they could wait this out. Let the Elder Infernal Drake get taken. They don't have any stacks of Drakes anyway, so just make it through. Just buy some time till Renzi comes up.
Crazy pickoff coming from Team Secret. This isn't the fight that we were talking about just yet. There's still 4 members alive, but with Team Secret denying the Elder buff and having that for themselves is going to give them the firepower that they need to win and siege the fight. They have Baron buff as well to push.
Yeah, they have the damage. They might go through. Azar is just dealing a lot of damage. Showstopper has been used on him, and Dragon is going to be the target, but they're not really following through with this. Mid lane turret has fallen down already, and that is Team Secret just playing this very slowly. Oasis is slowly crumpling down.
Ooh, Oasis, they have the tools to turtle. They have a lot of wave clear with the Dissonance Eduf, with a lot of the rockets coming from Demon Kite as well. But with the sieging power, Baron buff plus the Ziggs on the side of Team Secret, may prove to be very difficult to basically deter the sieging power. And let's take a look at that again. It's to fight towards the Baron buff, which, you know, with the domino effect towards the Infernal Elder Drake. And right now, Ragnarok has been baited, but at this point, Demon Kite was incredibly low. Shockwave didn't get to set up too much, and without key ults on the board for Oasis, meant that Team Secret has a lot of space for the fight.
Yeah, I really like how Team Secret thinks about the fight, though. They're waiting for EDAP to use the Shockwave before they follow through on their engages, and they have been just kiting around, wait for them to use the Shockwave, and if the Shockwave is down, yeah, let's go in, because there's not a lot of damage after that.
And this is now the setup for Team Secret. They're waiting for another pick. They're waiting for a squishy member. There's a lot to choose from. You've got Renzi, Edaf, and Demon Kite. But of course, Dragon is going to be the first one here to basically face check and storm his way in, see if he can scout anyone. But that pick, again, with Renzi earlier, can potentially be done with a lockdown from Rox and Trevor. Let's see if they can do that again. Look at the damage coming from Chewy!
Oh my, Demon Kite is gonna fall down. Guardian Angel has been popped.
He's
and
alone.
They might be taking down. The flash has happened. Shield up to run onto Rox. Would be able to get the damage that they need, though. And that's gonna be the Demon Kite falling down. This is gonna be Team Secret turning things around. When the Heroes are just not hitting anything, it doesn't matter, because everybody's gonna fall. Oasis Gaming is all gonna fall down. Team Secret takes them down onto this game too. This might be the end of the game. Estilla is buying some time, but that doesn't matter, because Team Secret is gonna just end this right now. They were able to get a game 2, and that was a very decisive win for them.
Chewy's damage at the end of this game was absolutely insane. Oasis weren't able to set up for their own fight. They weren't able to set up Dragon and Edaf with the Shockwave combo with the set. They weren't able to do that because before they even started, their HP bars were incredibly low coming from Chewy. And the patience game coming from Team Secret, even though they couldn't get Trevor ahead, it don't matter because Chewy was there to provide the damage that they have been looking for.
Going for that game 3, Team Secret, as we said. Yes, it's not going to be really in their favor when it comes to this fight, but because they have the Fiora on their side, Azar has been putting a lot of pressure on the side lanes whenever they go. Nobody could 1v1 Azar. Even Azilla couldn't 1v1 Azar even if he tries to, because there's a lot of sustain coming through. And also, Azar just built Blade of the Ruined King, so it's just going to be easy for him to shred down Azar whenever they're going to go for a 1v1. And so far, that was just Team Secret that actually worked in their favor. I was expecting their composition to work in the early game. Trevor doesn't really have a lot of presence during that game, but it didn't matter because everybody was all there. They were the light, and Trevor was just a shadow.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about backline access for both of these teams. You know, we've got Olaf and as well as the Galio for backline access for Team Secret. But on the other hand, for the side of Oasis, they didn't really have that. They have to set up flanks for them to reach Chewy. And the fact that Team Secret didn't even have to utilize their backline access because Chewy was doing all the work at the end of the game. Demon Kite was very, very low. He had to run away. The Guardian's Angel was even popped. And after that, it was the long death timers. They were able to get the Infernal Elder Drake and then end the game.
Yeah, that was enough for them. Even if they have a Demon Kite to scale into the late game, but because every one of them was so beefy, it didn't really shred as I expected for Demon Kite to shred most of their front line. If they go front to back, it's gonna be okay. But they weren't able to do that, which is why Team Secret was just there, just trying to force him away, trying to force the issue every time, and it worked out in the end for them. Especially that they had the Mega Inferno Bomb to work with. It's really hard for them to stick together for the side of Oasis because if the Mega Inferno Bomb hits, that is almost half HP for every one of them.
Yeah, around the full item mark, everybody's inventories were pretty much full. I think the steal coming from Trevor was an absolutely big thing because they were able to push towers, gain enough space for setting up the Elder Drake, and being able to deny that away from Oasis as well. Yeah. Basically, got their 3 dragon stacks. Weren't able to cash in with the Elder Drake, and that's exactly the fighting power that Team Secret needed badly for them to be confident in these fights.
Yeah, they were expecting to get it, but because, as you said, The Baron call, the Baron steal right there was very great for Trevor. And that was what helped them out. Chewy dealt a lot of damage during that game, not gonna lie though. That's 34k damage with 75% KP. Just for him throwing a lot of Mega Inferno bombs on the sweet spot most of the time though.
Yeah, the bouncing bombs, the Mega Inferno bombs, just as you mentioned, just really did a lot of work. It didn't matter if they couldn't utilize Rocks and as well as Trevor on reaching Demon Kite in the backline. They have the Ziggs with a ton of range to work with.
Yeah, they had Chewy just dealt a lot of damage during that game. And at that point in the game, Riku, where everyone almost has the full inventory, I was just expecting whoever is gonna fall down first. That's it. That's done deal. It doesn't really matter how much of a lead they have. Whoever gets taken down first, that's gonna be the win already for the team. And that's exactly what happened during that game. When Demon Kite fell because of the Mega Inferno Bomb, that was the spell of their defeat on the side of Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, and there were so many there was an instance before the Elder Drake fight as well where Trevor and Rocks were able to get Renzi, and without the jungler, that means the Elder Drake would be a comfy take for them. And without vision as well coming from the side of Oasis, that means they cannot exactly risk face checking and just entering the fight just for the sake of getting the potential steal, knowing that the jungler Trevor is still alive on the other side. So Team Secret, yeah, it was 3 dragons on the side of Oasis. Team Secret so unfazed with, okay, you got 3 dragons, it's okay, because the gold lead was very stable. Like, there wasn't a big gold deficit anyways. What I like about this match in general is that we're beginning to see the Team Secret that we saw last year. They're like the late game kings. They were unfazed with how much gold lead the other team has, how much dragon stacks that the team has. They were so unfazed because they know that they can win late game. They were dubbed the late game kings back at C Champs into Horizon Cup, and I'm starting to see that identity form again in this series.
Yeah, and I hope they would be able to double down that on the identity that you were saying a while ago. And it all comes down to experience also that they had during the last year, and that's why they just worked on it. And now that is going to be the excitement. That is the build-up that we're looking for Game 3, and really, we're all into it for Oasis Gaming versus Team Secret right now. It was a great Game 1 and Game 2 for both sides, but we're going to be seeing the Game 3 after the short break. We have been your casters for today. I'm Dash, and I was here with Riku. See you guys in just a bit.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Welcome to the third game of this series between Oasis Gaming versus Team Secret. It was a great win time and time again for both of our teams. Oasis and Team Secret, they just played really well during the first and second game. But now, on the third game, there's not a lot of advantages seen from both teams. It all came down to how they played the late game and how the last clash happens. And again, it just went on to the side of Team Secret right now. Before we go into it, we're going to be your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash and I'm here with Riku. And what are your thoughts about this Game 3 right now, Riku?
It's going to be intense because, again, this is the last game for the first round robin for both of these teams, so it's incredibly important to end on a positive note before moving forward to the second round robin tomorrow. And both of these teams, again, we talked about earlier, both of them were part of the string of upsets, especially when we talked about like the Grind Sky victory against both of these teams last Saturday and Sunday. So they're currently at 5th and 6th place. They don't want to be near the 7th and 8th place threshold. I know when we look at the standings, it's incredibly close. It's Team Underground being undefeated and the rest of the teams being one series win away from each other when it comes to points. So again, it's still very important to get as much of a leeway as you can carrying over to the second round robin.
Yeah, it's pretty much safe for the teams at the top at this point, but there's still another round robin coming into their side though. That might change. But now, with this, as you said, now that they're almost at the bottom of the pack, they want to get their wins. They need that W for them to start off the next round robin tomorrow with a great note. So this is really what they want to go. That's why they went 1-1, because they're really hungry for that win. And I hope that whoever wins this just follows through in it during the next round robin.
Yeah, that momentum is also incredibly important, especially with the position they're in the current standings. And what I'm looking forward to the next match is, I don't know, maybe most likely a little bit of taking away like the Yumi again, taking away the bans that has worked in the first series, Morgana, Camille, because it's just so easy to get someone, to pick someone off immediately and create it into that big 4v5. I mean, Team Secret pretty much assembled another composition in game number 2 that works similarly like that. They can do that with the Olaf, Ragnarok into the hero's entrance, lock someone down, make it into a 4v5. Like on paper, it doesn't seem like a pick composition or a pick assembly, if you will. But at the same time, you can still use it that way.
Yeah, and again, that is really what we want to go for this side. Team Secret just played it well with the composition that they have, and at least now it's not the rainbow. They have some kind of like 1 or 2 colors that they're going for on their side a while ago, and that's why they just have the win condition on their side. So now, both drafts, I'm expecting a lot of things from both of these teams. I hope that they have a very cohesive draft on their side. I hope it's going to be both front-to-back composition. I've been waiting for a 2 front-to-back composition. Then how will that play out on this game? Because most of the time, the other team is just going to react onto the other draft.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of these disengage bans and a Yumi ban as well, just to make sure that the Yumi doesn't enable hyperscaling comps or as well as assassin comps where the Kazakhs and the Rengar can reign free and get a pick inside the jungle of the enemy team. And look at this, Team Secret banning away Asila's picks so far. We've got the Darius, we've got the Garen, and this potentially spells that they might play hyper-scaling Vayne. If the Lulu is still available, if the Yumi is still available, they can pick it up. This is basically spelling we're going to play something front to back again. And so far for Oasis, their last ban is still going to be the Zed. A lot of respect towards Tatsuri's performance last year at the Horizon Cup.
Yeah, they go for that, get the Yumi, and maybe this could change change how things would go to their side. And they can still deny that Vayne, or at least Team Secret has another answer if ever the Vayne would get denied. They still have the Kai'Sa, they still have the Corki to work with. So Oasis just doesn't have a lot of options here. They just need to react on how this is all going to go. And their reaction, yeah, get the Corki again for Demon Knight.
I wonder if they're going to get the Corki Gragas here in this scenario, because the Gragas has been closed or banned in the first 2 games, and they need a disengage because Team Secret, obviously with their bans, they're going to opt for a hyper-scaling comp that works front to back, heavy 5v5, and they need that disengage on the side of Oasis. And now the Gragas can still be towards Etaf coming in, Renzi not going to be out So at this point, the Gragas can still be towards Edaf, jungle, even top for Asilla, another option to be that tanky frontliner and as well as initiator for the team.
Yeah, another Fiora being pulled out here. Trevor and Azar have been playing this really well, and they have been... I mean, Azar has pulled that off on game 2, so he might be able to go for it during this game, which might be kind of different right now, but Team Secret, they just want to go for this hyper carry setup that they've been doing a while ago, and I hope they answer it with some CC also, because there's not a lot of options right now. Pick it up before it gets banned onto the second rotation.
Yeah, I think it's going to be important to lock in possibly that disengage, but with the Gragas now being taken, and another option would be the Janna, which you already picked up the Yuumi, unless I don't think we're going to see a Yuumi top anytime soon again. So now the Ziggs can still be towards Tatsuri's side or towards Chewy. I mean, he had a phenomenal performance in game number 2. This can be the key once more.
Yeah, they can use it in their favor during the next one, so I hope they would be able to. But
Oh.
Senna being picked up on their side is kind of something different for Oasis. We haven't seen a lot of Sennas getting played. And this might just go to Corki going to Edaf and Demon Kite going for the Senna and bot lane to Dragon, which is a really good composition to have, especially when you have a Senna. That just changes things up in the bot lane.
Yeah, it's going to be the double 80 carry composition so far. It's going to be a non-interactive lane. If it's going to be a Gragas into the Senna at the bot portion of the map, since they have a lot of sustain, just going to be farming carefully. If it's going to be up against the Ziggs, it's going to be fine because they do have some sort of sustain as well, and they're just going to be farming and wave clearing. For Team Secret, though, look at them. They're banning out Etof's jungle pool so far because the Gragas can still go anywhere, can still go towards top, can still go towards the bottom lane for Dragon. So Team Secret just wants to remove other engage junglers that can set up for the team. Jarvan 4 could be a possibility because, again, it's absolutely scary with the backline access it provides.
Yeah, and as you said, they wanted to ban a lot of the jungle options because they're not sure where the Gragas is going to go. But because of this, that just says that Jarvan or Anunu can still be a possibility. They do have double ADCs anyway. So if they just go in for that early engage to accelerate the power of the Corki and the Senna, that could be good. But I forgot about that for Isilla. The Renekton is up, so they're just going to be taking that. Could also go to EDAF if they want to. They're just going to be reacting to this. And it's a good thing Team Secret still has the option of having Fiora onto Trevor and could take another jungle that could actually force Oasis, or rather ETAP, to some jungle that they want to go for.
Yeah, they're expecting, again, most likely the Rengar coming in here for the jungle being paired with the Yuumi. This still can be a possibility. And because of the global ult coming from the side of Demon Kite here on the Senna, it is still possible to provide sustain across the map. Never mind, it's gonna be a Xin Zhao instead. We're clearing away from the what do you call this? From the Rengar Kha'Zix in the jungle paired with the Yuumi. Instead, they're gonna opt for this scary early game as well. We're looking at Xin Zhao, Lucian, and Yuumi being able to aggressively dash in, get that final chapter, lock someone down, but I don't know. There's just a lot of... There's just disengage. There's two front lines that are scary with the Riven and the Renekton. And I don't know if the Xin Zhao and Lucian is going to be enough to provide that access for that final chapter.
I hope this would be like game 1. Like, they're doing a lot of things right now, again, for the side of Team Secret. And yes, they have the early game advantage to their side, which could be good. But it could also potentially be a problem right here for the side of Team Secret because they don't have an effective frontline. Yes, sometimes you could say that Xin Zhao is an effective frontline because of the Crescent Guard, but it's not enough. It just takes like 5 to 8 seconds before the Crescent Guard falls down, and Edaf and Demon Kite is just gonna take you down after that. But still, Oasis again with the better lineup. I hope the Team Secret knows what to do with this. They have a lot of room, or rather, they have less room for error on this composition. So they just need to make it work on their side.
Yeah, 100%. I wrote it down on the air. 100%. I agree with you, Dash. It's a very Oasis's composition is very incredibly strong, early to mid. You've got the Riven, you've got Esilla, Etaf on big level 3 champions. So scuttler fights, skirmishes are going to be absolutely scary come level 3, level 5. They're great. Team fights, you've got Dragon being both the initiator plus the disengager with the explosive cast. And you've got 2 big range. Etaf, of course, going to be providing a lot of damage. Demon Kite with the Senna ult providing a lot of utility, heal, and as well scaling in the later stages of the game. So Oasis, I really love the composition. For Team Secret, this is a little bit of everything again, Dash. This is, you can do 4-1 split push with Azar. You can do early game with the damage from Trevor and Tatsuri here for a little bit of skirmishes with the final chapter. Oh my god.
What? How is it Edaf winning this? I mean, Tatsuri even popped the ignite just to force him out of the way. That is just super surprising for me, honestly, because Edaf was actually able to win that easily in the fight. And yeah, it was also because Tatsuri wasn't at level 3, where most of the time, big advantage for Illusion. So Demon Kite in the bot lane together with Brox, not a lot of pressure for Chewy, but because it's a lane in where Demon Kite doesn't have a lot of targets to stack up on those souls, it could potentially be good for Team Secret.
Yeah, going back to what you said, level 2 Corki, Phosphorus Bomb into the Gatling gun. If you're right in front of Corki, you are definitely not going to have a fun time versus what you said. Level 3, Tatsuri is able to access and his passive even more. So better burst if he goes in, but really great response coming from Edaf. We'll see, though, this lane, we talked about this before, a very non-interactive lane. But when it comes to kill potential, it is from the side of Dragon, because he has room to initiate, and he can initiate now.
Yeah, going in with the body slam onto the flash, not even able to get anything. Rocks, remember, if he gets hit by a CC, he's not going to get out. And Demon Kite also gets out with a flash. They use a lot of flashes, but that's enough. A 1-0 is great enough.
Really nicely done from Oasis, knowing the fact that it is the most vulnerable lane. Azar's lane is also very vulnerable because we talked about the power of a Riven and the Renekton. You can just stun lock them. And then just immediately, Azar will immediately blow up because they do have an adequate amount of damage to take him down at this point of the game.
Yeah, they have a lot of damage to work with for the side of Team Secret on the top side. But again, we're just still waiting for them to pop off on the next one because they're just going to be slowly easing into it. And also, just like to point out, whenever Vox comes out just to try and get some mana and shield for the passive, sometimes it's easier for Dragon to just go in. That's why he went in for the fight a while ago, because he saw an opportunity against Rocks.
Yeah, Kitty Cat out of not being with tagging along with their ally is a very vulnerable Yuumi. So really nicely done coming from Oasis. Dragon for finding that opportunity. Great ganking timing as well. And they can rinse and repeat this, especially if Oasis has priority in the lane. And now we're going to be seeing a little bit of that lane swap as they do want, again, the Rift Herald for the side of Team Secret. That while they do have enough sieging power for the side, because they do have Chewy here on the Ziggs.
Oh no, Chewy's just going to fall down right here in the mid lane, and the shield coming in with a Dominating Shadow. Not even enough for Vox to help out Chewy. That is just... Wow, Dragon has been putting up a lot of this pressure on most of the lanes that he's in.
Yeah, Oasis is just finding the right targets. And I mean, the Ziggs has the satchel for the escape. Especially if you have Flash, you have the final chapter. But if you're locked down, there's really no escape, no opportunities for you to use any of those abilities. And Oasis, again, just... again, the sequence of their skills, the way that they read the map to see who's vulnerable is just really good.
Yeah, and I was kind of waiting for the Shinzao to come out on the game so far. He hasn't been that meta, and I really like that he came out in a game where Team Secret is. And yeah, he has been nerfed a lot, but still, I really like the early game advantage that he gives for the team, and also the Crescent Guard. But now, taking the Repel is just going to be their answer, because Oasis' gaming is just always going to be taking this drinks for themselves.
Yeah, it's another trade again. They want to open up the map to give room for Azar, either for the roams and join in the fights later on, but here's a fight.
Okay, top side was able to get the fight. The knockup came in, but not enough for them to get the kill. Azilla is playing with fire here, but at least they were able to cancel the pressure on the top side.
Yeah, it is going to be safe again. Oasis reading Team Secret like a book.
Right.
Unable to break that down once more for Azar, because Azar has been when we look back at his track record, he's crazy in team fights. He's crazy with the roams, but after Horizon Cup, he's also crazy with the 4-1 split push, and they do want to release him from his lane duties and be able to create a big impact into these later fights. So we'll see if Team Secret can replicate the same success from game number 2, where it's okay if we don't get the early lead. Yeah, it's okay if we can't open up the map early, because we're gonna get the Rift Heralds and use that instead to gain enough space, and then bing, boom, get Trevor rocks on the board, see if they can get a pick in the deeper ends of the jungle. Maybe even the side lanes can be an option.
What I'm kind of afraid of, Rico, is this, because it's a different composition that they're having right now. It might be quite different from what's going to happen to game 2, because it's not that easy to pull off, especially like what's happening right now. Bot lane, Azar is going to be the target, even though that he's good at 1v1s, but if everyone is just here, you're just going to get taken down, and Oasis just gets it. Might take down the turret in the bot lane, but it's a good thing Chewy's here.
Yeah, really clean dive coming from Oasis there. Again, Azar, we talked about this before, that Azar is going to be a very vulnerable target alongside Chewy. This is the Rift Herald now. They're going to open up the mid lane.
Yeah, that is going to be an easy open up on the mid lane. Tatsuri,
I
no, he
missed.
wasn't able to hit it. Demon Kite might be in trouble though, but at least Rift Herald was able to take down the mid lane turret. More pressure onto the side of Oasis.
Yeah, the root wasn't there, unfortunately. But at the same time, Demon Kai's still fine. He still lives. And now Team Secret will have their eyes on denying dragons here. And do they have the capability of doing so? How will the team fights go in the first place? They have Chewy for the big pokes. Maybe not as big at the moment. It is going to come up later. But what they can do is who will deliver the final chapter? Who will read the book to Oasis? It's gonna be Trevor. It's risky to use Tatsuri because he's gonna explode from all the damage in the world on the side of Oasis. So it is gonna be Trevor, because you mentioned he has a Crescent Guard. He has really nice ult up to survive a little more against projectiles. So being as double AD on the side of Demon Kai, Edolf and Demon Kai here.
Okay, wants to go.
He's fine.
I thought that it's going to be a Ruthless Predator hitting onto Azar, but he still has the riposte though. And it's still going to be hard, but bot lane, it's not going to be hard in bot lane. It's a WG Crescent Guard onto Trevor, Dawning Shadow, not going to be able to hit onto the backside. And this is Oasis just following through. I think they're really low in HP. Trevor can turn things around here if ever he wants to, but okay, they're going to be backing away.
I think they managed to clear the wave at least to buy some time. But look at Tatsuri, he's hovering around, he's thinking if he should stay. But knowing that Etaf is here, he says, okay, never mind. I'm gonna probably just play it safe. I'm just gonna wait here. I just want to farm the wave and see what we can do.
Yeah, this is kind of scary for Tatsuri. It's a good thing. Even though he doesn't have vision, he was able to clear the wave. 30 seconds of the clock for the Rift Herald and also the Mountain Drake. And Oasis Gaming, yeah, they do have some items on their side, but it's kind of looking better for the side of Team Secret now that they have the Ardent Sensor together with Rocks. It's going to be easier for most of these players to do more damage onto their side. But remember, what's hard about the composition with Yuumi, you're almost likely playing a 4v5, so it might be a problem when it comes to positioning.
Yeah, 4v5 and sacrifice of giving, 4 abilities for whoever you're attached to. So this is them. Actually, interesting from Team Secret. They were prepping the vision towards top side, and now they're going towards Dragon.
Yeah, what a good package right there. Was able to deny them the positioning that they want to go for. On the side of Team Secret, EDF just went in for it. And yes, this is our Dragon. But yeah, take the Rift Herald if you want to. You don't know, we have vision there. EDF wants to get it. But I think they're going to go. But Oasis Gaming is playing around this. He's trying to divide them to go for a fight. Might go for a Rift Herald, trying to play it slow. ETAP is playing with fire, but here comes the explosive cast onto the backline. Was able to get it. Mega Inferno bomb onto Dragon, now low in HP. And now they're going to be, oh no, they were divided around, and that's good for the side of Team Secret. They were able to make it work. Stasis on the hand, Wind becomes lightning, not going to be able to hit. Demon Kite is going to go in. Trevor is just so healthy right now. Oasis Gaming, Wind becomes lightning, not going to be able to hit, almost getting the kill. The Road was able to get it, and Azar is going to be able to take 4, and that's a 4-for-2 in favor of Team Secret.
And that's the Azar that we've been seeing last year, and now we're seeing it again. That aggressive flash into the rest of Oasis, knowing that everybody was low. He was incredibly confident with that play, and they are rewarded with the Rift Herald fight. That is why they were hovering around the Dragon, because they wanted to see if they can win that team fight, and they did after, and they are rewarded with Rift Herald.
Yeah, that was great. Team Secret takes some kills, takes the Rip Herald. Yeah, they were able to equalize the gold, which is great for their side. The Oasis right now, they need to think about their fight. That fight was just so brutal. Just because Trevor had the Crescent Guard for the longest time, and he was able to survive because Rox was attached to him. That is something that they need to look out for. They don't have a lot of melee damage. So if ever Trevor uses the Crescent Guard, they have a lot of problems.
Yeah, there's just a lot of survivability once Trevor's ult is up as a Xin Zhao. And I got props still to Dragon though with an amazing cask.
Yeah, Azar gonna go in, will be able to get the riposte and the stun, and Escilla is gonna be dead. Just because it's that right timing though, they have the Crescent Guard on the Trevor, was able to go in, there's gonna be Ida falling down, and they don't have enough damage to work with. Trevor is just making it work with the Crescent Guard again and again, and this is just gonna be hard. Demon Knight can be the next target though, he might fall down, he's gonna fall down, and Tatsuri is just gonna double down onto it. Dragon is just gonna run away, try to cut some losses, and 3-4-2, and Team Secret won that fight again.
Another win for Team Secret. I mean, props to Dragon again for using the explosive cask to throw off the angle of the final chapter and not get rooted. But at the end of the day, there's still a lot of damage. Trevor re-angled the ult coming from the side of Rox. Let's take a look at that again. I mean, Oasis doing a great job assembling all these 4v5s, but they're running out of resources. Again, that's the cast that we were talking about.
Yep.
But at the same time, there's just a lot of early to mid-game damage coming from the side of Team Secret. And with, you know, these carries being absolutely vulnerable, Dragon has no cask anymore, no disengage for his backline. That means Team Secret wins.
Trevor gonna be the target. If they want to get this kill, they need to get this right now. But because that Crescent Guard is just so deadly in the hands of Trevor, they don't have it anymore. So Adap is gonna go in. They have the Suns. The Keepers is there, and Trevor is just gonna get knocked up. They have a lot of speed on their side. They don't have any more CC. So that's why Oasis can't go for this fight though. But at least they were able to take down Chewy.
Time and time again, they're able to swiftly get a pick off. Either for Azar, Chewy. Again, there's a lot to choose from on Team Secret's side. They're all very, very squishy. And once you get locked in by Oasis composition, it's just an immediate death. Because again, we talked about the stuns, the stun locks from Etaf and Scylla, the fact that Dragon has been performing so well on his explosive casts to get a pick, and the fact that there's another root coming from Demon Kite coming in, and the funnel of damage coming from Etaf here. So everything works so well once Oasis gets the initial setup. Team Secret, though, they have a lot of options to re-engage. That's the reason why they're winning all these 4v5s. But now Oasis has first dibs on this Dragon, though.
Yeah, they're taking this again. And another positioning advantage that they have is that this package is just going to stop them from pushing through. They can't even get close, but they're going to be taken down on one. Scylla might fall down. No, he didn't. So that is another win from Oasis without any answers for Team Secret.
Team Secret may have an answer. You know how much they love the Baron? Really? They're already positioning towards this area. See if they can get a pick. Maybe towards Dragon, maybe towards someone that is also squishy. Because knowing that Scylla is towards the bottom portion of the map, they've already unleashed the Rift Herald, so they're creating more space for them to work with in this red quadrant of Oasis and prepping for the Baron later on.
They can't risk this because they don't have any ultimates on their side, especially that Trevor doesn't have the Crescent Guard on his hands. And I forgot to point that out. This Phasers has been super helpful for Trevor during the whole point of the fight that he's always in. Whenever he tries to go for that 3 talent strike, after that he just runs. And that is enough. Mission complete. After the knock up, one's gonna get taken down and let's just run.
Yeah, we may not have backline access, but we have a lot of speed.
Yeah.
Speed is
That's
the
enough.
key. Yeah, speed is the key to maneuver around these team fights. And it's going to be very important later on once they're going to be fighting for this Baron. But look at this, though. This could be risky for Tatsuri.
Oh no, Tatsuri going to be the target. Flash has been burned already and the Baron is going to come out. Trevor is going to flash in, final chapter. But now he has been denied. He has the Battle Slump to work, but Dragon is just going to run away. That was a lot of them using a lot of their flash and also their ultimate. So this might be Oasis finding ways to go for a clash here.
Yeah, looks like they're going back. They're going back to base. Oasis wanting to, okay, I'm gonna buy an Infinity Edge. This is it. This is where I want to strike next. I'm gonna deal a lot of pain towards Team Secret. So right now, this is the timing that Oasis has been waiting for, and they are prepped and expecting a fight.
Yeah, this might be... They need to keep their head above the water. Team Secret slowly I can slowly smell the desperation whenever they try to force a fight, especially at the top side. Though I think Oasis is the one more,
Teleport.
and they're going in. Tatsuri is just gonna fall down. The next is gonna be Azar. Grand challenge has been fought. Body slam. He has their boss to work with. Azar is just gonna cancel it. Almost getting the kill. That Sigilus for comfort. Ignite is sticking. Not gonna get the kill. No access to the backline. Dragon is just being a wall. Trevor can't even put him down.
Oh,
There
shutdown.
goes the final chapter. Dragon is just gonna get it. Etaf. Oh no, he's been taken down though. That was a 2-for-1. And now they can't get this Baron because their jungler is down.
There's a Mega Invertible with a flash.
Okay, they went in for the flash. Shui's gonna be the target. Trevor might be the next one though. No slice and dice. No ruthless predator. Trevor is just gonna play it cool, back away, and wait for the next fight.
That could have been sticky for Team Secret. If
Right.
Ataf lived, Oasis could have easily gotten away with the Baron there, knowing that
Right.
the numbers from Team Secret are gone. So really nicely done. Mega Inferno Bomb coming from Chewy to snipe out Ataf and make sure that they have space to work with and wait for the death timers and create an opportunity again for the big 5v5 that they have been waiting for. And
Yep.
again, has been absolutely scary so far for both teams because Team Secret, we looked at Chewy in the second game, but let's take a look at this replay again. Tatsuri, again, very alone in this, so it's an easy pickings. So for Azar, he put his grand challenge onto Etaf, which is the most mobile member, so he's able to get away and not be able to get that last vital point for the activation of the grand challenge. So really nicely done by Oasis. And Team Secret, again, from Chewy, is able to remove the jungler out of the picture.
I actually laugh at the Mega Inferno Bomb because it was in the sweet spot. Etaf, even if it dashes away, he didn't even use the flash because he's oh yeah, I'm dead. So I'll just take it. I'll just take the Mega Inferno Bomb. But now they don't want to risk it to die. If one dies, that's an easy Elder, that's an easy Baron. So this is gonna be crucial. The death timers are in, so it's gonna be hard to lose just to one member. It might spell the end of the game, especially that Trevor has the Guardian Angel already. He has room for error here.
Yeah, he has a lot of survivability with his Sterax, Guardian Angel, and Stone Plate as well. So there is what you mentioned, Dash, a lot of survivability and leeway for error for him to keep surviving in these long drawn fights. And what we saw last time once the Elder Drake spawned in game number 2 was Renzi getting caught out by Trevor and Rox, and it could potentially happen again on the side of Etaf. He has Zonia's Hourglass at least, but no Guardian's Angel for that second life.
Yeah, they can push through with this. Dragon is just gonna, follow through again with another good body slam. Maybe get another one. Trevor gonna be the target though. They are gonna go in and they have their Crescent Guard. That is gonna be the Guardian Angel put out. And because they were out, Rox is gonna be taken down. Trevor is gonna be the next. No Cosmic Divine. The Son of the 4! What was that? Etaf was able to get it, and now they're gonna be taken down. Oasis is gonna be taking all of them down. 40 seconds of the clock, and they might end this game right here, Riku.
Yeah, Etaf, that was a disgusting 4-man stun. What was that? It is them gonna be ending the game with that what an amazing team fight.
Wow, that was great. And this might be the next. Chewy's just standing around. He can't do anything anymore. That is the end. Oasis just puts in the bag, not even needing the Drake and the Baron. Force the fight, take down Trevor, and that was enough. That is the celebration that I was expecting for Oasis because that was a great play from Eta.
Yeah, that was such a close series. Every single time it all boiled down to the last fight around the Elder Drake, and it is them that reign supreme in the end. Amazing setup, amazing casks coming from Dragon, being able to find their target. We talked about the second life of Trevor with the Zonius, with Sterax into Guardian's Angel, but it wasn't enough with so much zoning potential coming from Oasis. And again, they played it so well, so patiently, even from game number 1 up to game number 3.
Yeah, was able to take it, and wow, oh wow, that was just so much for them. They were able to take it down. They were able to make it work. Oasis Gaming, they, as we said during the first parts of the draft, Riku, we said that it's kind of hard for Team Secret to pull this off with them having a lot of win conditions on their side. But on the side of Oasis, it's way easier to pull off, and they were able to make it work in the end. But what I can say though, I love the Xin Zhao pick. Every time that I see a Xin Zhao pick, I love it because Xin Zhao just makes it kind of complicated to go for fights just because of his Crescent Guard.
Yeah, and there's leeway for early game skirmishes as well to match out Esila and Etaf on the Riven and the Renekton, and paired it with the Yumi as well. It's the same concept. You dash in, final chapter, lock someone down, and just explode, just a lot of damage on the board, basically. But Oasis, again, they've read Team Secret like a book, even towards Game 1, Game 2, and Game 3. They've always been getting the early game leeway for them to transition over to the later stages of the game. But it was an incredibly close series. But I want to give props to Dragon. His tasks were so on point.
Yeah, definitely. Just also because there's not a lot of ways to stop it. Nobody is in front anyway, so let's just disrupt their position, take one down, and that's usually the formula that they've been doing with the fight. Let Dragon take a good cast, or at least put out the final chapter so that nobody is gonna get holded. And that worked out well for the side of Oasis Gaming. I love the fact that they used that. It was just so close that Trevor and Azar almost made it work for Team Secret, but Oasis, it's just way easier to pull this composition off.
Yeah, they have a lot of options. Really clean engage, a lot of stun locks as well on the board. Big disengage as well. But we talked about disengage, but Dragon has been using the cask to reposition the final chapter into
Right.
even getting the getting a pick from any of the vulnerable members. This is the fight. This is the game-winning fight. Etaf was already positioned for a flank. We talked about backline access and the absence of it. It don't matter if Etaf is positioned perfectly. That was just so juicy and so good coming from Etaf on this Riven.
Yeah, everybody was stopped on their tracks and not even able to move. He saw the potential. He went in for it. Getting this player of the game. Did a lot of damage though, but still honorable mentions onto both Dragon and also to Dragon actually, and also to Eta during that game. Because honestly, Dragon early game was able to put out a lot of kills, especially with the body slams. But Eta was always there onto the backside together with the package, stopping them to get any objectives.
Yeah, like a lot of pressure provided with a lot of pokes, positioning from Edaf as well. Corky on the side of Demon Kite or Edaf, it don't matter. They really make it work. They're a very strong team. And if I could give like an honorary mention, Edaf's, again, 4-man stun was absolutely, 3-man stun is absolutely disgusting, and it was beautiful to watch.
Yeah, everybody was just stopped. And again, also, just because Trevor died there, Brox was left alone. I was surprised that he was left alone and he's basically dead after. So they just capitalized on it. No Yumi, no problem for the side of Oasis. And now, this is a great win, honestly, for Oasis Gaming. They really needed this soon. As the panel said a while ago, it was very important for them. And this could potentially help them out, at least on the second round robin that we're going to have.
Yeah, I believe Team Secret and Oasis are now tied in the standings.
Right.
It's still, again, this was an incredibly important series to end the round robin on a positive note. And at the end, Oasis, it was such a close series, but Oasis is still able to win this entire series in the end up against Team Secret.
Yeah, it was really a big win for their side. And again, everyone, we still have a lot of series coming in, and this was just Oasis Gaming getting a game 3 against Team Secret. What a great statement from them. And before we go into the next games, we're just going to be having a short break. We're going to be having the panel later. We're having your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash and I was here with Riku. See you guys in just a bit for the panel desk to talk about what happened a while ago.
Bright as the sun in your eyes, feeling alright, I can't shine. the shadows. Running wild out of my mind.
Oasis Gaming has passed the midterms in flying colors against Team Secret. Autoluz, Crazy Apple, let's talk about it. First up, Autoluz, you're pretty happy there. You predicted this right on the spot.
Yeah, and for a moment I got scared for Oasis Gaming. And for good reason though. Again, I did predict Oasis Gaming over Team Secret mainly because I still believe in the team. They're still very solid when it comes to their drafting. It's fair to say that their drafting has been so good. It just so happened that when it comes to the late game decision making or even the early game, there are some mistakes that needs to be polished, and I think the staff knows that, the roster knows that. But one thing to note about Oasis Gaming is that they, so far in WCSPH, there has been no instance that they were able to win after a loss, and that's the reason why I was scared. On game number 1, we saw them winning Demon Kite on that core key, getting almost 100% kill participation. Midway to the game, I feel that he was dealing a huge amount of damage, just carrying the team on his back, and the Meow Meow connection again this time. Oh my god, Yumi, I don't know what's happening, but apparently we are over advertising Yumi in week number 2. It is racking up some losses right now. But then again, on game number 2, I think that's one of the games that we have to highlight or focus on, Crazy.
Yeah, game number 2, it was just really... It was hard to say who was going to win until it really felt like Oasis had that momentum coming into some of these fights. But coming to game 2, we were kind of memeing about it in the watch party, but at the same time, it was really key right there. The steal from Trevor, stealing that Baron to see in the replay was the key moment right there to get into the comeback position for Team Secret. They were able to eventually even things out, a 1-1, winning that game 2. But come game 3, I really think it was, as you mentioned, Oasis Gaming has a hard time picking themselves back up after losing a game. But we saw here growth from this team. Resiliency has been shown. Yes, it was, I feel, also spearheaded by a substitution, kind of at least changing that mindset. But I just want to say that the growth from Oasis Gaming we did see here coming into day 1 of week 3.
Yeah, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and I'm so excited because Oasis Gaming, we did say that they had all to win in this game, and they needed that win. So I'm excited to talk to them. We are going to be interviewing the player highlight of Etaf. So let's head into it. He's on the other line. Let's head on over. There we go. Etaf, congratulations, sir. Hello.
Thank you po.
Oh, nag-pop off kayo. So, quick question I wanted to ask, because last week, it was a hard time for Oasis game. So, ano yung mindset ninyo, and what was your game plan, and did you guys execute that game plan coming into this match?
Ang ginawa po naming adjustment ngayong week is sumabay na lang po kami sa PH meta. Binago na po namin yung playstyle namin. Hindi na po namin ginaya yung katulad nung sa last week na series. Hindi po talaga effective para sa amin eh.
Sige, so adjust on the fly. Yeah, and it worked. Congratulations. Yes, Crazy Apple, your turn.
Okay. Etaf, yung question ko more of yung nangyayari kasi napapansin ko kayo isa sa team na talagang ni-utilize both junglers, you and Renzi. What goes to the mindset of the team when these substitutions happen, and will we expect more? Kasi nakikita may result eh. Like you guys finished this series. So what is the mindset of the team when you do these substitutions between junglers?
Ginagawa lang po namin kasi wala naman po sa mindset namin yung kung magpapalit po kami ng jungler so hindi. Ang ginagawa lang po namin is talagang gusto po namin makalaban po ng kami dalawa ni Renzi, kailangan nagpapalitan lang po talaga kami kasi gusto po namin makalaban lahat ng teams para po makalaro po kami dalawa.
Experience. Sige.
I love it. I love the mindset. Ang ganda na yung experience para since you're here nandito na kayo sa WCS, you want to show that pareho kayong magaling sa team nyo. And I truly love that answer. Thank you for that, Eto.
And Otto.
Otto Lucir. Okay, so first question. Parang kinakabahan kayo pag ako magtatanong. Right.
Autolus.
This question, pero it's more of you and Edaf kasi nakikita ko siya ngayon sa background. And this is the first time that you have met Rox, which is your previous teammate, pare. So, kwento mo, ano yung experience having to face, former tier esports as well?
Masaya po kasi po, nag-aasaran po kami sa GC nun ni Rox TV eh. Pagka po, pag magkalalaban na po kami, lagi po kami nag-aasaran nun eh. Ayun. Maganda naman po yung resulta ng laro.
So may ka pa, kumbaga may alas ka pa, makakapang-Alaska ka pa, isa pa, di ba? But yeah, I also have one more question, pare. Kasi I saw your shared video yesterday, yung Sunsparks. Fake ka pa nun, pare. Ngayon, etap ka na. Ano masasabi mo dun sa ginagawa sa Tagalog broadcast na si Imon kahit nagiging ethic no mid, si Dragon nagiging no guard, para swak na swak daw sa team nyo.
Branding.
Kasalanan po talaga ni Edap to eh, kung bakit po kami nagpalit ng pangalan eh. Siya po yung may kasalanan dito, kaya binaliktad po kasi niya yung pangalan, yung IGN niya, kaya gumaya na lang po kami.
And si Esila yung original, kasi si Esila bago, di ba, Alice yan eh, before, tas ngayon, naging Esila na, exactly, pare. So, saktong-sakto. Anyway, pare, ano yun?
Napilitan na rin po si Esila na magpalit ng IGN. Mag-Esila na rin po, dapat Alice po talaga siya.
Alice
para
talaga.
Para tatlong ilaw po kami.
Saktong-sakto, the chemistry was really felt there, pare. Congratulations. I know that you needed this win. And pare, pinatunayan niyo, tatama ako sa prediction. Salamat.
There we go. Etaf, thank you so much. Any shoutouts and final words for Oasis Gaming?
Shoutout po sa aming manager na si Boss Aaron nanonood. Tsaka po sa lahat ng bumubuo ng Oasis Gaming. Ayun po.
There we go. Boom. Can't wait to see you guys tomorrow and on Sunday. Ladies and gentlemen, Etaf of Oasis Gaming. Thank you so much.
Thank you po.
There we go.
Solid.
Autoluz in the lead. Thanking the man himself, Eta, for getting him there. Crazy Apple, if you just joined us, we're not doing too well here in the panel desk. We're Autoluz is leading the pack here. So
I mean, we didn't expect what happened. We saw Team Secret feeling like a bit hot. Yes. Right? Week 2, but Oasis Gaming, man, they just really showed up today.
Yeah, and what I liked about it, that you pointed out, they faced adversity now. So once they have that boost of confidence, that can't go anywhere. That they cannot be unshaken. So can't wait to see what else they're going to offer us in this weekend. Since this is the last of the round robin, they will face the rematches again. So really excited to see how they're going to fare. But we got to move on to our next series of the day, which I think might be the main event. We got Fennel Adversity versus Team Underground Autoluz. Talk to me about Fennel Adversity here. They're going up against I would say the honor roll students now, the Team Underground.
I'm trying to look for the better analogy. Still pushing through with the theme that we have right now. But FLA still, for me, their playstyle is all about counter punches, right? If someone goes over aggressive, they would go for the hook. The right with the right timing.
Check
again,
right
their
hook,
roster: Arise and Doming, Arise, Danny, and Rafi. Again, this is pretty much a very solid stack. Their experience is definitely there, and the highlight player for FLA, of course, is going to be the mid lane because he will be facing Mitsura on the other side. Now, Arise is, I would say, his playstyle has been varying from being able to tank for his team, as you can see, the champions that he has been using. We have the Garen, the Galio, and the Diana, and also do not forget that he still has the Deakali. They said, being able to reach the back line. I feel that Arise is really playing for the team right now. It's a perfect fit for them. The average KDA of 4.29 is just a testament to that. So that's FLA. Now on the other side, Crazy Apple.
Okay.
Go for it,
Team
Crazy
UDG. In terms of the analogy that you guys have been going for this whole paddle for the past day, I want to say right now, Team Underground is the running to be the valedictorian.
Oh, there we go.
They're about to get that perfect series streak. They have that, a bit of smudge right now with that one game loss, but still, Team Underground coming out strong, coming into this week 3, still undefeated in series, and I believe these two teams also have a bit of history. As was mentioned when we were discussing these teams, the previous iteration from Team Underground has always won against Fennel Adversity. So coming here, there's a lot of that, you could say, bad blood coming into this because, of course, Fennel Adversity wants to prove themselves that coming into the WCS, they can defeat old demons, and they were not successful
Wow.
with Team Secrets with Team Secret last week. And here they need to prove themselves again against Team Underground. And I don't know, man. Team Underground is just coming too hot, and I feel like they're gonna be really strong. And we want to highlight I believe they're in the solo player. We're gonna highlight Mitsura in that mid lane. As you mentioned as well, he has a bit of a shared champion pool with Arise, but Mitsura has been playing more of a solo carry for Team Underground, and Team Underground has such a free-flowing composition. If FLA is more of a counter puncher, Team Underground wants to play their own style, and they will force you to play on their own pace. And Mitsura's champion pool is a testament to that. That Sean is the pocket pick that we saw him bringing out last week. And I think coming into this, Team Underground might show some new cards if forced by Fennel Adversity.
All right. Actually, I like the stylistic matchup. So let's head into the head-to-head, because counterpuncher versus aggressor can Fennel Adversity. You know what? Wait out the storm that Underground has. Autolose, let's talk about this head-to-head. Arise versus Mitsura.
Starts in the mid lane, right? Then again, FLA will play for the team. We'll wait it out until the late game, and I've been discussing it with you guys. Who's the best team fighting team? There were two teams that really did come out, and that's Fennel Adversity and UDG. However, UDG, regardless of their composition, will go at it with you or against you in a team fight, and that's just a testament of how good they are. I feel that they are the better team fighting team. Arise and Mitsura will play a key role here, but I want Mitsura to go for the cheese peaks. Why not? Let's go.
Yeah. Autolus, I just want to say that we also had a differing opinion when it came to that question, right? You're saying that you think FLA is a better team fighting team. Well, on the other hand, I think it's Team Underground who is the best team fighting team right now. And it's this concept we were talking about, controlled chaos. I feel like their communication, the way they handle team fights is, I think, frankly, the best, because they can do these front-to-back team fights as well as scattered 1v1s and then form back again as a unit. And it seems so seamless when you watch them play that I really do think that they are slightly cut above in terms of team fights when faced against Fennel Adversity.
Okay, I like how you guys broke that down, because you know what? In the storm, there's the eye of the hurricane. They have to find that center, because if not, you're gonna just get lost in the chaos that Team Underground will be bringing to the table. And we have seen a lot of teams crumble under the pressure of Team Underground. There was RRQ though that did shed a little bit of blood, but I wonder if Fennel Adversity can be in the running to be valedictorian. Who knows? I'm trying to make more analogies, but we have come down to our predictions, boys. I don't know. I think we might be on the same page here. I'm gonna start. I think Underground might come into this round robin unscathed. They would probably come in undefeated. How about you guys? Let's start with Apple. What do you think?
Just very quick, because I think I've already painted a good picture of Team Underground. It's gonna be 2-0 for Team Underground.
Okay, just following it up.
Make it 3. This is still going to be UDG over FLA. Again, the mental advantage that UDG has over FLA so far. FLA has shown cracks against those teams that has been beating them in the past, and UDG is no stranger to that. Yes, at the backstage, we're having some discussion with Riku. I will let Riku explain her side later. I think she's gassing.
Yeah, so we'll just have to wait for that. But guys, we're all in Underground. How are we gonna decide this? We're all 2-0s, or is Autolus gonna change it up to 2-1?
No, it's a 2-0. I'm happy with, I'm in the lead. I don't want to...
Yeah, I know. You don't want to risk it too much, right? You got to hold on to that. Well, if we'd all get it wrong, I mean, you'd still be in the lead. But so how are we going to decide this, boys? We got some panel consequences coming up. How are we going to do this? Goal difference, time, what are we doing? Actually, Apple, you're the guest here. You're the rotating panel. You decide. How are we going to decide this one?
I mean, the last battle is gonna be Riku, so if she could say what she wants, could be gold or kills. I'm leaning right now to gold.
She's checking
because
oh god, she's typing real fast.
She's typing. Let's see, but I think I want it for gold because, well, I feel if Team Underground will win this, they'll win this with a big gold lead.
Okay,
Really?
so added gold. So like accumulated gold. That's a little tough. All right. Do you have a number in mind, Crazy Apple? Since this is, I think Rico's okay with that. She's not saying anything. So.
Yep.
Yeah, I think accumulated. I did say big, but I am not as big as like
come
what
on.
we've seen before. But
Alright.
I'm thinking maybe if Rico could also agree with this, 15,000 accumulated.
Okay. All right. I will go with 10.
Oh, there she says
10,000.
it agrees.
Oh, she agrees.
So yeah,
Alright.
okay.
Auto
15K
lose?
then.
Are you gonna go for a gut
12.5.
shot? 12.5. He's going
12.5.
with a gut shot, ladies and gentlemen.
Whoa.
Right
So
down
that's
the middle.
You know, if I could still tie with the two of you. You know. the
True.
safe bet.
He could.
Smart.
He could tie. Oh man, Autolu is just showing us why he's the professor.
I know.
God.
Everything is according to Keikaku. Let's go.
All right. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We believe it might be Underground that's going to take this 2-0, but we got to go with goal differences. Again, we want to hear your voices, so please use the hashtag on Twitter, the hashtag WCS and hashtag WCSPH and hashtag Wild Rift Championship C. Also, if you guys have time and you're watching the games, drop on by the PPGL Discord. Man, we're having a ton of fun there. I'm not talking
We
so
have
much,
a
but
classroom.
we have a
Full
classroom.
of, yeah, I know. I think
It's
at one
insane.
point we were at 40 or
40.
35.
Wow.
No exams.
Full
No
attendance.
cap.
Full attendance. And this just in, we got a tweet coming in. Let's see it come up. All right. Panalo pala pag panalo ni Rox kanina. Oh, okay. We talked about this. Let's go. Ang gandang laban
yeah.
today. Yes. Tas nakaka-hype pag-watch. Yes, please join us at the watch party. I think we also saw Mishrian also in, I think he was going to take a shot of vinegar. I saw someone comment that on the Twitch. I think we got receipts, but we'll see. That was the consequence last week. But big shout outs to you and big shout outs to everyone using the hashtag. Please join us in the PPGL Discord. It's definitely a ton of fun. A lot of memes. And I've seen different sides of Crazy Apple. He was like, wow, that one play was very tilting. Like, I'm not going to lie.
The other side is orange, right? You know, apple and orange.
All right.
It's sometimes crazy apple, sometimes crazy orange.
Crazy orange. Ooh, that's when he gets all turned up. Anyway, guys, we can't wait any longer. Casters are ready. Is everyone ready? Let's head on over to Underground versus FLA.
All right, I think the recess is over, and now the top students are going to go for the final test. And welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the WCSPH group stages, the last week of our first round robin, for the matter. Of course, my name is Dadai. Together with me is Miss Riku, and I'm very excited for this yet another intense match between the top teams.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Team Underground still undefeated series-wise, but Final Adversity are already slowly ramping up, finding their momentum, finding their rhythm already, as they have been sticking to their guns with what the panel has mentioned, the late game 5v5 team fights, relying heavily on Danny to get the win on these scaling compositions.
So basically, we are going to watch out for the big clashes because, yeah, the panelists mentioned both teams have their own style in doing those plays. And let's see, because the start of our first game will now commence. First ban, it's going to be the Garen Respect ban for sure, coming in from FLA, and the Yumi as well here for the side of UDG.
Yeah, I love this coming from Final Adversity because look at this. The Garen in the set means that this is going to be a big chance of a Vayne pick because we've seen Garen being a big answer against Vayne because you can easily just walk up to the Vayne, spin around, and deal Demacian Justice, big burst. And we've seen that in the late game team fights as well, being able to remove that one single threat on these compositions. So I like this ban coming from FLA.
That's true, and we have also to give credit for Don's playstyle on this champions here. He's very effective on the Garen, on the set, making some plays. And while taking down those comfort champions for against Don, you're gonna know that UDG other players is gonna be either Mitsura or Sayonara stepping up here, and the flexibility when it comes to the draft, UDG has the better advantage of it against FLA, but FLA as a team, I've said it a while ago before the cast, they know how to work, they know how to create the team fights needed here for their execution, and I guess the Galio will now serve as a great initiator here for the side of FLA.
Yeah, when the Galio is being picked, that means they need to pair it with something. Are they going for the Diana route, the Jarvan 4 route, something that then can deliver the hero's entrance into the team fights?
Oh, there
and
you go.
I love the deny with the Camille,
Yes.
because if FLA is going for a single threat composition or a scaling composition where it's going to be the Vayne or the Kaisa, Camille is an amazing answer to remove that threat, and we could possibly see another wombo combo with the Orianna later on, but that's still but we're still currently early into the draft. I love the Lulu pick as well, because again, this is so perfect with Orthros, and if ever Larawan will also go for the scaling AD route.
And great synergy as well for the Lulu Camille here. And denying those for FLA, we've seen the Lulu Vayne combo is just very, very good for FLA. They have executed it very good. And with this deny picks coming in from UDG, they are still dictating here. In the first phase of our drafts, to be honest, Miss Riku, they are dictating the tempo here. FLA is going to adjust. Well, the Kazakhs will now be locked in.
Wow, they do not want to risk the Kazakhs and the Rengars, just one Rengar, getting banned on the second phase of the draft. So they picked it up early. So they're going for the Spooky Ghost composition, right? Where level 5 Hero's Entrance into, again, level 5 Kazakhs just going to snoop around the enemy jungle, make it a 1v2 situation, and then get that early lead. Now they're getting into a double assassin composition, which, you know, this is not going to give leeway for Danny for Peel, because this is, again, double assassin composition. Everybody's going to keep diving in. They're going to get picks here and there. So FLA moving or veering away from the usual traditional thing that has worked in the past.
That's true. They really love those 5v5 team composition. Now with these two assassins being locked in their composition, Ms. Riku, now they do have that advantage when it comes to making some split pushes. I think this is also one of the strengths right now coming from FLA. And giving those advantage in the early stage of the game as well with his great mobility, I think Danny will go for that heavy carry pick, I assume. But they are going to ban, though, the Vayne, of course. You cannot give the Lulu Vayne here for the side of UDG. That's already a common sense here in our series. But UDG, though, they're going to ban here the Darius, because I think top side champion is still missing here for the side of FLA.
Yeah, there's still that big mystery. Darius has been banned already, so Set has been banned already. So at this point, Renekton could be another choice that FLA can take. Curious to see if they're going to ban out the Kaisa, forcing Larawan to be on a Corki, or both of these team compositions will be fighting over the Corki, will be fighting over the Varus, if ever, because there's a lot of single target going on the side of UDG. And we talked about this in the panel before, where no matter what UDG picked, if it's a pick type of composition, if it's a poke composition, it doesn't matter. They're going to make it work as a 5v5 team comp, and we'll see what the option is going to be. They can still pick up Kaisa here to pair with a Lulu, unless they decide to switch it up instead and put it somewhere on towards Mitsura, picking up the Lulu as instead of boosting someone, but more of a denial against double assassins, because you've got the Whimsy, you've got the Polymorph, rather, to scare off any of the combos coming from the burst combos coming from the side of a Kazakhs and as well as Zed.
Now, you have mentioned, of course, with the Camilla and Diana synergy, and with that Lulu as well. I think this is pretty strong for the side of UDG. So much synergy between these champions here. But FLA, there you go. I think this is going to be their late game insurance, badly needed here in their team composition. We all know right now that it's going to be Assassin doing most of the work in the early to mid here, providing those space for the Senna to scale up. And still, Fiora is pretty much open. I think it is going to be a lock in against that Renekton her top side. But
Oh!
Cinch. What is your comment here, Rick?
It's gonna be, I thought at first it's gonna be a Senna Singe. It's been a while, but it's gonna be the Singe Galio into Singe Chop into, again, Arai is gonna be on the Zed and Doming on the Kha'Zix. And the Caitlyn, the first ever Caitlyn we're gonna be seeing ever in the WCS.
Alright.
And we never saw Caitlyn even last year, but it's only because the patch timings was a little bit awkward. We wouldn't see Caitlyn because Jason and Caitlyn were disabled at that time, but what? Whoa, okay. Whenever you see a Senna lane, right? Senna lane into a Galio, pretty non-interactive, pretty safe. But because of the Caitlyn is incredibly great with lane dominance and as well as sieging potential, because you basically outrange everyone. There's a lot of safety as well with the net coming through, and you have that finisher with your ult as well. So I really like what I'm seeing from the side of UDG. Again, they've picked so many first ever champions in the WCS. You got the Master Yi. You've got my Master Yi. I'm just too excited about the Caitlyn pick that I can't think properly.
Feels like UDG is like a student who has their own formula when it comes to math problems here, but still very effective, nice to use here. And yeah, the Caitlyn is here. What I love about the Caitlyn pick as well, there's the Lulu there for the sustainability as well, because two assassins gonna aim for the back lines here against UDG. With this additional sustain, at least they can protect Caitlyn here. Caitlyn, however, when it comes to laning, yeah, you have mentioned Miss Riku is pretty strong with the lane dominance here, but in the early game, I think the power spike is not yet there. So I think they need to provide itemizations very well for Lara 1's Caitlyn. And here we go, Miss Riku, the starts of our third series. The test is here, FLA versus UDG, game 1.
So excited about this Caitlyn pick. I mean, we're there's a lot of range going on because, well, you got a lot of, you outrange most of everyone from FLA to begin with. So the fact that you have a lot of safety as well. So for Doming and Arise, while you think that Larawan is going to be a vulnerable target, heal.
Oop. Or Frost. Yeah, continue, Miss Riku. I think Lara won here. But hold on, thought this is going to be an action here in the mid. No. Oh, almost mixed around. And that was a pretty good duel here. Somehow we are seeing in the mid side. And as expected, I think these two will try to create opportunities for their respective teams here in the early game.
Yeah, I know I said that this could be potentially non-interactive lane with the Senna and the Galio, but once you get rooted, it's an easy taunt for the side of the FLA bot lane. So they'll take any opportunity as they can to burn a summoner spell or two. But there's still a lot of poke to begin with for the side of UDG's bot lane. But good news for FLA, they do have that form of sustain on their end. So we'll see now, because the level 5s are going to be extremely important. You've got the Hextech ultimatum into, just as you mentioned, the Moonfall of Mitsura here. That's their game-winning setup. And with the necessary damage coming from Larawan on the Caitlyn as well, with a lot of damage mitigation from Orthros. Horizon is gonna be fine.
Yeah, but that was a summoner spell being burned down, and now they have thought of it. The Caitlyn is a pretty good pick as well to go for the poke potential against the last pick of FLB, that is going to be the Singe. There's just so much poking potential here for Lara 1. I think this composition really revolves around this Caitlyn pick. Yes, I do consider it as well. I think Caitlyn has the most range when it comes to ADC. Second, of course, to the Jhin here. And I think we are going to see the passive gameplay in the side of UDG, to be honest, because proactively it is going to be FLA with Rafis on the Galio and Danny with the poking potential here. They will continue to harass against UDG. I think this is one of their victory conditions right now. Do not give the proper space for Lara 1's itemization power spike in the late signal.
I think for UDG, they have a lot of things going on. They have very strong early to mid comp just because of the Moonfall setup, Dawn as well here on the Renekton. You know, the typical where you use the hold that thought though.
Oh, great pick up indeed with a Hextech ultimatum being burned there. First blood in favor for UDG.
Yeah, we're talking about the Renekton being known to be the early game monster if he's able to get 1 to 3 kills. 3 kills early game once the objective spawns. It's just, he's absolutely scary with the dominance into the wild growth. So his sustainability, survivability into these fights once he goes in is gonna be absolutely scary. Because again, FLA, double assassins with the wild growth, with how tanky Dawn is. With the Dominus, it's so hard to burst him down, and then he can keep doing Renekton things basically and stun you and burst you down.
And they should put it into consideration once they go for the pickoff here for the side of LA. They make sure that it's going to be 100% pickoff. If not, the prolonged team fight will really cost FLAs in those clashes. But meanwhile, of course, we have seen a big difference right now with the first blood in favor for UDG on the top side. And here in the Dragon takedown, rather, FLA securing this one gets the BR buff without any contest from UDG.
FLA took that dragon really fast, so they can still contest the Rift Herald at top side. UDG, they have a lot of power to get a pick off before an objective spawns, but they weren't able to do that. They decided to just reset instead and call it a day, as UDG still not in position to take this Rift Herald just yet.
Wow, this is great for FLA. They have successfully gone for that contest and the reset on that Rift Herald, and I do believe FLA is setting up for this next objective. UDG. Contest is really needed here, especially during the early stage of the game. They need that Rift Herald in favoring them, especially for the lane pressure. And I think it's going to be UDG going in and FLA going to prepare.
Yeah, UDG wants this Rift Herald to unlock the map, so Dawn can roam and can gain control, see if they can get a skirmish down.
There's going to the fling. On the other side, Hero's Entrance did not connect, but... Ooh, has the ultimatum! But no follow-up with our clients, FLA. Great disengage and go for the counter punch! And Dawn here alone alive. Death Mark going to go for the kill. A double for the Kazakh. The damage, the burst for FLA is here. Lara 1 is the solo survivor. Still lingers on. Really go for the Hail Mary contest. They have no jungler this time around. For sure, FLA will secure the Rift Herald.
That looked like the fight UDG was willing to take because they were able to get all the ults down in order. Sayo, Nara, and Mitsura, landing their ults down. But I felt like they were... Ryzen was the one who was tanking pretty much everything, and the assassins were able to survive, and that's how Doming was able to finish off low health targets on the side of UDG. The absence of important ults like the Hextech Ultimatum and the Moonfall meant that UDG, if they can't get someone down immediately, that's when they're in trouble, because this composition is very ult reliant, their mode of disengage is on Orthros' side with the wild growth.
Yeah, big points there, Miss Riku. I do agree. And they need to capitalize on that usage of their ultimates. And, the panel have mentioned that FLA is one of the best teams who can go for the counter punch. And it shows there on that Rift Herald scenario. And they know how to disengage Arisen, of course, tanking all the damage as well. The fling has been used there to stop the combo coming in from UDG. And now FLA going to transition here in the bots. And I think this is going to be the first time takedown in our game.
Yeah, with the Rift Herald still actually being preserved, rather. They're able to get a free tower, and they can actually unleash it towards mid lane or either towards top lane. Whether they want to open the map even more. We talked about the Spooky Ghost composition, which relies heavily on opening the mid lane map, so you gain more access towards the quadrant of the blue side and red side buff of UDG, and then Doming is going to roam deep into the jungle, land those wards, get the Hero's Entrance access, and see if you can get a pick. And this is one of their win conditions, but UDG is able to deny that take. It's pretty low at this point, but they're still able to prevent that tower from falling down.
Yeah, luckily, of course, not luckily. It was the game plan here for the side of UDG for sure. To hold that mid turret there. FLA, I really thought they were going to push through on that siege here, but they're playing it safe. I think FLA's playstyle is doing small risks, and they have the controlled aggression as well. But still going to put pressure here in the middle lane. So I mentioned, of course, is Riku. I think this mid lane pressure is really big deal here for both teams.
If they want to get a hold of the Air Drake here. Getting that Cloud Drake, rather, with the movement speed, so important for FLA, for the roams that we're talking about. But UDG has control over this dragon.
Here comes the root, low on life, going to go for the steal, but it's not enough though. But look at the moonfall, but no follow-up here from the side of UDG. What just happened there? Oh, this is going to be a miscommunication for them. The death mark hits, but that is going to be the stasis bay pop up. Look at this one, Rafe with a crowd control as well, taking down 2 players. Unfortunate execution for UDG.
What a play from FLA. They're waiting. Not over.
Again. Mitsura backs away. Here comes the leap here. Domeng secures another kill and secure the mid card as well.
They were so patient with that. Okay, so Domeng went in the pit. They weren't able to get a steal, but they're still able to eliminate low health targets on the side of UDG, and FLA can keep rinse and repeating this, where UDG is gonna keep starting the dragon first, wait for them to start it. FLA then enters and take advantage of the low health targets. The fact that let's take a look at a replay again, because as long as the wild growth has already been used, there's not a lot of threat. There's not a lot of tankiness on the side of UDG. With that absent, they have free reign to do this. Zonius Hourglass can buy you some time, but without the necessary disengage, which is again in Orthros' hands, they're again free reign to keep doing this. And I love that FLA is just so very confident. We talked about this team being incredibly strong in more of a traditional setting with the late game 5v5s. Hold that thought.
Yeah, but this is going to be picked up, but nice taunt
Rafi's
there.
so
Delaying
tanky.
this attack. The Dawn's Shadow with additional shield. But on the back line, there's going to be Mitsura with a moonfall. And down is going to be a kill as well. Arise in the back lines, going for more. Oh, the flashy maneuver coming from Domeng. Going to go for a 1v1 against Don. Don low on life. Going to go for the pickoff. He will be killed as well. Arise on time, man. FLA, proper execution time and time again with the counter.
They wanted to get Rafi's life. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that he's all alone. But at the same time, he is quite tanky. He has the Dead Man's Plate already, which is just going to deter any of the burst coming from, or the damage coming from Dawn, or Sayonara, or Larawan, and the rest of FLA. He bought enough time for the rest of FLA to go and join the fight. Look at this. Arise already buying teleport means he's already gonna do Zed things. He's gonna split push and he's gonna teleport to join in the fight.
Plus, they really do have the advantage in these lanes here. I think Ms. Riku, UDG, as I've seen in that team fight, they somehow lacking the damage needed there. Yeah, they initiated team fight, but they could not finish the play. It is going to be, again, FLA with those counter punches, punishing them so much. UDG here still did not secure even a single turret here against FLA.
Yeah, for the damage, they're relying heavily on Dawn here for the damage. I mean, Larawan is going to have a stable, consistent damage, but the fight has to prolong if you want to take advantage of Caitlyn's passive. But FLA is not going to give you that room. They're just going to go dive in and not give space for Larawan for free hit, and that's exactly what they keep doing. The fact that Domeng is already 303. He can go towards the squishiest member, or the unhealthiest member when it comes to HP bars, and just dive in and burst them down.
And you know what? This is also the first time I'm seeing that UDG is not dictating the tempo. FLA is controlling the game here, and I think this is going to be a game looking pretty good here for the progression coming in from FLA. They really know how to position themselves despite being initiated first in those big clashes here. And I think this is what makes them very scary here in this match against UDG. And I think UDG is making some plays on the top side.
They were trying to get a pick off of Arise, but it's incredibly hard because Zed is so it's just so slippery with the shadows. You also have Flash. And he knows that UDG is going to come for his head because he's the one already forcing the split push. And we'll see now, around this time.
Oh, Rafe trying to go for the taunt, but it misses there. Still, It is going to be FLA going to go for the pickoff. Oh my goodness. Here it comes the shadows here. Oh, they're going to find that Crocodile. Dawn backs away, disengage. Same thing for FLA here. That was so far not a successful gank there. And I do love how they disengage very quickly in that scenario.
Yeah, Dawn is able to dodge out the Justice Punch coming from Raffi, so they're all good. But it doesn't change the fact that FLA is now ahead in gold and as well as, Dragon stack. So there's the big problem of Doming as well, just being able to eliminate any of the squishies. I love the patience from FLA in these team fights where, okay, use all your ults first, and that's the time we come in. Because for FLA, they have so many ways to get in and out of the fight. Doming and Arise are just incredibly mobile. Danny can just stay in the back line, assisting with the heals, assisting with the roots, assisting with just a lot of these utility to make sure that these assassins are alive. Raffi and Horizon are going to be doing the same as they're both incredibly tanky. We can see that Raffi has just a lot of armor on the board and health as well up against UDG. So they're in a very comfy spot to take in fights.
And here we go on the top side though, another team fight broke.
Teleport.
Here comes the taunt teleporting in, and the hero's entrance trying to go for additional crowd control. The damage of the backlines. Danny with a double. Oh, so much protection here. They cannot go into the backlines against FLA. UDG being picked off once again.
Beautifully done by FLA. Again, that's a Rise with a split push. Teleports in, make it into a 4v5. Dawn. That's the thing, right? When you're up against double assassins, you're going to be forced to itemize defensively. Whenever there's a Zed on the team, you always want to get the Zonia's Hourglass. But because of this, Dawn cannot buy teleport. Even if he wants to buy teleport, he's going to sacrifice survivability, and that's why he's sticking with the Zonias. Let's take a look at the replay again. This is a 4v5 situation into a 5v5. This is them pouring all their damage, locking people down on the side of UDG. Everyone is just so squishy, and I love this from FLA. Their confidence against we're looking at UDG. UDG is the undefeated team series-wise for the entirety of mostly the first round robin, and seeing this now FLA dismantling from early game up until now with a 10k gold lead, 11k gold lead if you will, with a dragon lead. This is looking to be such a clean game so far from FLA.
FLA showing us that God's gonna indeed bleed here. Great dictating of this early game tempo against UDG, going for that first inhibitor turret siege in the middle lane. UDG holding their ground. Here comes Arisen trying to go for the tank. And on the Poco, on the bot, Doming is there as well. First inhibitor turret down. Oh, Sayonara going in forward. And Justice Punch and the taunt combo, but no follow-up in the back line. Look at this Renekton running for his life. Another inhibitor turret being secured on the bot side. I think this is going to be a GG push coming in from FLA. They want to seal the deal. They want to take the game one. Last hurrah for this defense. The taunt connects. Daunting Shadow the backlines as well. Too much more power for FLA. And this is going to be the game. FLA secures the first game against UDG.
This is a different Fatal adversity that we've seen constantly from week 2 to week 1. The traditional hyperscaling carry on towards Danny, yes, there is scaling in the form of the Senna, but with a double assassin comp, Danny was more of a utility for the squad, and Doming and a Rise to shine on this double assassin Zed and Kha'Zix. It was such a beautiful thing to watch. They were so patient. They were waiting for ults to be used on the side of UDG, and that's the time that they roll. That's the time that they go in and get these objectives, get the kills, and get the win.
And yeah, you mentioned it, Ms. Riku. Those big ults from UDG being expanded, and how quick FLA goes for the counter punch. I think that we have seen it more than many skirmishes there, especially during the early to mid stages of the game. I think that was really costing the UDG's progression in that game. Yes, Lara 1 was the key for that additional damage, but as you mentioned, too much burst already, too much firepower coming from FLA. Now the item progression from UDG going to transition into that defensive items here, and we have seen that Diana as well going for that reflector, going for that Radovatos. We haven't seen the first damage on that MVP department. And I think this game was really flawless for FLA. They prepared it. You can really tell that they really prepared this game against the valedictorians.
I love what you said, that I flawless, as in FLA. Flawless.
Flawless. Nice,
do
Miss
that.
Riku.
It was right there.
1 point.
It was right there. Yeah, I got a point for my pun. FLA was very confident with our composition. I mean, we've seen double assassin composition struggle in the WCS so far, because these assassins can't exactly find leeway to get a kill, therefore transition into the later stages of the game. Everybody has defensive items, they won't have enough damage, and therefore the pick is struggling to be relevant. But this time around, that early Rift Herald fight near the blue buff of FLA was the key, because Doming had a triple kill, and that was enough for Doming on the Kazakhs to shine on this pick.
Yeah, they really waited for the big ults, that Hextech ultimatum there. He was waiting for that, and the disengage coming in from FLA was perfect as well. And Doming just going to go for the cleanup party after that initial skills being expanded there coming in from UDG. This one, UDG. As UDG plays, dictating the tempo in the early stages of the game. But look at this one. This is the scenario you have mentioned, of course, Ms. Riku. This is just insane. Coming in from FLA, going to go for the disengage. Now the counter punch, faster, of course, than the 1 second punch of Bruce Lee is here as well.
Yeah, the counter punch, the re-engage from the side of FLA is just really strong in their composition. After waiting for UDG to bait all their ults, all their important and key ults, they can just re-engage and dive in back into the game. They've got roots, they've got movement speed from the Senna, they've got the jumps and mobility all in the world for them. And you can tell that UDG wanted to get something off of the map before the objective spawn, or at least something. And they aimed, unfortunately, for Raffi, because Raffi is just so tanky, and this gave room for FLA to join in and cash in more of the kills. And I love how FLA played this. We talked about, I wanted to talk about how FLA, hyperscaling, 5v5, front to back, that's their game. In the first week and second week of WCS, it has been working. But this is a completely different FLA. You know, they've opted for more of this double assassins, getting Doming ahead on this Kazakhs. They were able to make it work. Danny more on this utility as that Senna. They're able to win this game very 10k gold lead. Usually when you see when you see series up against UDG, it's the result of who's gonna win is usually around team fights at Baron and Elder Drake. This time it didn't happen. Early game, we got to see Doming basically get early kills, but player of the game, we got Danny. We talked about the utility he was able to provide with the shields, with the heal, with the roots. And as you can see, even the Solari being picked up for that additional shielding whenever Mitsura comes in with a Moonfall. This guy, very consistent no matter what he picks. Hyperscaling AD carry or as the Senna on utility.
Man, the flexibility of this player. And again, Danny, as a player here in WCS so far, has been considered as having the most MVPs. Here in UDG, that's, again, additional MVP in his title here. And very consistent, Ms. Riku. Whatever champions he will use, may it be a heavy hard carry, may it be a utility, of course, a side, he still delivers in this game. But man, oh man, that was an insane performance from FLA. I know they prepared for this one. You have mentioned this is a new strategy for that double comp assassin. Compared for the previous series we have seen them so far, and they did it flawlessly there against the side of UDG. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, that was still our first game. This is a best of 3 series. Will the undefeated champions be able to go for the comeback? We'll see that later after a short minute break.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, and the test is not yet over for our top students here in WCSPH because the game 2 will now commence later in a while, of course, between Team UDG and FLA. Of course, my name is Dada. Together with me is Miss Riku, and that cinch pick we have seen on the game 1. What do you think about that, Miss Riku?
Yeah, I think the Cinch pick was a really nice pick up against the Renekton pick because you basically just neutralize and you just farm. You're just a tanky person. Just in the lane, chilling, and if you die, that's okay because Cinch doesn't exactly need a lot of resources to be effective in these fights, in these skirmishes. So Renekton wanting resources, wanting to get ahead in the lane, you basically neutralize that. And the fact that FLA and UDG have been banning a lot of these important top lane picks, like the Set, the Garen, and the Darius. What else is there left? Of course, the Renekton and the Cinch was there for being that tanky member of the team. So I really like this from FLA. It's a new side of FLA. Last week, the question was, will FLA adjust with the AP carry compositions at the bot lane? Are they still able to absorb that as their identity to evolve into a different team and have a lot of these faces as Final Adversity, because they're known to be front to back 5v5 late game. And now that they've shown a different side with the double assassins and making it work and making it into a 10k gold lead, by the way, up against the undefeated UDG.
Yes.
And I failed to mention this earlier on. I mean, looking back at the Icon series, Final Adversity has never won a series against Amihan back then. While this is Team Underground, the core members are still there, at least in the Icon series. So this could be very, very huge in a way what we've never seen UDG lose so far in the first round robin, and FLA could be incredibly close to getting that, and this will again just stabilize and have that foundation that FLA is a very strong team.
History in the making here, Ms. Riku. And I'm really excited for that one. And what's great about having this big reset after weeks of the run, because I've seen surprises, especially in the day one, the start of the week. And yeah, packet picks here. The Singes pop up, new strategy being formulated here for FLA from a heavy 5v5 team comp. Now we've seen a double assassin composition with a target pick on the Singe. And this time around, I think UDG felt that FLA really did prepare, really did their homework here in this series. Now, I'm expecting, to be honest, that UDG have their own pocket picks here, have their own secret formulas to win this series. And UDG now going to go for that first ban on the Lulu, and still FLA going to respect ban Dawn's comfort champions.
Yeah, and speaking of top lane, we're seeing Calm right now being subbed in with Ryzen being subbed out. So we're going to be seeing Calm for the second time, I believe, in the WCS at least. UDG now starting off with the Lulu ban. I love this because you basically remove any of the pairs that can be paired with Danny on either the Kaisa or the Vayne.
Exactly. And of course, we have seen Domings listen comfort the place, and he did a lot of flashy plays. The Doming birthday cake, remember this one? And that was insane. And this is the beauty of FLA right now, because we have seen at the game one different play style, and UDG still going to ban that comfort picks, that the champions that they used to see FLA using on their previous series. And FLA knows about the comfort champions as well of UDG, going to ban that Yumi and Garen, the unstoppable duo here, the unkillable Dimash and combo. And I think this bans right now we're about to see here, Ms. Riku, are going to be targeting the comfort picks.
Yeah, UDG banning out the Gragas, meaning they might go for an all-in composition. The only disengage left in the pool would be Janna, but Raffi has been shining on these engaged supports. So I love this ban coming from UDG. Set now, that's most likely towards Dawn. Still could be towards support set on Orthros, but we've seen Dawn being shining on picks, on techie picks at the top lane, being able to initiate for the team.
That's true, but Dawn's, I think, with the comparison here with the rest of the players for the side of UDG, Dawn for me is the underrated player here. I think he did a lot of flashy initiations here, especially on that set pick. And now I'm pretty excited here in the second series, just because it shows that champion here for UDG. On the other side, though, again, here comes the Black Shield, trying to negate, of course, the initiations coming in from Dawn, and the Camille as well. Oh my goodness, will we be able to see again an epic combo wombo here? Oh no, the Galio has been bad, sorry, my bad. But still, pretty good picks for FLA.
Yeah, a lot of single targets so far for FLA. So we'll see. The fact that there is no, again, disengage so far. Orthros rather, has been one of the best enchanter supports in the WCS. So right now, he's going to up more of the engage support with taking out one of the key picks that Raffi has been very popular with. I mean, Morgana can still be towards Arise, can still be towards Raffi. That this makes things a bit more clearer. Now that the Zed has been locked in, there's a lot of single target damage on the board. With no disengage on the side of UDG, they can most likely still get away with what they did in the earlier match as well.
Yeah, again, mobility is the key here for FLA, but UDG probably going to go for the front-to-back composition here. And Lara 1 on the Corki, dealing massive damage on the backlines. They just need to have the proper protection here in order to fully utilize, of course, the Corki heavy damage later on. But again, will we be able to see pick off composition? Yeah, the Zed is there, the Camille is there. I think they only need that scaling potential as well. That is going to be the missing key here for the side of FLA composition right now. but
Mhm.
the VAR is pretty much open. But I don't know if they are going to lock it in for Danny.
Either are they going to double down on an AD composition, knowing that FLA banned out the Akshan? Were they expecting a double AD carry in mid and as well as bottom? Because if this is a single target threat, this is going to be countered by the single target CC or single target composition from FLA with the Morgana binding into the Hexic Ultimatum into the Death Mark. So UDG needs another additional damage dealer to at least if one dies, they have another source of damage. And we've seen Mitsura being absolutely scary on the Fizz before. And if this is going to be a quadra melee comp from UDG, they're going to hesitate a little bit because the Leona is an absolutely scary monster with the Solar Flare being able to get dropped down on, melee targets and as well as a lot of peel for your carry. Oh, there you go.
Of course. Why didn't I consider the Saya Rakan combo for sure? I think it's pretty great, especially you have a Saya here with that Feather Storm negating that single target burst potential coming in from FOA and the Jax. I think, Miss Rico, this is a very greedy team composition for UDG.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage sources. There's a lot of AD damage sources, if you will. They got a lot of scaling as well in heavy team fight. But at the same time, it's going to be Orthros and Dawn being those two meat shields, and the pressure is going to be on them for reliable engage. Wait a moment. This is going to be, hold the phone. A Leona Morgana lane, Zenith Blade into the Dark Binding, and they're going to be able to get that, get that burst down. Well, not exactly burst down, or see if they can get someone down. Because again, we talked about the single target damage, it's there. A lot of AP damage on the board, a lot of assassins. So this is, how will they reach the backline? It's possible because UDG has an all-in composition. And if Orthros and Dawn go in, this could potentially be the window to enter the backline. Larawan has self-peel with a Feather Storm. Mitsura has Valkyrie in the package as well to bridge the gap away from anyone from FLA going close to them. But from earlier, if FLA gets the same setup with any of their assassins getting early kills, this could spell a very difficult game for UDG.
That's true. I think early game or the early game dominance, shall we say, for FLA is badly needed here. But I'm just mentioning that very greedy team for the side of UDG, Jax, Gorky, as well as Asai here, and the resources will be split into these players. And I don't know which to prioritize here for the side of UDG. They have to rely for Arthurs here, but I think there's going to be a cheeky play. Nope, it is not going to happen here. But I'm just really looking forward for this series here. But for me, UDG's composition right now has some warning signs in the early game. We have seen FLA rather dictate the tempo with those pick of plays on their assassin types. But we'll see, Miss Rita.
They have the ability to burst someone down, that's for sure, for FLA. So potentially they can get a 4v5 before objective spawns to get a comfier setting on objective takes such as the Rift Herald or the Dragon. We're talking about Doming entering first with the Black Shield, of course, coming from Danny. Oh, just a little tussle over here. Arise is Ignite. Mitsura, though, carrying Barrier, so more on the defensive side of things up against Arise, especially once the Death Marks come. Death Mark comes.
Well, that's true. They really need that additional sustain here, especially we have now seen Arise here on the Zed, on comms, again, Assassin as well on the top side here, the Kali. And, but hold the thoughts. Domang going to jump in. The Flash has been burned. Now, this is big. Big advantage indeed for FLA in the middle lane.
Mitsura, a little bit vulnerable. Once Doming reaches level 5, this could be an opportunity for a second visit and see if they can double down, get a rise ahead. For anything else, skirmish at top side, though.
Done. One nice crowd control on 2 here. Follow up by Sayonara jumping in. Here comes the Shroud. Backs away. UDG still going to secure the Scuttler vision on top.
Don't have a lot of hold. after that, there's the FLA's composition just spells mobility. Yeah, Arise, Doming, and Calm. Danny gonna be the most vulnerable target. We've seen that before in our first series. Once you've seen second series rather, once you've seen a Morgana using the Black Shield, that's the time you can go in. But do not forget how deadly the Zenith Blade into the Dark Binding and vice versa can absolutely get. And FLA, I'm excited to see the team fights later on for UDG again. We talked about resources here. That's exactly what they're going to be striving for. Sayonara is going to scale into the late game, being an absolutely scary split push monster. And this UDG has the option for 4-1, or what the panelists mentioned. UDG can form any kind of composition. If it's a pick comp, is it a poke comp? It doesn't matter. They can use it still as a 5v5 composition.
Yeah, I'm really excited as well for the upcoming team fights here because I think, you are right, Ms. Rico. They need to go for the pick-up first, before going for that objectives, because they do have the advantage when it comes to that aspect here. And the late stage, though, UDG has so much scaling potential, and this is very scary for the side of FOA. They need to control the map here. Mobility, yes, they do have the advantage for this one. I think split push will be the key pick of plays for the side of FOA. UDG just going to just hold their ground and scale on the Corki, scale on Lara 1 Shaya as well. And it's going to be a big bam boom in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility here. You mentioned 4-1. FLA has the option for 1-3-1. Doming is gonna split push, or Doming can be with the rest of the squad because they have if it's Doming, Danny, and Raffi, they have a pretty killer single target wombo combo going on here. So it's gonna be Calm topside into Arise on the side lanes as well, both of them. And they can create a 1-3-1 in the later stages of the game, which, UDG wants the team fights, especially once they scale later on with Mitsura and Larawan. FLA can happily avoid that in case they are behind in the game later on.
Here we go. The moment we have been waiting for, the first objective spawning in the rift here. UDG. Oh, that is going to be a root here with the follow-up of the Hextech Ultimatum. The burst is real. The epic combo wombo. FLA secures instantly 2 kills against UDG.
We talked about the single target power of FLA, and that is Exhibit A so far. They killed Dawn, they killed Sayonara, no jungle, package going in.
Oh, that's going to be a slow, but look at the disengage coming in from FLA. Calm here, going to go for the kill. And however, the dragon already been secured by FLA. And look at them going to retreat happily after that engagement.
Love the discipline from FLA there. They know that they already have the objective. They don't need to commit. They don't need to fight. They've already won that as they got 2 picks into the dragon, the first dragon of the game. Now UDG, though, has free reign for this. I don't think Fennel can make it.
Yeah, I guess so. But still, they're going to push through and no ultimates for FLA, but still the damage connects.
Ooh,
FLA going to go for the pursuit, taking down Sayonara. Dawn backs out. The flash has been used. Oh my goodness, FLA is in somehow hunger mode. They want this series against UDG.
They hungry, 1k gold lead, but the confidence is very apparent in this series so far. Game number 1, 10k gold lead, they got Doming ahead. Game number 2, Calm we talked about Assassins getting the early lead for them to be able to transition, be able to be incredibly relevant. And we talked about the lack of disengage from the side of UDG. So they have to pull the trigger first for them to burst someone down, to kill someone on the side of FLA. But the lack of disengage, if they hesitant, if they dilly-dally, FLA is gonna go in and deal all the single target damage in the world, single target CC as well, and burst you down.
Yeah, I think this front-to-back composition going in from UDG has its weakness as well. It's easy for FLA to disengage if they're being initiated first, And I think something spicy is going up here, or going on here on the top side. Sayonara hiding in the brushes. Here comes the stun. Follow up
Danny
there,
here.
but Calm popping up the shroud. Easily evading, but the charm connects. What? Dawn popping showstopper as well, but still the sustainability
Wow.
for FLA is there. Counter attack, Luna stun. Rafe, ladies and gents. Oh my goodness, that was sweet. But meanwhile, on the bot side, Mitsura low on life. It is going to be still FLA going to dictate the early game tempo.
Love the read coming from UDG, or rather FLA, as they knew that UDG wanted to utilize the Rift Herald towards topside. A potential pick might happen, so they were already gathering and going towards topside. A really nice response. The fact that Calm is able to buy some time because of the Shroud and then the Black Shield for Danny to save the day as well. With the Zonius Hourglass being bought early, even without the Black Shield, is able to buy time by going stasis, and boom, FLA again wins another skirmish.
And now they secure the lane pressure needed, Ms. Riku. This is their game plan here. Again, the game one, same strategy here. It's going to be the assassin doing the work mostly in the early game. Those pick of plays from FLA did its part as well, providing this advantage against UDG. And look at how FLA dictating tempo. They are invading the UDG's jungle right now, transitioning here in the mid tower takedown. This is going to be big advantage already for FLA.
Yeah, definitely. The fact that UDG doesn't have stasises, earlier the quick QSSs, and now the stasises, the hourglass available enchants just yet for UDG, they're going to be very vulnerable against these assassins, against these engage. If Zenith Blade gets you or a Dark Binding gets you, it's very risky. And so UDG, especially the carries, will have to buy that at least defensively to be able to buy some time in these fights and survive.
Here we go, Ms. Riku, the second dragon. It's the Infernal Drake. My favorite dragon buff is now here in the Wild Rift. And look at the UDG. They want this one. They need that scaling potential into their side. They want to grab this objective against FLA, but FLA came prepared here. They had the great zone as well. And UDG, what is your plan here?
Now, UDG cannot, even though earlier they have to get in first, or else they might get jumped on by FLA, they're still very hesitant because, again, they're not ahead. FLA has control over this game. So that's why they're looking for the perfect timing to see whoever is going to be caught off guard. Whoa!
Oh, Dark Binding hits against Viscera.
My
And
word.
the package has been used, trying to go for the defensive wall, but this is big already. No package available for
right.
UDG. Oh, the plugging maneuver coming in from the Z as well. Hexing
Orthros
ultimatum,
traps.
Orthros with a charm, but still they
For
pick
the side.
off. Calm is here on the front line, trying to go for the
Wow.
perfect execution kills, and the rest
Wow.
of UDG scattered out, and this is going to be a disaster for UDG indeed. An ace, and FLA secures another objective into their side.
Yeah, that is an ace. That is clean ace as well. FLA managed to catch out. It was Danny. It was Danny's Dark Binding that basically forced Mitsura to use the barrier, just a tad vulnerable without that summoner spell. They were able to, again, and the positioning of Arise as well, coming from the flank was absolutely crazy, because UDG was torn and sandwiched between two sides of FLA, and vision is extremely important up against FLA's comp, because all these single target CCs could hit you from anywhere, and that's exactly what could happen, and what happened rather, in that dragon fight.
Man, love that pincer movement, Miss Riku.
Yeah.
Man, this is just insane here.
Yeah, really nice binding from Danny. And look at the positioning of Arise here on the Zed. He's able to distract and sandwich everyone from the side of UDG. Orthros was forced to use his ult to engage right away, because they know that if they don't engage, then they're just going to be sitting ducks on their current positioning. So really nicely done by Doming as well to lock him down, unable to get near anyone, anywhere near with the rest of the FLA members.
Wow. Here, 12-minute mark.
Yeah.
Flawless
Crazy.
FLA. 9 kills against none here. And take note, direct takedown still going to be an advantage here for the side of FOA. They is scattered across the Wild Rift, and FLA pushes through. Dark Binding did not hit though, but this is going to be another Rift Herald going to go for the bash here in the middle lane. 4 versus 4 situation, make it 5. Well, Mitsura joining in the fray as well. Another disengage for the side of FLA, and this is going to be a protection for UDG on the top side.
Amazing value from FLA there. The Rift Herald gets a second charge, and they're almost taking 2 tier towers down. It's already half HP, and they can go back to it again. And that means they have more space to again, set up these party brushes, set up these death brushes, because a Leona hiding in the brush, a Morgana hiding in the brush is just out. It's just really scary for UDG, and vision is going to be extremely important in this matchup, just because no brush is safe against this composition that FLA has assembled.
Man, I do love the discipline here, Ms. Riku, for the side of FLA. Just taking the objective, controlled aggression, backs out, nothing to do here anymore, and not risking. Despite having this great advantage already, almost 10k net worth gold difference here in advantage of FLA. Most of the teams I've seen, this is going to be a finishing blow already, but still they are respecting UDG's comeback potential. Speaking of comeback, late game, we have mentioned about Lara 1 on the Chaya, Mitsura on the Corki as well, and Sayonara on the Jax. These are 3 very greedy Yets. The power that these champions can contribute in between fights is insane, but FLA's continued pressure just eliminating that opportunities, that breathing space being cut off against UDG.
Yeah, there's still a chance for UDG for sure. Even though on paper it's a 10k gold lead in favor of FLA, UDG already starting to buy these defensive items we talked about a few minutes ago, which is the stasis, which buys some time for them to to set up a counter attack, if you will, in these 5v5 team fights. Larawan's going to scale, Sayonara's going to scale. As long as Orthros and Dawn is able to create a perfect setup, a perfect team fight setup for UDG, there is still a big chance for UDG to take this game back for themselves. But the way FLA is playing, though, we talked about the 1-3-1. They're slowly whittling down the defenses of UDG, creating more space for objective takes, which could lead to Baron, which could lead to the Elder Drake later on.
Yeah. And having a disadvantage in mobility aspect as well, it's difficult for UDG to respond on their lanes. So it will create as well a big space here for FLA to do those big objectives you have mentioned, of course, Ms. Rico. I think this game right now is going through the rhythm here of FLA. They're just doing this. I don't mind. This is UDG. This is UDG. This is the first time I've seen somehow a one-sided game here. But you know, the comeback potential. We have seen big clashes from UDG making some miracle plays, and I do believe they need this now. They need this moment because this is the match point game, game 2. FLA though have a different thing in mind.
Oh, nice hook shot dodge. But yeah, this is a UDG we haven't exactly seen before. They look crazy good, like above the pack team. I mean, in the standings, they're definitely above the rest because they were undefeated series-wise. Oh my god, Mitsura. I mean, you got the sweep, but that was absolutely scary. I mean, yeah, this is UDG undefeated in the series, and slowly, are they gonna get 2-0'd by FLA? It's a possibility with how FLA is playing.
Oh, here comes the charm. Grand entrance connection here. 4 versus 1 death mark for the last hurrah for Arise. And that is a big takeoff, but space created! UDG here did not going to go for the contest in the Baronade, but Sayonara is still too late for that contest.
Oh,
here comes the payment. Here comes the prize. Hextech Ultimatum. The stasis big pop up. Oh! The Blade Collar stun! But no follow-up, unfortunately, for the side of UDG. Dawn is still there, lingers on, try to go for a tank, go for forward, while going to go for Mitsura's backline power as well, but the first Tom is here with a double kill, and there's gonna be another win for FLA. Big team fight. Oh my goodness, the gods can bleed. FLA come prepared.
What? They get the Baron, they get to win the team fight. Doming and Sayonara with the 1v1 in the Baron pit. Crazy hook shot from Doming to get the stun against Sayonara. And they 2-0 UDG, the first defeat in the entirety of the WCS. FLA looking really, really strong.
Sheesh! FLA, ladies and gentlemen, just topple down the valedictorians, the top team in our first round robin power rankings. And this is a statement, Ms. Riku, that FLA here is the new kings in our competition.
Oh my word, this is a different FNL adversity as well. We talked about how their team fight is incredibly strong. Yes, we saw that, but the drafts that they have, well, drafted in this series were, what, 4-1s, 1-3-1. You got the Z, you got the Z on the teleport. This is a completely different and extra confident, even going, well, outside air quote their comfort zone, because again, time and time again, we see how consistent they are whenever they go front to back scaling 5v5s, but they can also do this 1-3-1, Akali, Zed in the side lanes, double assassin composition, putting Danny more on the utility for the rest of the members of FLA to shine. I love this from FLA. They're so confident. The way that they're able to get ahead and keep that lead and not allow UDG to take back the game, get a win on any of this in these engages with Orthros or with Dawn. I love it. FLA looking really, really solid.
Man, I offer you FLA Arise Zed. I give you, of course, you receive the win here. This is just insane. This is just insane, Ms. Riku from FLA. And this is also a statement game here that FLA is going to be considered as one as can grab rather this WCSPH. But you know, this is still the first round robin. Anything can happen, especially here. The first reset on the first week. Now, boom! FLA, new composition, new strategy is being popped up. The gods can bleed, indeed, Ms. Riku. Team Underground, the first series loss.
Yeah, FLA, so confident with this. Even when we looked at the draft with their single target, like, okay, we're banning all the disengaged champions, no Gragas. You locked in Rakan earlier on. We can double down on the single target without the disengage to worry about. I mean, both of these teams do not have disengage, but FLA has more on the all-in type of composition. And UDG desires to have the 5v5 team fights, to have the 4-1, but at the same time, you know, UDG expended a lot of resources towards the bottom side of the map to remove Arise, but FLA very quick on their toes, like, yes, that's all part of the plan. We want the Baron, and if Sayonara steps in, we can just single target him down. That's exactly what they did. I want to look at this fight again, because I believe Sayonara entered this fight again, and there was a mini 1v1 of the two junglers in the Baron pit. And it all boiled down to who gets the stun in. Doming and Saya was so low. Hookshot stun, boom, auto attack. The passive kicks in from Doming with the shield. And it was just really, really beautiful to watch from FLA.
Beautiful, beautiful indeed. And it was really scary, to be honest, in paper for this UDG's composition during the late stage of the game. But it's FLA's doing their thing, doing their victory conditions been set in. And again, Danny, Miss Riku, yet another MVP into his name here. 100% kill participation. Oh my goodness. And you know, that one score kill for the side of UDG was Arise's sacrifice there, and that was the game ending here. But we have to consider as well, Danny's on that Morgana, his dark binding was always on point here, making those opportunities for the big clashes to be in their favor here. No doubt, man, Danny, the most consistent player in the league.
Yeah, it don't matter if he's on utility, AP utility, support, or the usual hyper scaling AD carry. He's still gonna do well, consistently well, 100% kill participation as well. What a player here from Danny.
Oh my goodness! Just somehow I'm having a goosebumps here, Mr. Riku, because I did expect if this series gonna be intense, I did expect it will reach will reach the distance here, a game free. But so far that was very flawless gameplay from FLA. One score kill on that second game. FLA with double assassin composition did really its thing against UDG. I'm just speechless for now, and I think this is really FLA highlight here, that they come prepared and they did it pretty well against UDG.
We talked about how Fennel adversity last year in the summer season wasn't able to take a game off of Amihan back then, and now they got it. They got the series here in the WCS, and seeing their growth is just absolutely beautiful to watch.
History in the making indeed. And this has been, of course, your third series with FLA secures the first series win against, of course, that undefeated that is going to be a UDG. What an epic series indeed. And this is still the third series. We are going to witness, of course, another one, the last series here in the day one. So we are going to take a short break. So look after that, ladies and gents. It is me, Deadeye, together with Ms. Riku. See you around.
Feels right. I can't lie. as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath.
Fennel freaking adversity, ladies and gentlemen, getting a victory over the Underground Kings, the team Underground. What a moment to watch. 2-0, by the way. Riku, auto lose. Let's talk about it. Actually, let's go to Riku first. You were in the side. You had the best seat in the house, and you were reacting to everything.
Mind blown because UDG looked super solid. It looked like no one is gonna topple them during the first round robin, because any type of composition they played, they can play it in any style that they so desire. It's gonna work in the end. But for FLA, we've been hyping that this team is a very scary team fight. They're crazy when it comes to team fight composition, especially once Danny gets that hyperscaling, Kaisa, Vayne. But they didn't do that this time in those two games in the series. They went with 1-3-1s, double assassin, getting Doming ahead or Rice ahead. And this time around, they even did a swap mid-series of putting Calm at topside instead of a Ryzen, and then putting the assassin threat at topside instead of a tank. So I love the dynamics that's forming for FLA, and now they're able to get that, series defeat up against UDG, who seemed like unstoppable. And I just love the evolution of FLA in the first round robin.
Holy smokes, right? Just the way you said everything there. I love how you summarized everything.
Yes, spewing fire.
Yeah, but I do want to bring it back to what Autolus said, right? The counter puncher versus the aggressor. Was this
definitely.
something? Was this the win condition you saw FLA winning in this type of fashion? If
This is actually a very good highlight. Like, look at this. This is UDG going over aggressive in FLA, ready with a counter punch, right? And again, UDG, just going back to our theme, the back to school thingy. If you had the UDG, again, the first semester, everyone's in a very high spirits, and all the classmates were expecting them to get the highest scores. But at the end of the day, it turns out that the second best student will be getting the better score come finals, and that's actually pretty nice if we think about it. I would love to break it down, but I feel that we already have the interview ready, so maybe later I could give out
please do. And if not, definitely on your channel, I'd definitely love to see those breakdowns happen. But we do have Arise on the other line from Fennel Adversity, so let's talk to him and congratulate the team, because what a performance to just cap off the midterms, I would say. So here he is, Arise and Fennel Adversity. Yay, there he is. Congratulations, first off, guys. A round of applause for you. Arise, so kamusta kayo? Like, what was the game plan coming in, and did you guys execute it? Did you guys see it go this way?
Po, pinagplanuhan po talaga namin sila. Tapos parang gumana po yung mga pinagplanuhan po namin sa akin. Ayun po.
Perfect. Okay, Riku, I know you got a lot of questions to ask them, so go for it.
Yeah, congratulations again with your win against UDG. I know yung win streak, UDG seemed unstoppable in week 1 and week 2. Ano yung expectations nyo coming into this matchup? Did you expect na 2-0 nyo, 10k gold lead, or hindi?
Para po sa akin, kaya naman po lahat siguro ng team. Parang yung kalaban lang po talaga namin ngayon is yung sarili lang po namin na parang dapat, feeling ko parang dapat chill lang talaga pagka laban na.
Yes.
Parang ganun po.
Love that.
Kasi parang hirap kapag pressured ka. So, dapat chill lang talaga. Parang ganun. So, kaya naman po talaga lahat.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Perfect. All right.
Me?
Otto,
Me?
what about you? Yes.
All right. Well, okay. First off, I would like to throw you a challenge to be 3-0 or to have a 3-0 weekend. So, just so I can brag about the PPGL cooldown buffs. Remember, it's you that I was able to interview. Calm, to be precise. So, 3-0 natin yan, brad. Okay. All right. For my question for you guys, this is actually a homage to your analyst in JLC. Game number 1, we saw itong si Arisen on that Singed. And I just remembered that you have one of the most famous Singed player that we have here in the Philippines. And nga, si Kuya JLC. Tapos game number 2, si Calm, siya naman yung nag-akali. And I thought na parang, grabe, ano ko yung, di ba? Parang yung akali, ang pinakakilala na player na gumagamit ng akali is Arisen. Pero the dynamics that you have in the Baron lane, parang kahit sino sa inyo na nakakatakot on the champion. So talk me about, the Baron lane changes that you have arise dito sa team. And syempre, yun na, paying shout out kay Kuya JLC.
Yung sa napapansin ko po kasi parang doon po sa dalawang Baron laner po na nagtutulungan po silang dalawa na kunyari po parang yung isa hindi niya gamay yung hero na to. Tapos yung isa naman, gamay niya yung hero na to. Parang nagtuturuan po sila para mas ma-improve pa po sila yung isa't isa nila. Parang ngayon po, nung parang sa Akali, na si Miguel nga po talaga yung parang kilala dun sa hero na yan. Parang, ayun po, tinuturuan po ni Miguel si Carl minsan. Tapos si Carl na rin po naman, tinuturuan din si Miguel. Kaya parang ganun po. Turuan.
Nice.
Study buddy, diba? Look at this, Posh
Buddy, yeah.
We're still on the team. And yeah, congratulations, man, Penal University. Such wows. JLC, I see you. Kumusta?
So, Arise, thank you so much for this interview. Now is the time to give any shout-outs or messages to the people watching.
Shoutout po sa mga Penel, kay Arisen, kay Carl, kay Dome, kay Rafi, kay JB, kay Coach, at saka kay Danny na tapos sa staff ko si Sir Reggie, tapos si Sir Max, at Sir Endo. Tapos shoutout din po kay Coach Mel, tapos kay Coach Patrick, at saka kay Coach Ed. Tapos shoutout sa family ko na rin, and lastly sa
Hey! There we go.
Inspired.
Yes.
Let's go.
Very inspired. Arise, thank you so much. Penal Adversity, congratulations once again. Hopefully 3-0. Let's see it happen this weekend. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you guys.
Ooh. Wow, great bunch of guys. And wow, what a day we have so far. The main event, it concluded with Penal Adversity getting one over Underground. And also I have to say that Professor Autoluz is still in the lead here in our panel consequences Riku. Unfortunately, we're gonna get summer classes, I think.
Yeah, gotta.
Just love the dynamics, right? Having some friend helping you with your notes and with your
buddy system.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what we do also here in the panel desk and also for the casters. So I think, the theme of having midterms is definitely very in tune. But last but not least, guys, this is the last series we're going to have. It's going to be Sunspark versus Cerebrum Esports, the last series of the day. These two teams in the 7th and 8th spot. So, you know what? This is looking like a really intense match. So, Autoluz, let's talk about Sunspark.
I know that we already have given our predictions, and I think this. Are you prepared to talk about Sunsparks right now, Riku? Because I will be giving you the floor.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, Sunsparks, they're also carrying the momentum after 2-0ing Secret last weekend. I mean, we're talking about these two teams being at the bottom of the two, like 7th to 8th place at the moment. So this is going to be an incredibly important match, and I really believe in the power of the carries of Consi on being that late game insurance, and Hayes being on a scary assassin pick like the Akali. Maybe we get to see him on the Zed if it's open. So if they're able to get, Hayes ahead in the game, this is going to be an incredibly scary game for Suns, or rather for Cerebrum.
And now
Exactly,
I just want... Go for
Yeah,
it.
go ahead, Butch.
Oh, I just wanted to highlight Ace. I know Riku's not done yet with her point, but I know you're going to interject something because our player highlight is Ace. But was there anything you wanted to say first, Autoluz?
I think Ace has been very one-dimensional when it comes to the champion choices that we have so far. He's really going for the utility, the tank junglers. We saw Gragas, we saw Jarvan, Nunu, and Willem. I feel that Ace is the only player to bring it up, and that is because that fits their composition. They want to help the mid laner and Consi to be ahead of the curve, and in the small chance that he will go for the damage dealing champions, I feel that Sunsparks isn't fit with it yet, or isn't I would say, is it practice? I don't think that's the right term, but you should get my what I'm trying to say, right? But Ace again is the utility jungler that we have to look forward to as to how he's going to help his team moving forward.
I agree 100%. He definitely enables the team, especially when we talk about the late game carries like Bonsi here on the Vayne. I mean, looking back at their victory up against Team Secret, it was the Vayne Lulu combo and him on the tank, Jarvan or the Nunu. Both of these engage for his carries, and very, very straightforward, and being that meaty, tanky champion for the rest of the squad.
And now we're going to shift our sights to Cerebrum Esports. So this is also a team that has seen one success, but it was a really big win for them. And here they are now. Who wants to take the floor with this one? Because I'm pretty sure both of you have a lot to say. So yes, Autoluz there for recitation.
Pick me. Just because I have predicted them as the team that would end up winning in this series. Again, the battle between the 7 and 8. We have a discussion. Me and Osiris actually have a discussion here as to who's going to be the number 17 or the number 18, and he picked Sunsparks. Meanwhile, me, I'm picking Cerebrum, so I'm sticking to my guns here. And for Cerebrum Wild Rift, I just know that they're going to group up, regardless of what's going to happen. They will stick as 5, and the question for them is up to what extent, right? Because sometimes in Wild Rift, if your opponent really knows how to play the map and would not really, I would say, take the bait of having a 5v5 composition, then they get out macroed. And I believe that there's now, if there is one player that we would need to highlight over and over again for Cerebrum Wild Rift, aside from Evilist, it's going to be Xiao P. Xiao P on the jungle. Riven? Man! Okay, so the playstyle is for Xiaomi to really carry the games, right? And that's the reason why they're sticking as 5. Sometimes I feel that Xiaomi should, take the lead in going for the sides and having more trust in his teammates to win a 4v5 or a 4v4 skirmish. What do you think here, Riku?
Yeah, I think for Xiaomi, Riven jungle has been incredibly effective when it comes to skirmishes. I mean, you talked about this already, Autoluz. Okay, Cerebrum is definitely going to group up. They are going to be grouping up early to mid, and this fits their composition so well if ever Sunsparks is going for the late game scaling composition. So this is their window of opportunity. If they do draft the similar composition rather, when they went up against Oasis and they 2-0'd them. So this is most likely their strength. And for Xiaopi here being that setter, basically, to be able to get the lead into these skirmishes.
Yeah, we always note that Cerebrum has like this hive mind, so it's very fitting that their name is Cerebrum because they think as one and they move as one. So let's head into the head-to-head matchup between these two combatants. We have Ace and Xiao P. Autoluz. How do we break this one down? Because this is our last match of the day.
Playstyle diff of the team, not the player. Because again, Ace is more about taking care of the team. Meanwhile, Xiao P about the team taking care of him. Would you agree, Riku?
Yeah, I think Ace is definitely there to facilitate the entire squad, being the tank of the team, being the initiator. For Cerebrum, on Zaupi, he has a little bit of leeway for more of the skirmishes, more on the
Right.
3v3s, especially whatever your parry is going to be on the top portion of the map and as well as your mid lane. So this is the trio that we're talking about for Cerebrum, and even asking the support floor to join in the fight for the scary 4-man while your AP carry just sort of chills at the bot
Clears the
side,
wave.
clearing the wave. Yeah.
Exactly. All right, so your job is to clear the wave. That's it.
I love it.
Later ka na.
There we go. Styles indeed make matchups, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm excited to see who will come out on top between Sunsparks versus Cerebrum Esports. And it seems like, you know what? I've been 0-3 today. I mean, and Riku, I mean, your group mates also, not to throw them under the bus, but they didn't really do that much as well. So we're kind of put in a tough spot here. Autoluz here is the one grading us. Autoluz, you want to be the first one to say your prediction first.
I did say my predictions
Oh,
already.
right,
I'm
yeah,
going
true,
for
that's true.
Cerebrum, not just because. Yeah, it's also to spite my good friend in Osiris.
Right.
Osiris has been saying a lot of things in the Tagalog broadcast.
Wow.
Ah, you my
Fighting
friend.
words.
Okay,
He's
I'll see you in
listening.
PPGL cooldown.
Okay, look forward to that on Wednesday, right? Is that happening on Wednesday? There we
Wednesday
go.
always.
So I'm gonna go next. I'm gonna copy the professor. I know I told this beforehand, but I will go with Cerebrum Esports. I think that they might actually shine better in clutch situations, but I do understand that the style will make this matchup, and if Sunspark does implore their game plan, it could turn the other way. How about you, Riku?
For me, it's going to be Sunsparks. Going to be the difference in the panel here. I believe in Consi and Hayes as well for the carry, and be able to turtle the game out and see if they can unlock the 5v5 late game team fights.
There we go. And please let us know also your predictions, your insights, as well as your voices heard on social media using the hashtag WCS. WCSPH and hashtag Wild Rift Championship C. There you have it. 2 Cerebrum Esports for me and Autoluz and 1 Sunspark. So by the end of this broadcast, Rico, one of us is going to buy some RRQ merch or some merch. We'll decide.
Sure.
Some merch.
Yeah.
It's a good sport. I think it's a very wholesome consequence. But we do have one tweet to show you guys. Thank you guys for chiming in. So let's see. Thonsti says, "Oh my God, final adversity, very great draft and suave strat. Damn." I'm also looking. I don't know if I was about to say that, but I said it. But I'm also at that pro meta Z push smiley face with the big brain thing. Congrats, big win, UDG. I think this was history, to be honest. How they were able to do it. Morg plus Leona was a beautiful to watch. Yeah, it was crazy to watch that in the PPGL that Discord. So
Yeah. Many were chiming in, Rigo. You know how noisy we are in that chat room.
like zoo animals. It's a lot more fun. I'm just there to watch in the background. But yeah, please join us if you still have time, because I think this one's going to be a great match. And again, I think you set the tone, Autoluz, when you said that the one that wins has a bigger chance to break it to the 6th spot. So it's a make or break game. I think the
close to a do or die, because it will just give the winning team a better chance to crack number 6.
There we go. All right, I can't wait. Panelists, thank you so much. But we're ready for the game between Sunspark and Cerebrum Esports. So casters, take it away.
And welcome back, everyone, to the 3rd game, or rather the 4th game of the week 3 day 1 game. And this is going to be between Sunsparks versus CE. This is going to be a bit of a change here. We're going to be seeing Crazy Apple, because this is going to be one long match that they want to know who's better than the other. They are at the bottom of the pack, but that doesn't mean that they're weak as a team. They're very strong. Now, Crazy Apple, we're going to be your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash, and I'm here with Crazy Apple. Crazy Apple, how are you doing today?
Currently.
Yeah, and again, everyone, and as Crazy Apple was saying a while ago, it's going to be quite different for today, because Sunsparks versus Cerebrum Wild Rift might be a bit of a change. a bit of a difference with how they're gonna be playing this right now. Crazy Apple is still up and ready for us right now, and we're
I'm
hoping
good.
that we're gonna be seeing something for them. They need to pull off something different. Cerebrum Wild Rift has been pulling off a Lux, and maybe Evalis would have a chance to get the Nasus again. I was actually excited for them to get this on this game.
Yeah, I mean, I love how you mentioned both of the champions that we've been seeing a lot from
For them,
Cerebrum.
yeah. Right.
The Lux and the Nasus. Man, earlier we were, I believe when we were at the PPGL as well, we were rooting for Nasus to pick when we saw the Renekton. And this might just be what we see today, but also to set a bit of the stage for both of these two teams. As the panel has mentioned, this is going to be a team, whoever wins this series will position themselves slightly better towards reaching that playoffs, because for all our viewers out there, if you were watching the first parts of our panel, the earlier part of the broadcast, you would see that the top 6 teams are the teams that will be going for the playoffs. And Sunsparks and Cerebrum right now are at the 7th, 8th spot. They are tied in that position, so they really need to get this win, and it's also the last match of our first round of round robin. We do have a double round robin format, so tomorrow onwards it's going to be teams going for rematches. So it's exciting. It is still, even though it is between the two teams that are at the bottom of the standings, it's so crucial for both of these teams to get this win.
Yeah, this might be the miracle run that we're looking for. Whoever wins this in a 2-0 or a 2-1, this might be the start of their miracle run going forward. And I wish that they would be able to ride that momentum and use that onto the next, or rather the incoming weeks that's going to happen. Yes, as Crazy Apple said, it is going to be the next set of round robins, and everything is at stake, especially for the teams at the bottom of the pack. Yes, they're at the bottom, but they're not weak. They're good teams still on the side of Sunspark and CE.
Yeah, Dash. As we often talk about here in the caster desk, even the panel desk, these are the top 8 teams in the country at this point. None of them are weak. It's just, sometimes you gotta have your good day. And it's a battle of inches for a lot of these teams as we get into the very, very important pick and ban phase for the last series of the day, the last series of the first half of the round robin. And we are seeing a couple of bans being thrown right now for both of these teams.
And yeah, as I was saying, I was expecting the Nasus to come out though, but Crazy Apple, we've been denied by Sunsparks. They banned the Nasus right here. But looking at how Cerebrum is banning also, this is also respect bans for the members of Sunsparks. Now, they have a lot of champions open. They have the Set, they have the Camille, they have the Fiora. A lot of champions right now are open, so it's kind of scary on what is going to get pulled out. Also, remember, Floor still has the Thresh, so that could also come out in this game.
Yeah, Dash. It's a lot of these champions, as you mentioned, are respect bans. Specifically for Cerebrum, it's Nunu, Vayne, and Akali. I think it's kind of overkill to take away both the Vayne and the Nunu for the side of Sunsparks, because usually those two champions are a combo to also allow the Vayne to get a lot more buffs alongside a Lulu. But I do like the first pick from Sunsparks, since it's a stronger champion. One of the more meta picks we've been seeing, and can also be flex into the top lane, into the Baron lane, which is that Jace. We are waiting for the answer from CE, because there are also a lot of champions being left out in the open, which is the Set and the Ziggs. To also put into perspective now where we are at the pick and ban phase, a lot of strong champions, a lot of meta picks are being left out in the open. So we might see a lot of these picks being played later on. But let's see here what is going to be the next pick coming from Sunsparks.
Yeah, like during the past weeks, right, Crazy Apple, we have seen a lot of this meta picks from all of this teams, and now it's all gonna come out here on this game, because most of this are respect bans onto the bans right now. We went for the Gragas. They still have a lot of options to work with. They can play around, to be honest, and they can deny. At this point, they can still deny a lot of those picks, or maybe they could just double down on the meta picks that we're going to be seeing onto the next rotation of the band. So that's what I'm scared of. Ace, getting the Lee Sin. This is what's good about this for the side of Sunsparks. Ace, again, just helping out the team, making it work. And Xiaomi, very different playstyles, as the panel said. So at first, I think they need to secure also Cerebrum's jungle on their side.
And Cerebrum, as you mentioned, they're going to secure the jungler. It's going to be that Kha'Zix. One pick that I was looking at that's still out in the open is Zed. both, I believe, Hayes and Pago play that champion. That could have been an assassin pick by both of these teams. But right now, with the second round of bans, I feel like Cerebrum should be banning out maybe an AD carry on the side for Sunsparks. They have banned out that Galio. I am thinking maybe Corky would be one of the bans for Cerebrum because, as mentioned by the panel as well last week, Cerebrum Corky was the champion of the week, and Corky has come out as one of the most influential and strongest champions we have seen here in the WCS.
Yeah, so far, Corky has been one of the strongest champions and has been played really well by a lot of our teams, and I hope they would be able to pull that out. But they're really banning on this Darius, this Garen's Yumi's up if ever they still want to put that up into perspective on the side of Cerebrum Wild Rift. But so far, I think it's easier to make sure that they have the champions that they're comfortable with. They're going to be banning the Garen, they're going to be banning... Oh, they banned the Ashe though. I was surprised by that.
Sin.
So, yeah, having that... They don't want the potential to have easier time for both of our sides. Remember, how Consi plays a lot of those AP champions in the bot side, so most likely we're going to be seeing a Morgana and Lux, which are not banned.
Yeah, maybe we'll see one of those, although Consi also plays a lot of marksmans as well. He was the guy who really popped up in the Luna Vein. The Thresh band is a respect band against Floor. First pick is going to come to the side of Cerebrum. They have what it looks like already a bot laner for how they could still go for the Lux, which how has been playing a lot very often on their side. This set could also be flexed into the support position for Floor. So a lot of open picks right now for Cerebrum. They have locked in that Lucian, and I think this is gonna go to the mid lane to Pago, and I like the Lucian pick because it could have very well been picked by Consi for the side of Sunsparks.
Yeah, getting that was really important, and that could have actually got in the try black cleaver that they could go for on the side of Sunsparks if ever the Lucian would be able to come out. But remember, they still have the Corki for Consi if ever they want to go down. Yeah, as I was saying, there you go. There's the Corki coming out, and they have late game potential already. And this is what I like about this. If they double down on the AD damage on their side, could be good for the side of Sunsparks, because that is where Corki shines the most.
Yeah, C is gonna get forced to build more armor because of the many AD champs inside of Sunsparks, but they could also, all of them could build black cleavers, and Zed being left out in the open, as mentioned earlier, Zed is one of those champions that Hayes can very well use. We could maybe see, we could probably see Consi going for the first build black cleaver on the Corki to be able that armor shred to help the Jace and the Zed. But the last pick from CE is that Leona, which shows to be a very strong lane, dragon lane right now for the side of CE.
Yeah, and again, going forward though, that was really great. That was really great for CE, getting a lot of CC on their side together with a, what do you call this, the assassin on their side, and having a mage and ADC. They just got the full package on their composition. So this is like, they want to go for, they want to disrupt most of the members of Sunsparks. Sunsparks, very linear. What you want is not even front to back. They just want to go in, try to go CC, try to brute force their way, get the kill, and that is where the advantage goes to. On the side of CE, we can see a lot of CC going to their side, and we all know how Floor is when it comes to CC. So it's kind of scary if ever Sunsparks wouldn't be able to answer back on those CCs that CE has.
But as well, as you mentioned, Sunsparks is very linear. But as we've discussed in the first series of the day, whenever we see a set on one team and you have a linear front-to-back composition, it proves to be very hard to play your composition because Set can just grab him, use the showstopper, and throw maybe the Gragas or even the Lee Sin whenever Sunsparks goes for these contests on these objectives. So with that in mind, we have to look at which team will prioritize going for these objectives first, because with that Set can very well be the guy in the position to be able to throw someone into the team, or even as the guy who's going to be coming in later into the fight. So a lot of flexibility on Ivalis's hands right now on that set in the Baron lane. But going to the start of this game, we are just seeing a lot of default starts from both of these from a lot of the teams, and from both of these teams right now. It's just going to be a bit of a bullying in the mid lane for Pago, since he does have that range matchup against the Zed.
very easy setups for in the mid lane, especially when Pego gets to. I think when Hayes gets into level 3, that it's when Pego would have the disadvantage. But now we should look at how our junglers are pairing up. Zalpi, but the top lane though, pushing back away. Ivalice. Oh, they're both on very weird health stages right now.
It's just the usual trading that we see a lot of these top laners at this point,
Right.
Dash. But yeah, you're talking about the junglers between Ace and Zalpi.
Yeah, and back to my point there. Thank you for getting that crazy apple. Because honestly, on this for both of our junglers, like what I'm saying, Ace could have an easier time, and that's why he was able to pull that off. Forcing the flash out of was really crucial. He can go for a regap whenever he wants to. But now that they have vision on the top side of the map, it would be hard for Ace to go for the gank because Ivalice had that ward there. So at least weren't successful for that gank, but was able to burn the flash in the mid lane.
Zalpi might be catching Sunspark, but no? Okay. But yeah, I do agree with that point. But again, this might be a 4-man diversing here.
Okay, Zenith played on the bot side though. Kanzi was able to Valkyrie out of the way to Body Slam onto the Flash, was able to make it work, but that is going to be a 2-for-1 trade. Still a win and a first blood for the side of CE.
Yeah, first blood with another kill. That's give a lot more gold to their side because they do get that first blood gold, as well as they're getting some plates here on the bot side. Yes, it did result in the trade for Zalpi, but if you're Cerebrum at that point, you're gonna get that trade any day because it gives your Kha'Zix a bit more gold to be able to get a bit more items. Unfortunately, first blood gold did go to the side of Floor, which is this Leona who's not gonna build damage, but you gotta make lemons out of the best situation. You gotta make lemonade when at this point. So just having more of that tankiness, and also look at the enchant right now for Floor is that he needed redemption. Gives Cerebrum that chance to have a bit more strength coming into the objective fights, which we're gonna see in about a minute.
Going for this, I mean, they still have the minute for them to get the 3k, just for them to hit that power spike that they have whenever it comes to items. The Black Cleavers coming out to them. So we're still waiting for that point to happen. And I think there's a brewing fight in the bot lane right here, Crazy Apple. Look at how Zalpi is positioning himself, trying to bait out, but Sunsparks kind of smelled this from a mile away though.
Yeah, Sunsparks, but Zalpi still staying here. Only 2v3 at this point between Sunsparks and CE. Could go in.
Oh, Solar Flare onto the Mega Inferno. Valve was able to get the Valkyrie though, but that was a great explosive cast for Mjon to be able to deny that. Mjon on the 1 HP, and what was that? Almost a fadeaway shot from Hao, and here he comes. Here comes the superhero. Here comes the sun, but Ace is gonna trade his life right there. Here comes the Death Mark. Was able to get the damage. Take down. What a great play from Hayes, and now he forces the flash. They won't have anything else. Hayes doesn't have the Living Shadow yet, but they don't have the damage. What a great 2-for-1 in favor of Sunsparks.
Yeah, great series of plays right there from both teams. Cerebrum trying to bait out the member of Sunsparks, waiting for that gank, staying a long time in that bush, but also the explosive cast coming from Enjan essentially stopped the fight from happening, gave that space from Sunsparks. Ace was kind of late, but still went in for that 3v1. I thought he was gonna die there because he was getting stun locked by Floor, but fortunately for him, he was able to deal enough damage to get one more kill, and still 2-for-1 in favor of Sunsparks. Right now though, the Drake is being started out by Sunsparks, but it looks like it's just gonna be a handshake between both of these teams.
Yeah, but because they got the kill a while ago, it kind of delayed the fight from happening though. They are going to be taking this. The Zenith played onto Ace, almost getting the kill, and now he's super low in HP. They're going to be taking this down. CE are just doubling down under pressure. They might be able to take the kill onto Mjon. Not enough damage on the side of Sunsparks though. That's why CE was able to get the one, and the Dragon at least has been taken by Sunsparks.
Call me a liar. It wasn't a handshake. It was Cerebrum wanting to get everything. Try to get a steal. They didn't get that steal though, but they got the Herald, got a kill, and now took the first turret in the mid lane. We're still 5 minutes in this game, Dash, and they've already broken the first structure of the game.
Oh my, they broke the first wall, and this is just not really what they want on the side of Sunsparks. Whenever mid lane gets pushed, pressure is just all together, especially on your side of the jungle. Especially on most of their players, they need to ward on those sides of the jungles because anytime CE could go in, and they're fighting against a Kha'Zix also, which makes it a way harder for them to push forward if they want to go for shoves.
Yeah, and what we've been seeing between Sunsparks and Cerebrum for the past couple of weeks is that Sunsparks is this really good macro focused team, but there could be a 4v2 brewing the bot side.
Okay, there's gonna be a death mark coming in. Pago is just gonna fall down. Ace is gonna be the trade out, and this is gonna be 2 taken down by Cerebrum. They're just trading out, or rather, out trading Sunsparks every step of the way.
Yeah, Cerebrum has been with the man advantage most of the time, especially in this Dragon lane. It looks like it's going to be the defense right now from Sunsparks. 3 members trying to defend this turret. MJat going in.
Yeah, they have the body slam. At least they have the stun onto Floor. Was able to get the explosive cast. How? Wasn't expecting that to happen. And now Floor is going to be the next target. This is going to be the trade. Sunsparks are now answering back against Cerebrum. Floor is just going to fall down. What a great way to play it on the side of Sunsparks.
Yeah, and Ace is not yet done here.
Yeah, wants to get onto Evilist, and it's a very, very tanky boy. He has the Haymaker. Not going to be able to get that. They don't have the death mark still, so Evilist is just going to run around.
I wasn't able to check at that, but I thought there was a Dragon Rage there, but there's
Yeah.
still a bit of a skirmish here. Zappy very low, but looks like Sunspark is gonna back away. Content with what they got, content with a bit of damage on that tower. But going back to what happened, let's take stock. Right now, we are approaching 7 minutes into the game. The kills are very even. It's 6-6. It's a 2,000 gold lead for Sunsparks. For Cerebrum because of that tower and also the first blood gold that they got earlier. But going back to my point as well, before that though, Floor is going in.
Yeah, they have the stuns, they have the solar flare. If ever they want to go, Redemption has been popped already. They have the stun onto Emjon. Oh wow, what a great Gargoyle Stoneblade, even mitigating a lot of damage, but the Mega Inferno Bomb gets the kill, and Pega once more to the skies, won't be able to get the kill, and he's been taking a lot of this tower shots though, and that might be the kill. Stasis on the right side of Kansi. Oh no, he wasn't able to get the stun. Floor needs to run away. Kansi is very healthy right now, but the Satchel is gonna pull him back. I have the Valkyrie though. That's why Kansi is playing around. That might be it. The phosphorus bumps end his life. But the 2 kills on the top side for 1. Still a great win for Cerebrum.
Yeah, it was still overall a win from Cerebrum across the map. Plays also gets the tower on the top side of the map. So overall, it was a Cerebrum victory with that series of events. And I was just about to say both teams, especially Sunsparks, playing a lot more macro style team. But it seems like they're all going for fights today. Dash Cerebrum forcing the issue on Sunsparks right now, catching them in often a lot of these places. But as we approach the next couple of objectives, 20 seconds on that Herald, 10 seconds on that Drake, we are going to go into a replay right here into that dive in the bot side of the map where the first kill did go to the side of Cerebrum. We also saw off map the top side kill. But look at Consi right here. He's going to have a bit of fancy feet, goes for the Valkyrie, and even gets the kill on the Zig. So yeah, the replay right there just shows the place in the bot side of the map. Drake though being started right now by Sunsparks. Packet on Consi.
They're not handshaking. 5 people on the side of the Sunsparks wants to take this out. Zappy won't be able to get that though. Not in a really great position. They had the package to work with. Floor is stopped on his tracks. He can't even go forward though. So this is going to be good for CE. A lot of low HP members from the side of Sunsparks, but they still have the tower to work with though. Deathmark comes in, and that might be the kill. Stasis on top of that. How survives in the silver apparel. Here comes the showstopper onto the back line. Not able to get the kill with the Haymaker. A lot of damage, but not enough to execute anyone from both sides. This is just CE and Sunsparks just taking on each other.
Yeah, Emjan almost falling down right there, but no kills for both teams and so many red health bars as you mentioned. But at the same time, at the end, it was a Drake going to the side of Sunsparks. Rift Herald is still up. Zalpi right now crawling his way here. He might catch out Nastro.
Oh, Nastro, not enough damage. Respecting this team's right here, but a good call there, Crazy Apple. So if ever they want to go for this for the side of CE, 2 Drakes have already been taken by Sunsparks, so this is just the bare minimum. That's what they want to do. They need to take this out for themselves, just for them to have more pressure. But CE now, playing it so well, they have 3 tower pressure down. Sunsparks hasn't even able to take any towers, and this is the reason why. Because they don't have any towers, it's super hard for them to contest on these objectives. It's just that they had the position a while ago, but on these certain situations, it's hard, like what they did to the Herald right there, and they're going for a fight. Floor stunning, but still running away.
Yeah, I thought Floor was going to get into a bad situation right there, but Rift Herald is summoned here in the bot side of the map, 1,450 HP on that tower, so not enough damage yet inflicted on it, so you could get that satchel charge, which is going to be this tool that how could Yusu very well take the siege immediately on this surge. But Dash right now at this point, let's take stock of the items.
Wow,
We're
yeah.
10 minutes in the game. There has been a lot of action, so I hadn't really had a lot of time to talk about it. But
Right.
I want to focus as well on Ivalis's build right now. He has a Sunfire, he has an Advanced Blade. He is heavily investing into armor. He really wants to be this tank for his team. And we've seen a couple of plays that CE did earlier. It's always Ivalis having his eyes, trying to get into the fight, try to deal as much damage as he can using that showstopper and face breaker, and really trying to give space for his team. It really shows that the item build. Ace though might be getting a catch here.
Oh no, there's the Dragon's Rage onto the backside, but Stasis would be able to buy some time. Oh, the Mega Inferno Bomb gets the kill. Not enough for them to get the kill there. Explosive gas to the barrier. That's why Pego was able to survive. I think they want to get the Resonating Strike, but not enough.
Look at where
That's
Zalpi
gonna be
is.
the kill 2 for 1. And here comes Zalpi. Want to go for the kill on Ace. He doesn't have the Dragon's Rage, but you know, they're not going to continue that. They have the package also onto Consi. But this might be the tower into the bottom side. Oh no, Zalpi also got that with a smite
Oh my
onto
God.
red buff.
Whew, that's just dirty at that point. Even grabbing that red buff, getting the happy meal alongside the value
Right.
meal right there, and yeah, great series of plays from again Cerebrum Wild Rift. They have just been playing their game. Ivaliso might be getting the jump on Haze.
Yeah, going on to Haze, and that's gonna be the damage. What was that? And the Showstopper was able to get a reaction at least for the side of Ivalis. The 1-for-1, which is great, but not so much because that is Pego being killed right there in the mid lane.
Yeah, Pego does fall down, but there's no real big objective right now on the map. The Infernal Drake is going to come up in 20 seconds, and all of the Drakes have gone towards the side of Sunsparks. It feels like this next Drake would likely go to the side of Cerebrum just because of the gold lead that they have at this point. They are 8,000 gold ahead. They are very much ahead as well in pressure in the map when you look at the structures that have been taken already by Cerebrum Wild Rift. Let's look back at the items, and I keep focusing on the items right now of Ivalice because I believe he has had some of the most unique item builds we've seen in the Rift
Wow,
lately.
yeah.
He has the Warmugs right now, also has that Stone Plate Enchant. So it's just going to be this big, beefy tank along with the shield coming from that set. I would expect him to be always diving for his team though. Sunsparks may be trying to look for a steal here.
Yeah, building up on those pounds though. Ivalis is
Look at
just
Ivalice.
actually flexing his muscles right now. And now they're even respecting. Just because Ivalis was there, he doesn't even deal any damage, but because of his sheer presence, it was enough to pull them back out of the way. That is just a Chad hour right there from Ivalis. Now, want to go forward. Emjan gonna be the target. They have the explosive cast, but the face breaker was pretty. But on the backside, look at Haze. He's gonna go onto How, and it's not a good position to be in. They have the Stasis to work with, but they're not gonna be getting the kill right there. They're trading 2 people down. Ivalis onto Haze, but 2 has fallen down on the side already for the side of Sunspark CE. They need to find ways to get more objectives on their side. That's a big advantage right there.
A big advantage indeed, but this is deja vu right here. 2-for-1 trades all across the board. CE may be catching one more.
Yeah, getting to slow. They have more though, so Zalpi not going to be following that up because Flora doesn't have the solar flare.
Yeah, doesn't have the solar flare, so not going to be able to chase that down. But because of that series of events, CE having the man advantage on the map, they could very well wrest control over the Baron. They are pinging it. They do want to they have the idea right now of trying to take it, but since they don't really have enough vision there at this point, they go for the back, get the items, and while they're getting the items, while there's still no fight, let's take stock a bit of where we are at this point. Look at the junglers. Zalpi, we have the panel that has mentioned Zalpi is this carry for the team. He is the one who is getting a lot of the gold. He is 3,000 gold lead right now compared to Ace. He has 3 completed items, but looking at the map right now, Zalpi is looking for a kill. Ace does hit that Sonic Wave, spots him out, so they're not going to be fighting anytime soon. Let's get back towards the items, I believe. I was going slow right there because there might have been a fight, but Floor might be getting a catch.
Yeah.
Okay, just both teams just positioning at this point, Dash.
Yeah, they're just finding ways for them to get some kills before they actually move forward. They have a lot of tower pressures inside of CE. That's why they're going for a lot of death brushes here. Now that they don't have the package, might be a problem for their side. Gargoyle Stoneplate has been popped, so maybe, just maybe, Mjon is gonna have a bit of a problem later on.
Yeah, but with that engage coming from Floor, he did use the Solar Flare, so one ultimate down for them, but Ace also needed to use his Dragon's Rage. Ace right now trying to get into this Baron, while the Baron is being started by CE.
Okay, yeah, they're gonna start that out. They want to go for fights though. Okay, 4k HP already. Nashjo, they don't have their junglers in yet, so this is gonna be good for their side. They were able to get that, and the Baron is taken by CE. And they're gonna follow up. Here comes MJen in front. Not gonna be able to do anything because Ivalice is chasing Conzi. They can even go for a fight here because they're all scattered around. That's gonna be the flash coming in, and the Haymaker would not be even needed for CE. And they got the win right there. CE is just gonna go and move forward, take some towers, take some more objectives, and look at bot lane though. At least Hayes was able to get some towers on his end.
Right, Hayes was the guy just with pushing. Sunsparks tried to go for that 4v5, tried to make it feel a bit more playful towards that Baron. Maybe they could have gotten a steal with Ace, but unfortunately CE did a good job to not enable the Ace to sneak himself into the Baron pit to get that steal. So good job right there from CE, even getting a couple of kills after that. And right now at this point, CE has the Baron. They have destroyed all of the turrets that are not inhibitor turrets, so they have possibly a huge control over this map. They just need to shove the side lanes at this point while keeping Ivalice with his job. He already has the force of nature. This guy is just gonna be this huge truck for the team. Look at how many bars right now he has with his HP. He's gonna be this big beefy tank that is just his presence will scare Sunsparks.
I also remember Crazy Apple. I think Ivalice was the one who took down Ace in the end there. And remember, he's a tank, but he's still capable of taking down anyone. And he's absorbing a lot of pressure here, though. Dragon's Rage has been used. He has a showstopper to put himself in a better position, though. They got the kill on Haste. But Ivalice, is this a really worth the trade? They have the Gargoyle Soulblade and the Redemption. It took a lot of time. And now that's going to be the turnaround for the side of CE. Sunsparks got taken down. And wow, that was enough. Ivalice just made it work in there. And Baron has been taken also. So they're just going to be taking these towers. Last member standing, Nashjo. Would he be able to do anything? Because bot lane is ticking. The towers, the minions are here. And this is going to be the takedown. I think this is going to be it. Sunsparks, Nashjo tried to space out the top side, but not enough for them to get the win. Pego fell down, but their Nexus fell down with it.
Yeah, and congratulations to Cerebrum Wild Rift taking game 1 of the last series of the day. And yeah, to break it down, I think it was really Cerebrum having a lot of these plays where they had a man advantage every time. And if you look right here, they're even yawning like, just another day in the WCS getting that win, because it's still not over yet. They still have at least one more game to be able to close out this series. But going back, Cerebrum Wild Rift, there's a lot of good timings as well that went their favor. Whenever Sunsparks, especially Ace, tried to make plays, there's always a member of Cerebrum right there, always going for the help and always trying to, take that man advantage. And slowly and surely, Cerebrum was able to get those advantages. But at the same time, I really want to focus Dash on Ivalice, because I if you'll let me, I want to make a reference.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm ready.
Have you ever watched Yu Yu Hakusho?
Yeah, that's where my name came from. So yes.
Oh, really? I
mean,
didn't
my
know.
real name came from. So, that's why.
So could you agree with me that set at that point, Ivalice, looked a bit like Tagulo, and it was like 100% power?
Good reference. To be honest, that's a good reference. I love that. Because honestly, that was how it worked. It's because Ivalice was just there. He was alone. Everybody fought him, and he's at his 100%. Especially when he gets that haymaker bar onto yellow. That is when the 100% comes in, and he just throws that down and basically takes down the whole arena, like what the Guru did on Yu Yu Hakusho, right?
Yeah. If the broadcast will let me, 100% Eugene. For all our English viewers out there, for all our international viewers, that means 100% Eugene, because a lot of complexity with Ghost Fighter, Yu Yu Hakusho, a lot of localization happened. We can talk about that in a different day. But I know we might have the replay or the highlights coming up soon between both of these teams. So let's break it down a bit to see between Cerebrum and Sunsparks. Although this is going to be these two teams, we painted it as this very crucial game for them, a crucial series. because they are both at the bottom of the standings, and it's really I feel it's hard to say which of them we're gonna win before we got into this game. But Cerebrum was just really able to slowly get those advantages, and as they said in this interview, they played their game, and it really showed here that they just played their style all throughout game 1 of this series.
Yeah, I think that what they want to say there, all I can say for Ivalis is that when he goes in for those fights, you can say that this isn't even my final form. Like, honestly, I haven't even seen his final form yet. That was because it's a 1v3. I was expecting a full-on 5v5 fight that I think Ivalis could shine more on those fights. Yeah, that's why I can say that it's not even his final form. And he has already took down at least 3 members. He took a lot of time for them to get the kill. That Hao was able to get there. Xiaomi was able to answer back. And that's why they were able to get the win there. I think Sunsparks, they have a good idea of what they want to do on their composition. But I think you need to agree with me here, Crazy Apple, because it was just so hard for them to make work. It's because Ivalis, they weren't expecting Ivalis to go full tank. And the menace that he has been during the whole fight, they don't have a dedicated frontline to answer Ivalis. That's why every time that they go for fights, they're scattered around, which is why it's hard.
Yeah, Dash, and also as you pointed out before, it kind of amplifies as well the difficulty of Sunsparks' composition when going against the set, because set does have enables a team to have a hard time when they're a linear composition, a front to back composition like Sunsparks. And even when they're scattered, like look here, he's gonna show his 100% potential 3v1, and he doesn't even flinch, even gets the redemption from floor, and they were able to just win the fight outright from there. And yeah, if at the end of the highlights, I want to see player of the game to be Ivalis.
Yeah, I mean, when he popped the Gargoyle Stone Blade, you know what's up. There you go. That's what you're saying, Crazy Apple. Yeah, it was honestly very well deserved for Ivalis. He absorbed a lot of the pressure coming in from Sunsparks, and that's why it was super hard for Sunsparks to do even anything, especially on the side lanes in where Ivalis almost always is. And it's because it's also the items that he has right now. So far, Ivalis has been playing a lot of these champions differently, like how he does with the Nasus, how he does with the set. He went full tank. He's making sure that he's enabling his team. And that's what I like about the most when Ivalis plays most of these boosters or Juggernaut on his side.
Yeah, and as we mentioned as well, Cerebrum just really loves to play their own game. Like other teams would feel like, hey, they're playing meta, they're playing protect the AD carry, like Sunsparks protects, we protect Consi. Fennel Adversity is like this wall, protect Danny, which we didn't really do earlier, but still that is like their go-to compositions, go-to play style. And Cerebrum did not do that here, and I did not do like the set meta plays. They just play their own style, as we mentioned, and I really love seeing this team, how they're growing right now here in the WCS, and just looking forward to more games with them. And we are gonna get towards that because there's still at least one more game in this series.
Yeah, one more game, or make that 2 if ever Sunsparks would be able to turn things around. But before we head on to game 2, everyone, we're just going to be taking a short break. We have in your casters for today. I'm Dash, and I was here with Crazy Apple. See you guys in just a bit for more Wild Rift action.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Okay.
Welcome back, everyone, to Game 2 of Sunsparks versus Cerebrum Wild Rift. This is going to be an exciting match. It's going to be Game 2 for the day, and some things could change for the side of Sunsparks. But I guess I would just like to remember, though, we did a Taguro reference or Yu Yu Hakusho reference a while ago. I was expecting a JoJo reference, to be honest, but yeah, that's okay. We're still going to go with a Yu Yu Hakusho reference to Taguro here on our panel. I mean, it's showing our age, but it's okay. It doesn't really phase us that much. But again, everyone, we're going to be your shoutcasters for today. I'm Dash, and I'm here with Crazy Apple. And Crazy Apple, talk me through that Taguro moment right there.
Oh my god. For all the JoJo's fan out there, I'm sorry. I'm showing my age in the caster desk right now. I've thought of Yu Yu Hakusho first before of JoJo's because I very much know set looks a lot like JoJo's. But anyway, going back into this series, Cerebrum Wild Rift versus Sunsparks, this is still gonna be the battle between the two teams who want to get the 7th place at least after the first half of the round robin, and also it's gonna determine who is the better analyst. Is it Osiris or Autolus? Stay tuned for that. But at the same time, we're gonna see what are the adjustments from Sunsparks. They still are going for the Ponzi carry for their team right here. So I want to see what are the adjustments coming from them, because they're for me, I felt like there were not a lot of big moments where Sunsparks made mistakes. It was really Cerebrum Wild Rift having better reinforcements. You could say reinforcement speed to their members. They were always there helping each other out. And it just became so hard for Sunsparks to be able to fight, even though they did get the first 2 Drakes. The gold lead just kept ballooning towards the side of Cerebrum, and they just got the items to be able to handle Sunsparks easily towards the end of that game.
Yeah, I mean, that was honestly, you broke it down really effectively right there, Crazy Apple. Exactly that's exactly what happened. So I'm kind of expecting different adjustments for the side of his Sunsparks right here on this next game. I've seen some light for Sunsparks during the past weeks when they won 1 game. But still, that one was really great for the side of Sunsparks. I was almost able to go through the hype train, the Sunsparks hype train, just because of that one win that they had during that week. But still, this is a different week, different format. Everybody tried some research for the past 2 weeks, so it's gonna be quite different right now. Cerebrum Wild Rift just got the read against Sunsparks right now. There's a lot of open champions a while ago, so they need to look at that later on.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, there's a lot of open champions earlier on in our game 1, and right now we're going to the pick and ban phase, and let's see what will be the adjustments, because there's one, I think, crucial adjustment for the side of CE, and that is they weren't defaulted into the Lux because Ziggs was open, so they were able to pick that up. There's still that kind of complexity into this pick and ban phase where Sunsparks could very much take out the Ziggs, so that How would be more pigeonholed into some of these picks. But at the same time, we still haven't seen How really playing these traditional marksmen, so we'll see if he will be forced into playing something like that. But CE looking to be having the same bans from the previous game.
Yeah, and again, yeah, they're really banning the same champions, like what you said. It's the same champions that they banned during the past game. C is just going for it, but they banned the set on the side of Ivalice because they know that Nastio could very much take it because it was a threat during that last game. So Sunsparks answer is with the Darius. So we're just going to be having a Juggernaut of our own and let you take the Camille, if ever.
Right, Camille is open, Zed's also open, Kha'Zix is also open. So a lot of open picks right now for the side of CE. But I do agree, Camille could very much will be the first pick for the side of Cerebrum because it could also still be a flex. Lulu, though, immediately taken by Cerebrum. So kind of weird to see where these two are gonna go. Lux has been taken priority over the 6.
Yeah, that is House, one of the House favorites champions. That's why they went in, double down. Let's just risk giving out the info on what floor and how are gonna pick. But it's okay, because at least now Pego, How, and Ivalice could very much play against it. But Sunsparks. They went in for the Meow Meow connection, everybody. So yes, I'm excited to see how this is gonna go.
Yeah, and this is very much a huge change for Ace. Ace has been this player who is playing more of a support role for his team, and now he's gonna have his hands on the Rengar with the Yuumi, and we've seen this combination in week 1 of the WCS played to very great effect by Team Underground. Although we have seen the past 2 weeks, Yuumi, I believe we haven't checked the stats yet, but I believe she doesn't have a positive win rate at this point. She is at below 50%. And it's because a lot of teams have been using her, a lot of teams have been experimenting with her and to mix results. So we'll see what could be the usage right here from Sunsparks, because it's definitely could be the Meow Meow connection. Same with the Team Secret game earlier. We're just not sure yet if it's gonna be successful in their hands.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of wins yet from the Meow Meow connection during this week. So, I mean, during this day at least, because it has come out 2 times already for this day. So I hope Sunsparks would be able to up the win rate for the Yuumi right now during this game, especially for the Rengar also, which is having a hard time even getting some wins for himself. So going forward with this, with the Xiaomi having the Jax, it could go really greatly if they're really wanting to make Jax the hyper carry for the team. They just need a bit of CC if they want to go forward with this. They don't have a lot of options to work with, especially that there's a lot of bans from there, but they're still going for Pago, going for the Lucian in the mid lane.
Yeah, they still want to have that marksman in the mid lane to enable the push. If they can plan this out effectively, what they could do is have bot side control with that Lux and the Lulu along the Lucian and the mid lane for enable Pago to be able to get the scuttle, to get double scuttle so that he could deny the gold for the Rengar. So a lot of those things right now could go on this side of CE. On this other side for Sunsparks, we do see a Kaisa for Consi. So one of these traditional marksmen we're gonna see for Sunsparks.
Okay, what my gripe is about this. Okay, so at least now it's kind of clear on what they're gonna go for this. Because if ever they're gonna go with this composition, they have Floor and the Leonite, they have the Lulu. So most likely this Lulu is gonna be in the mid lane, and Lucian would be on the top side against the Darius. So at least Darius wouldn't snowball the way out of a lot of these bruisers. But what's great about this is they have a lot of single target CC. They have the Lucian to at least help out with the Black Cleaver in order to enable Xiaomi later on. So this is a very smart pickup for this side. But I'm kind of liking Sunsparks more because it's more traditional. It's kind of much more workable compared to what CE has right now.
Yeah, I agree. In terms of composition-wise, Sunsparks looks like to have a composition easier to play because the cat now has a lot of options to attach to. Can go on the Kaisa, can go on the Diana, could go on the Rengar for that Meow Meow connection. But I think the complexity that we're gonna see with the CE composition is Ival is on that Lulu as well. To just point that out is that there's a lot of, as you mentioned, single target CC for the side of Cerebrum. So I do imagine that the team fight is gonna play out for Sunsparks is they're gonna go in with the invisible Yuumi, with the Rengar, and the Diana will try to follow up with the Moonfall. The thing is, with the amount of crowd control that Cerebrum has, they could very well stop the Moonfall from fully channeling. They could stop the Rengar from going in. They could even stop the Darius from trying to get those resets. So there is a lot of crowd control on the side of Cerebrum for them to be able to take advantage of, I feel like, a very telegraphed engage coming from Sunsparks.
I really love this. The way that they played around this for the side of the Cerebrum Wild Rift, having Pago in the mid lane against Hayes would be great just because the Lucian, as always, we say that against melee champions, that is where Lucian shines. And having Ivalice on the top side, it's still a ranged champion. He's still going to be the support that he needs for the team. But what's great here is that Nastio couldn't cheese a Lulu. It's going to be hard, for sure.
Yeah, he very well can't cheese the Lulu, but at the same time, Lucian is a guy right now shoving the mid lane. Even got a couple of good harass on Haze. Haze does start out with that Ruby Crystal, so gives him a bit more durability, staying power there. But as we
Wow.
were predicting earlier, though, Ace still going for the engage.
Oh no, Pego does have the flash. Ignite Chem sticking and the barrier is
Red
going to
buff.
come out and that is going to be good. That red buff was just slowing down Pego, overstepping his bounce in the mid lane.
Yeah, he was indeed. As I love how you pointed out that he was very much deep into the lane, which enabled Ace to just jump him while he got out of the bush, and has given the Rift Herald control now. I mean, the Rift Scuttle control to Ace, and looks like Ace is also looking at this blue buff steal.
Yeah, they want to go for the blue buff. They saw Ace taking that down, and now that's
floor.
just going to take down a lot of time, though. They were able to get this floor. It's very tanky, but not enough to survive 3 members at this stage of the game. They were able to jump down, and the counter-strike was able to get them on the kill. M-John can't jump in. He has been CC'd, and that was great. Another turn around by CE. They lost 1, but they take 2
they're
in
like
the end. They might take 3, and this is going to be the stun coming out to their side. Haze is going to be the next target. Floor flashes in, but no damage. Not enough for the side of CE.
Unfortunate timing right there on the second ability for the Leona. She tried to get that, get the explosion. Maybe could have gotten the kill on Haze. But at the same time, yeah, good heads-up play from Cerebrum Wild Rift. This has been the story since
this.
the first game. And yeah, it's just a
What? How is this happening right here, Crazy Apple? I'm kind of surprised that Ivalis is just throwing around some fairy fires against Nasio right
But
now. And
Ace is
it's
here.
actually been successful, but here comes the gang from Ace, and that's a takedown. And that's the answer back to the fairy on the top side.
Yeah, Sunsparks didn't let it happen. Didn't let the fairy just bully the big man with the big ball, with a Dunk Master Darius skin right there. And great answer from Sunsparks, at least making a play on the other side of the map, still keeping the gold close at this point. They do have that 500 gold lead, two kills. But as we approach the 4-minute mark, we are about to get towards that the 2 objectives that are gonna come up. Both of these teams right now, a lot of their members poised to get their first items as soon as the objectives come up. It looks like it's going to be the Triforce for Zalpi. He is 2-0 on that jack, so he's very much accelerated. Pego getting jumped here.
Yeah, getting the Hextech Voodoo Belt. Not enough damage though, but not going to be able to get the kill on the top side. But at least now they burned the culling before this objective fights are going to come out.
Yeah, and I don't think, Pego doesn't have enough gold. He did burn the culling right there. He was waiting for one more wave to be able to have enough gold to get that Black Reaper. It doesn't look like he's not gonna have that for a possible objective fight. Look at the timing right now for Consi. He is going for that recall with the cat. But as we all know, Kaisa won't go for completed items. She's gonna prioritize maximizing that AD to evolve her first ability. So she's not gonna have as strong of a fighting capability at this point. We're gonna see which team will try to contest these objectives, because for the side of Sunsparks, they have a lot of scaling on their hands, while for Cerebrum, they also do have a bit of scaling, but they have a lot more catch potential on their side.
They have seen Zalpi and the Solar Flare onto the backside. Was able to get the last chapter, and that's going to be the kill already, and that is going to be great for their side, though. They were able to make it work. 2 people are down already with the side of CE. Sunsparks are taking them down. The 5 stacks on their head, and he might take more. Not going to be enough for them to get with the Proto Belt, though, but that's a 3 takedown together with the Rift Herald on the side of Sunsparks.
And just a huge win right there for Sunsparks. The hidden Moonfall is the deadliest. They weren't able to see the Moonfall being charged up in that bush because there was no wards for the side of CE when they got the Solar Flare on Sunsparks, and they weren't able to get any vision. Didn't know Haze was already channeling that. They got baited essentially into that fight, giving more kills on the side of Sunsparks. Sunsparks right now going for the back, has a bit more gold in their pockets. They will be looking at this Ocean Drake at this point.
Yeah, got that. I love the fact that the Sunsparks was able to answer, especially on that fight. As you said, the Moonfall was going to be crucial for Haze, especially if Floor and also Zalpi goes in. Yes, there's not a lot of targets though, but Moonfall's AoE is really big, so he's going to be hitting that for sure. Here, I think they're just securing the bot lane just for them to get the pressure on the bottom side of the map before they go for the Drake.
And this will give CE a bit of a conundrum right here. Will they go for the defense? They might just very well get jumped right here by Sunsparks.
Yeah, if ever they go for the jump here right now for CE, this might be the right timing. A while ago,
Ace.
they're on the bot lane, but Ace is playing with fire. Oh no, he clicked the wrong target. That's why it was able to get the kill onto CE. Now they don't have the jungler, so they cannot get this Drake. Yes, they might be able to get some kills, but because Haze just went into the bot lane, he's just gonna put some pressure, yeah, before we go on for the fight here. But still a good position. The solar flare comes in. They have the moonfall if they want to work this out though. Good positioning for the side of CE. They're just making it work. Here comes the moonfall, but not enough for them to get the win there. Haze is gonna get taken down. That line binding. Oh, that's on point. And CE gets this win and gets a Drake in the end.
That was a delayed ace. If you think about it, for Cerebrum, they have killed all 5 members of Sunsparks before getting that Drake. Right now, the kill count is 5 to 7, and I just want to go back to Ace getting picked off. And as you mentioned, he probably did a boo-boo right there. A bit of a misclick towards Floor, was able to be stun locked, immediately killed. So the Dragon was very much open for CE. I think Sunsparks should have not contested it anymore. They should have backed away, licked their wounds, not give Cerebrum Wild Rift more gold, because look at this. 3-0-4 right now on Zalpi on this Jax. He's about to complete his Blade of the Ruined King alongside the Triforce. Ace going for the jump out.
Thrill of the Hunt. They have the stun shield, Daybreak, they have the solar flare, but that's a lot of damage. Floor is just going to be sacrificed here, but that's okay, because that's enough. That is going to be the execute, but top lane is ticking, and they want more for the side. They got the first search. That's a big advantage. Still, I think that's a 1-for-1 trade together with the tower on the top side.
Yeah, that's a fine trade right there. Even the defense right here in the mid lane, which is all good sides right now for Cerebrum Wild Rift. They have given up their support Floor for the kill, but giving that gold right now on Zalpi, accelerating the pace of this Jax is just going to be all good for the side of CE, because they have essentially 2 supports on their team. They have the Lulu and the Leona, so they really need their damage leaders to get to that point, because if Sunsparks get tons of damage, this Jax is also gonna have a hard time, because he's gonna have a lot of targets, a lot of people are just gonna hit him. So at the same time, they really need to accelerate the pace of the game right now for Cerebrum Wild Rift. But at this, if you look at another layer of complexity for Sunsparks, is they also need to get to the late game because of Consi. Consi is 2-1-2 at this point, still has no big ticket items, still maximizing getting those AD. But Ace spotted out Floor here.
Yeah, there's a lot of what ifs on the composition right there, but the apprehend onto the top side.
Is he gonna go in?
For them to get the kill, they're gonna go in, and that's not gonna be it though. Floor was able to buy some time with the stasis onto Pago. And Sunsparks, wow, they went in, and they were the ones who were low HP after.
Right. I asked, is he gonna go in? Because I can't believe he went in. But at the same time, Sunsparks is a bit in chaos at this point. I can feel they have a lot of things that they're not sure where to go to. Ace wanted to get that pick on the top side of the map, tried to get that lone Lucian, but there was Floor there, still push the tempo, but see, getting pulled.
Okay, they had the final chapter onto one, not going to be able to get a kill. I think Ace is just going to fall down right here, but the jump right here was great. The Moonfall wasn't able to hit a lot, so that's why they just turned things around. CE just going to get the clear. Look at Pago dancing around. CE would be able to get that 1 kill onto Haze, and this is going to be an easy take for the Rip Herald.
Yeah, and Cerebrum just won that fight essentially. Now they have their eyes on the Rip Herald. They've also taken the first Drake of the game. Another fight in the mid lane.
Yeah, Consi gonna be the target. They don't have enough damage though. This Floor just went in. Not enough to work with. But this tower in the mid lane is just gonna fall down. Another one of... It's kind of deja vu moment right here, Crazy Apple, because I think CE has the tower advantage again, like what happened during game 1.
Yeah, and it is deja vu. CE again. The plays that been happening here, Dash, is that Sunsparks trying to make a play, Ace trying to go for these kills, trying to go for these tower dives, and CE has always been there, has always been having more troops, having more members, having more champions defending each other. It feels like this kind of I got your back, bro, kind of moment for Cerebrum. They just have these layers of people watching their backs, and it's just a never-ending cycle for them, and it just keeps catching Sunsparks off guard whenever there's more Cerebrum members there. And because of the advantage Cerebrum right now has 2 members here in the Dragon, Sunsparks is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, wasn't able to see it though. They're respecting a lot of the space that CE has right now alongside the map. So Dragon being taken, but mid lane though, they have the Chill of the Hunt onto the mid, won't be able to survive, and that's gonna be a kill already onto Hal. and they're just going for it in the mid lane of 4v5. They use all their
The collapse.
ultimate, so Zalpi is gonna go in. That's gonna be the collapse for the team. Solar Flare was able to hit on the two. The Bullboy doesn't deal enough damage though, and oh no, MGen was left below. The cat doesn't have anyone to latch onto. CE just got the win there with a 2-for-1. Hal falls down, but 2 is gonna take it again in answer.
One word, actually 3 syllables, one word, deja vu. For this series. Again, it's another 2-for-1 trade in favor of CE getting map control, and now they're sieging down the turret.
Yeah, want to take down this. They don't have enough damage, so Ace might go for this though. They will go and take down Ace. That's gonna be good, but they don't have enough force to worry. But Lore is just gonna run around, and that's gonna be taken down. And as you said, they were able to get the trade, but now Sunsparks is answering back.
Yeah, at least this is slightly different, I would say, from game one. Sunsparks is getting a bit more control after Cerebrum makes plays across the map. They're still going for these trades, but at the end of the day, Cerebrum is still getting a bit of those advantages. If you look at the gold right now, it is 2.4k gold for the side of Cerebrum, and at 12 minutes in the game, it's not a lot, but it's gonna all come down to when Conti is gonna complete his items. Is getting gunned down here.
Ooh, yeah, the culling, and here comes Ace. He doesn't have the catch locked onto him, though. He's an alone cat, and he's gonna get taken down. Conti is just gonna run, and that is another kill on the side of
Oh no,
that
Pego!
was really crucial, but the pull out, oh no! That is gonna be the stasis. I need to buy some time. Nacho not gonna be able to get the execute. Oh no, that is not good. Backline though. Pego was able to get that. Moonfall gonna be able to hit on the 4, but not enough for him to get the win. Conti gonna be the target line. Look at this.
Stasis?
The crosshair placement on their side. Not enough for the side of Sunsparks to be able to get the win, and that's a good ace for the side of CE.
The culling was used by Pego, burning down the health bar of Conti early into that fight, and Conti was the last guy who fell as well for the side of Sunsparks. But with the timely reinforcements coming from Cerebrum, they were able to pull off that win right there, and it looks like it's gonna be the Baron for the side of Cerebrum Wild Rift. As we get into this replay right here, we're gonna see Nastro.
Wow.
Yeah, he was able to pull Pego because he was spotted on the ward, but look at where Conti is gonna go towards to. He did jump to the back line, he did jump towards Ivalice, but I believe one of the turning points of this fight is Ivalice using his stasis, not giving up his life right there. You waiting for Conti to burn one more ability, so Conti wasn't able to reset, wasn't able to get one more kill to be able to feel that he can reposition himself. It does that. It's those small things when you're playing the game. When you can't finish a kill, you have this moment when you're thinking, should I stay here or not? And that was very much, well, the timing that CE needed to take down Conti. Just that small details right there costed Conti his life. And right now, Cerebrum has the Baron buff.
And also, I think right now, John has always been, every time that his target is taken down, if ever he's on Ace, if ever he's on Conti, if they're taken down, he's gonna be taken down with them. I really like that CE is just going for it whenever they see that the cat is around, and they're going for bot lane. Evil is gonna be the target though. They have the final chapter, not enough to stick onto the target, so the Solar Flare is just gonna take them down. Nacho onto the backline, but not enough for him to get the kill onto Evilis. That's a lot of shielding right now, everybody. 2 people are down. MGen has always just been the bonus for the side of CE.
And that's what's so hard when you're playing the cat. You're gonna be a bonus if your team is behind. It's gonna be a 5v3 siege now on the Nexus.
Oh, How gets it, but the stasis is there to stop them from getting the kill, the execution, and that is gonna be the kill they want to end this, and that is CE taking a 2-0 against Sunsparks, and that just puts them up there compared to Sunsparks that is still at the bottom of the pack right now.
Yeah, and Dash, this is a statement game right here for Cerebrum. They're telling the whole league right now that we came here to play. Yeah, and as Fleur would say, ganda lang. Alright?
Yeah,
ganda lang,
exactly.
lang is the name of the game for Cerebrum Wild Rift. They keep playing their game. They keep going for these, they keep reacting to each other. I love seeing how you could see the communication lines within the team. It's always, I'm here, I might need help. The other guys, not the other team members from Sunspark aren't here, they might be going for me. And it's always been this layer of protection. Always one guy looking behind the other guy's back, helping them out on these fights. And Cerebrum Wild Rift was able to edge out Sunsparks with just a bit of that advantage going into Game 2, winning this series 2-0.
Yeah, most of the teams right here in the WCS, we would put them on some kind of a standard, right? Especially when it comes to our power rankings. But right here, we've seen Cerebrum Wild Rift almost exceed. They have their own standard right here for Cerebrum Wild Rift because they're at the bottom of the pack, right? But what's great about being at the bottom of the pack is that you can just exceed all the expectations that they have for you. Because
Right.
there's not a set expectation for you guys. You can just, there's nowhere to go but up. And that's why right now Cerebrum Wild Rift is just using it in their favor. And now they just answered back, or rather answered against Sunsparks, putting them up there closely going to the playoffs. Because, you know, yeah, we're getting 6 teams onto the playoffs. So at least they're on the 7th place. So they still have a chance. If ever this could go smoothly after this day and going to the next round robin, they might have a chance to get into the playoffs now.
Dash, I want you to think about this. As you mentioned, power rankings. Right now, Cerebrum with that win, they are 7th place, right? And who is, I think, at the 6th place? I think it's Team Secret. And we have just ended the first round robin. We never expected this is how we're gonna see the standings. And even though we haven't seen it now, we're gonna see it later. You guys are gonna see it later in the panel. But it's so wild to think that we have these expectations on these teams, and not everyone has, hit the mark essentially. And after the first round robin, I think we are seeing the signs of where we're gonna see these teams later on in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Because to take stock as well, Team Underground also suffered their first loss, series loss today. So just a lot of things to think about. But before we get into that, it's just something that I wanted to open up on where we are in terms of standings. We are going to head into the highlights of Game 2 of this series. And we're going to start out with Ace. Yeah, he did get that first kill, but Ace Ace take it away from CE. Ace give it away because he also died in that Baron and that Dragon fight before his team could ever position themselves. And there were a couple of good fights from Sunsparks, but it's just CE across this game out-fighting Sunsparks.
Yeah, what I can say also, what I like to, a very tinsy detail for the side of CE right now. Most of the time, it's really great to have a Leona against a Yuumi because it's the easiest champion to use if you want to cancel the Yuumi from getting in, getting out, getting the passive up, getting the shield, right? That's usually what they do with the Yuumi. And it has happened like 3 to 4 times during the whole game. They canceled Mjon. Mjon was left alone, not sticking to anyone. And that's why most of the time, I think at this point, Yuumi has been more of a liability than an asset just because Yuumi has been the bonus. Every time that they get a kill on someone, Yuumi has always been just the bonus. It didn't reach that point in where Yuumi could be a big threat for the side of CE. And that's why CE just worked that out. They didn't even went into the late game in where Consi and Mjon could potentially be a threat. That's just very smart for CE right there.
It also shows how, the devs, they know this cat is not in the strongest state. They've seen it in the data. And I think it's just something that we kind of got caught off guard coming into the start of the competitive season in the WCS, seeing the success of Team Underground using the Yuumi. And it could also be attributed to it being a new champion. Teams are not still used to it, still not used to how to catch her out. But yeah, I do agree. I love how you pointed out that it's the Leona that would really be a good champion to catch out the cat, the Yuumi. But yeah,
Look at
this man's Zaupi, player of the game on this chat. Dash, would you care to talk about Zaupi? He's just so strong.
Yeah, okay, so let's talk about Zaupi. Zaupi, it has been said by the panel a while ago, Zaupi has always been the star, has always goes to be the star for the team. And that's why this Jax pick was what we expected. Yes, you picked the Yuumi, but we have the Lulu on our hands. And that is going to help out Zaupi deal a lot of damage. And together with that, it was Ivalice who was using the Lulu. And that's why Zaupi was just enabled during that whole time. He was just on the right timing. And because he's fed, he had 2 items at one point in where he always has the bigger item advantage. That was enough for him to just ride the momentum, just ride this item advantage that I have. And we're just going to make it work. And that's why it was so great for Zaupi to get that advantage. 16 KDA, that's just big.
I would say disgusting. The KDA
Yeah.
was 16 KDA for that Jax, and really Zalpi has shown that he can carry his team. Everyone's playing their role. Zalpi is enabled to use a lot of different champions. Essentially, he can play a lot of these carries, and a lot of the carries I thought we're seeing in the jungle are very auto attack heavy or very AD heavy, and I think that's just a good compliment to wherein How is a AP carry specialist there in the bot side of the map. So we're really seeing this chemistry from Cerebro. But still, before we finish this series, I also want to highlight Ivalice. Ivalice, I believe, has had the most colorful, different, unique champion pool in the
Yeah.
WCS so far.
Honestly,
And
yes.
I'm just so excited to see more of Ivalice in the next coming weeks.
Yeah, and good thing that you pointed that out, because I was about to point that out, but thank you for that, Crazy Apple. But still, it was a great win for Cerebrum Wild Rift right now. I'm kind of excited for their interview later on, though. So I want to know what the reactions are after this. But now, Cerebrum Wild Rift is in a pretty great position. 7 might be able to get to 6 soon enough. On this next round robin. But still, we're just praying that everyone would just be. We love all the teams equally. Don't worry,
Yeah.
everyone. But still, we have been your shoutcasters for today, everyone. We're just gonna be taking a short break before we go on to the analyst test. I'm Dash, and I was here with Crazy Apple. See you guys in just a bit.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Cerebrum Esports takes it 2-0 against Sunspark in an emphatic fashion, putting themselves in the 7th place spot, making Autoluse's prediction, pretty up there. So I think Osiris has to eat some of those words. Riku, anything you want to chime in with this intense match that we witnessed between the two teams?
Yeah, I love how Cerebrums stuck with their guns, played all of these like heavy brawl style, heavy skirmish compositions, and they took control of the game from game 1 to game 2, and it's a very, very fun 2-0 from them.
Oh yeah, I saw your tweet. Like, who is on that set? Yeah, just filling it up with all the armor.
Ivalice.
Yeah, Ivalice. So we'll be talking to them in just a bit. But how about you, Autoluse? Let's get your thoughts on this matchup that we just saw.
It's a good thing that we did highlight the jungle matchup.
Yes.
And we did say, or we did point out that Ace is known more on the utility champion, just enabling Consi and the rest of the gang to really pop off. But on game number 1, he was more of a playmaker / early game, director, because that Lee Sin is basically, if you're not influencing the map as expected, the other jungler will just have a field day, and that's what happened. Zalpi had a field day on that because I on the second game it's the same thing, right?
Right.
We saw Ace on the Rengar. It was quite expected by CE that they would go for the Meow Meow connection because just on the second rotation of the draft picks, they went and showed their cards. So the other side, they picked Jax. Jax on week number 2 did not net a win.
Yes.
But CE just proved that, hey, you know what? This is still doable. Just play the Lulu plus the Jax composition. With Leona, I think one of the bright light that we have for today. And I think this is going to continue as a trend moving forward with week number 3. Heyman is back in the fray because of the Hunter Titans nerfs that we have seen in patch 3.0b. So, guys, watch out.
Yeah, and speaking of like trends, I think the casters did mention this. It seems like people are starting to figure out the single meow connection. The
other meow.
I'm not sure, but the results today weren't as favoring as last week. So maybe we'll talk about that in just a bit, because on the other side we have our interview ready with the player of the game from game number 2. We have Zalpi from Cerebrum Esports. So let's talk to him. There we go. Cerebrum, hello, Zalpi, hello everyone. Congratulations.
Thank you po.
Okay, so there's Fleur. Okay, I see him. Okay, so first question. So natapos na yung first round robin. So we'll start the rematches tomorrow. So what can the people watching and your fans expect from Cerebrum Wild Rift come second round robin?
Po? Ano ba?
Oh. What? No, I think,
Sa susunod na laro mo bukas.
oo, yes. Ano yung expect natin sa laro niyo bukas?
Yan na po, siguro po mas expect nyo po na mas malinis po siguro yung laro na. Dahil last week po, ano po kasi, di ba po kami, medyo sobrang kabado po kami nun eh. Hindi po kami nakapag-isip ng maayos last week dahil po under pressure po kami dahil ano. First big tournament po namin to. Yan po.
Okay, sige. Alright, thank you. Riku, go for it.
Yeah, congratulations again on this win against Sunsparks. Ang tanong ko ay, kamusta yung comms nyo in-game sa series na yon? Is it like chill o kaya intense like go tararara?
Ano po, chill lang po kasi ano, pinatry po namin na kung ano po yung comms namin sa scrims apply po namin. Kapag nag-scrims po kami, chill lang naman po kami. So, yan po kanina. Si ano lang po, si Flor po yung nagbubuhat po ng laro namin.
Let's go!
Gusto niya pa libre.
Libre mo naman.
Okay, auto lose, go for it.
Oh, Zappy, 2 questions, pare. Alright, so yung first na question ko sa'yo, feels like na itong Cerebrum, pare, is more talagang all-in kayo to have you carry the games. Kumbaga, carry jungler talaga yung binibigay sa'yo. Pressured ba, pare, o okay lang? Kaya
Chill
naman?
lang.
Hindi naman po. Okay lang po. Kaya naman po sumambay sa mga jungle position.
Yes.
Nice,
Okay.
nice. And syempre, second question ko, pare, since it's the first time me interviewing you, can you explain saan galing yung IGN na Zaopi? Kasi it's very unique.
Unique.
I would say.
Ano po, yung may crush po kasi ako nung high school.
Ay!
Yan po, nung high school. Mag-uusap po kami doon.
Talaga ba? Parang kahit yung mga mates mo na bigla.
Di rin po kasi nila alam kung gano'n galing yung Zaopi. Tagal na po itong tinatanong siya. Yan po. Ano po kasi happy dito ng PPGL. Kasi ano po kasi yun, parang nag-iisip siya daw ng kitnik. Ito nga cornet ko. Kasi gaano nag-iisip daw po siya ng cute nickname daw po sa akin. Tapos yun, Zaopi daw po. Tapos, naging ko na po, tumatak na po sa akin yung Zaopi.
Oh.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Take it away, man.
But a kill in the jungle.
By the way.
Yeah, congratulations, Zaupi. Thank you for sharing your origin story. So, Zaupi, any shout-outs, any message? Please go for it.
Shoutout po pala ako, boss. PL, sa walang sakang sa Cerebro. Tsaka sa magulang ko na nanonood, man, nakakuha na kami ng pangalawang panalo. Yes.
Boom. Okay, guys, thank you so much. Cerebrum Wild Rift. Looking forward to your games tomorrow. And yeah, thank you so much for the interview.
Okay po.
There you have it. Zaupi giving us his, I would say, superhero origin story there. he kind of gave a low-key shout-out to that girl, too. Hopefully she's watching.
I think we have to drop the bomb here. High school, that was, for me, that was like, how many years ago? Maybe 15?
Wait, don't reveal anything.
Posting our ages over here.
I can't remember.
I just think it's beautiful that, we went with the whole, the theme for today of grading, and now it circles back to first crush in high school. That's a beautiful thing. So, guys, today was a lot of ups, a lot of downs. I would say that we weren't really on the sharpest point when it comes to panel predictions. But, while Riku is here, I actually wanted to ask you, you're part of the panel desk. You got to give a grade. How would you rate this day as we look at the results? Let's look at the results first, and I want to get your grade on how teams did perform. So, let's transition to see the results of the amazing, end to the round robin series.
Super funny. I don't remember the grading scheme of college days. But I do remember high school, so I'm just gonna go with that.
There we go.
I think it's gonna be a 98 for me today with how the teams performed.
Nice.
There are a lot of teams that exceeded expectations, that are creating this really, really, really huge hype coming into the second round robin, where the upsets appears to continue, and I'm looking forward for more.
Yeah, and here we have it on the screen now. RRQ getting 2-0 against Grind Sky. Oasis taking it to the only 2-1 against Team Secret. Everyone, big shocker, Final Adversity 2-0ing Underground, and Cerebrum Esports taking the win 2-0. So just full of ups and downs. Autolus, I might know the answer to this question I'm about to ask you, but what for you was the biggest surprise of the day?
Definitely versus UDG, of course. Well, I just would like to highlight something. There's an interesting thing that did happen today, and I think Rico and company was not able to get at least one correct.
Oh man! Hey man!
Because their team went for their collection of group guys, girls.
Deadeye and friends
went for
yes.
SS. Went for SS. Went for UDG. Went for TS, and went for GS. So 0 out of 4. Our panel number 3.
He's the professor that rubs it in, man.
The gang.
Yeah,
the guest panel gang.
Don't worry. We'll the guest panel gang would definitely. We got some brownie points for Professor Autolus. So let's check out the standings next, because this has shaken up a lot. So can't wait to see this and compare it to our original power rankings. Team Underground is still at the top, but with one loss on their record, courtesy of Final Adversity. And I'm also looking at the lower part. Team Secret still at that blast zone, tied with Oasis, and Cerebrum Wild Rift already secured themselves that 7th spot. Riku, is it how's your power rankings looking? Is it starting to take shape to how you initially thought in week 1?
The trend from last year is usually you get to see the top teams being separated, like the bottom 2 or the bottom 3. But this is incredibly, seriously different, right? You can actually count it like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're on series away from each other. The gap isn't apparent, especially after today. Team Underground, Final Adversity actually winning against UDG. So now it's just so close. The competition is crazy close.
Really, for sure.
Yeah, and Autolus, I don't know how we can. We advertise these matches, right? But honestly, anyone and everyone could win anything. So I'm excited for round robin number 2, because there are more storylines to build, and we're only getting started, man.
Exactly. So another set of 7 games for each of this team. So Sunsparks and even Cerebrum could turn things around come second round robin. And I feel, this team, all they need is just a good weekend. A good weekend will give you a 3-0 additional onto your standings and would push you over to the safer zone, as I would say. But the standings right now, Final Adversity clear number 2 so far. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that was the match we just watched. Kind of, it actually invites. Did Fennel give the blueprint on how to go about facing Underground? Because Team Secret, trust that they have been watching, because that's going to be the first match. That's like one of the main events. It's going to be the first one. So, everyone in the WCS team backstage is definitely spoiling everyone watching. That's the first match, followed up by RRQ versus Oasis, another banger. And we got Sunsparks looking to move up in the list here to try and secure the 6th spot against GS, and closing it off with Final Adversity versus Cerebrum Esports. Holy cow, Riku! Any match you're looking forward to?
Everything's very exciting, but the first 2 series I think is going to be incredibly spicy.
How about you, Autolus?
Second series and first series, of course. I'm looking at the rematch between Underground versus Team Secret. As you said it, there's a blueprint that could be followed, and if there is one team that can really capitalize on that quote-unquote blueprint, that's the team with the eye.
And you also have to admit that all these teams are technically version 2.0, since the first matches were really good, but the rematch, it gets a lot more views and a lot more interest. So I'm excited to see all these rematches happen. And I'm also looking forward to RRQ versus Oasis. Oasis, we did, they did pass a big test today, because they didn't really face that much. This is the first time they faced really tough adversity, and now they're going to try to continue that wave of momentum, while RRQ is still riding on that momentum. Really excited for how this is going to turn out. And guys, we finally reached the finish line, and I do have to let Riku know that, fortunately, you'll have some RRQ merch courtesy of your buddies. I actually don't know, Autoluz. Will all three of them get RRQ merch? Because I think that's going to be
better
Yeah.
for me. No, it depends on them as to what team they will be willing to, buy merch from. Then again, it's amongst the 4 teams that they predict wrong. So the plethora of choices.
Just
here.
rubbing it in, Autoluz. But
So
yeah.
I prefer for them to, at least support the team.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's how we do it here in WCSPH.
Oh, yes. And speaking of support, just want to give some shout outs to some amazing people. First off, this event was made possible by PPGL, the largest multi esports league in the country, together with Riot Games.
And we would also like to acknowledge our official mobile partner in Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with a 33 watts pro fast charging enabled by the all-new MMT technology, and a 6 nanometer Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 at the Xiaomi Philippines FB page.
And of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board, and that about does it for this semester of the first round robin.
Oh, yeah.
Thank
Tomorrow.
you so much for everything, guys. I can't
New
wait
sem.
for Sem 2. Yeah, we don't have summer classes. We don't have any break for now because WCS, you did see the schedule. We will, we are marching into the playoffs. So on behalf of everyone here at the panel desk, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for week number 3, day 2 of the WCSPH. Good night and have fun in playing Wild Rift, I guess. Oh, God. Close the show.
Definitely Wild
Close the
Rift.
show. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Okay. We're done. We're out.
Yeah. See ya.
Bright as the sun in your eyes, feeling alright, I can't shine. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake out the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies. Knowing that the way is right. Guided by the secrets of